Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our live broadcast of Aeroflot Open. The fourth round is just about to start. Today we also have the schedule as yesterday, so we have a double round today. It means that the fourth round will start at 11 a.m. and the fifth round will start at 17 p.m. Local Moscow time. Let's check a bit the standings after the three rounds. We have three leaders so far: Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ivan Zemlyansky, and Alexei Gaganov. On 3 out of 3, and we have lots of players with 2 and 2.5. Oleg Vastruhin, Richie Rappert, Aram Hagapyan, Haik Martirosyan, Alexander Shumanov, Mahdi Galami, Maxim Chertkov, Hans Smoky Niemann, Daniil Dubov, Vladislav Artemyev, Aydin Suleimanli, Bardia Donishvar. So many players just trailing a half a point behind. So it means still the fierce battle's gonna happen. And Jan is playing against Ivan on the top board, and Alexei Gaganov is playing Hans Smoky Niemann with the white pieces. So obviously very interesting pairings for today. And okay, let's see if some of them will be able to make another step and take 4 out of 4, or they will be playing in a more saving chess, let's say, just with the idea better not to lose than trying to win at any cost. Also, Richie Rappert playing against Arseniy Nesterov, also very interesting game. Our young and strong Arseniy will check the present elite player. Alexander Shumanov playing Daniil Dubov, Denis Lazovic versus Vladislav Artemyev. So already many strong GMs clashes we see for today. Apart from this, we also have lots of our young players around 13-14 years on promising 2 out of 3 starting positions. So it means that if some of them wins, then he will join the group of leaders, and probably on the 5th round he will get a strong GM for the pairings. So the games, as I understood, has just started or about to start, and if we get the picture, I will maybe try to see if there are already some moves on boards or not. Just to remind you, for everyone who just connected for the first time, we have an open tournament, 9 rounds. The time control is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds till the end of the game. There are no any additional time, so it means that all the players have to be ready for this endless time trouble. And we have 140 participants in the main A section, plus we have additional round-robin tournaments for our best young players, girls and boys under 13 and girls and boys under 15. Unfortunately, we don't have some live broadcast for that games, but for those who are interested, you can also try to find and try to follow these tournaments. Obviously, some future stars, some future gems are present there. So it looks like that the games has just begun. And okay, let's try to go from the top board. Don't know if we do have some moves or not. Maybe they can show us some top boards, maybe Jan, maybe Hans. They are still probably sitting on the podium. Okay, we can't call it really a podium, but it looks like they're a bit above all the rest of the field. So being at the first 2 or 3 tables, meaning that you're already slightly, you're flying slightly above anyone here. Unfortunately, I don't yet have a chat. Okay, yesterday, thanks to Valentina, we were able a bit to check the chat. Okay, nowadays I'm off the chat, so it's hard to say. Okay, we see Ivan. So the game really already in progress. Unfortunately, there are not any moves are yet available on my screen. And okay, let's just try to see and to get what goes on by his facial expression. Yesterday, all the three leaders also won their games, all of them with the black pieces on the third round. It's probably still Italian game. And Jan, I guess, opted for some f4, e5. It's pretty funny because Ivan himself played yesterday f5, f4. It was quite successful, and he managed to beat Ronak Sadvani in a very long and instructive game. And today Jan is decided that okay, the best strategy is probably do the same. Yeah, just go f4, f5. Push this flank pawn and enjoy yourself. Still, let's hope that the moves will appear. If they appear, it's going to be a big news. If they will not appear, I will try just to see as you these faces of the players. Ivan is also pretty young. As I understood, he's about 14, and yes, he's about 14. He's also became quite famous because he was playing quite successfully on the internet. He was playing matches with many strong and top blitz players from all over the world. And after he understood that he's already that good, he also started to play some live events. And okay, actually he plays them quite successfully. So no wonder that he is one of the leaders in this the car iron field. Okay, so it looks we get some moves. Okay, the great news. Okay, so board one, we have this two knights defense f4. Nice defense with f4, and after d5, trade, and f5. Obviously, Jan is prepared. Ivan played the same system as yesterday. Probably he believes and he thinks that it's good. After f5, it went b6. I don't know if it's good, if it's bad. It's supposed or not. Modern chess is full of hidden and unhidden surprises. And Jan goes s6. Wow. That's really a wow approach. Of course, I've never seen anything like that before. Both of the players seems to know what they're doing. They're playing both fast, like nothing happened. Rook b8. No idea if it's strictly forced or what. Okay, maybe black intends to have this b5 bishop somewhere, rook b6 as an option, then attacking the pawn on a6. It might cause quite some headaches. Okay, maybe not immediately, but in some future, this pawn on a6 can easily become a target. I don't know what about something moves like bishop b5, knight d4, knight a5, knight b5, knight c6. Okay, it looks like a joke, yeah, and it should be a joke, but who knows? Maybe it's not entirely the joke. But from the first impression, it indeed looks like a joke. Okay, maybe after knight a5, queen d6, it's also possible for black to play, attacking both minor pieces, knight c4, queen c5. And yeah, white may regret being that greedy. Yeah? Okay, obviously bishop b5 is not really a normal move. Okay, maybe rook a1, maybe knight c3, maybe just knight d2, knight e4. No idea how white's gonna proceed here. Jan obviously have to know what he is doing. because he plays fast, and okay, obviously rook b8 is probably the move which you're supposed to check. So knight c3, he is his present choice, and looks like maybe it's more advisable to take on c3, at least to my taste. Otherwise, this knight may land on b5 at some moment, making some unpleasant pressure for some black pawns. Okay, obviously we will return to that game. Alexei Gaganov versus Hans. Hans is always seem to be late. I don't know if it's some conscious habit of him, or it just happens, or Moscow is too beautiful, or local girls are also too beautiful. It's hard to say, but for third game in a row, he doesn't mind to give a small time handicap, and he is normally present after 10-15 minutes after the beginning of the game, so we still need to wait for him. E4 was played by Alexei, or we simply don't get the moves. No, we see the board is still completely empty. Okay, Richie Rapid against Arseniy Nesterov. Also should be an interesting game just by names, but Richie all of a sudden plays a very calm and relatively unambitious system with white. Knight c3, knight c6. Okay, I can't say it's a silent draw offer, but it's not the most ambitious setup white can choose against the Petrov defense. Knight b5. He might have some concrete ideas. At least knight b5 shows a bit of the teeth. Yeah, he has in mind. Okay, Arseniy needs to see how he wants to protect the pawn on c7. Knight d5 looks a bit unshaky. Some c4 will come. Okay, bishop d8 invites bishop f6, and okay, at least you will have double pawns, and king d8 safely defends the pawn, but okay, then your king will stuck in the center for a certain amount of time. Shima against Dubov, it says it's a draw after h6. Is it true? Or because yesterday we have some false draw results which were not actually draws, yeah, because we said in our in our broadcasts for the third round that Taba made a draw against Alexei Grachov, but in official results it says that black won. Yeah, so the game has just finished in a quick draw of 5 moves, and okay, the players decided to take some rest. Tough schedule. Okay, 2 rounds per day. Okay, that's really tough. Okay, so Shima is a Shima, and Daniil is Daniil. Draw is completely fair. Denis Lozovik is playing against Vladislav Artemiev, d4, d5, knight f3. Vladislav is quite slow normally with the first moves. He's taking his time. He's maybe trying to guess, to choose, to operate which variation, which sub-variation, which he desires to play. Not really typical nowadays strategy to lose sometimes at the very beginning of the game, because most of the players tend to play fast, maybe even try to add some time. And this Vladislav on his own universe, so he's not in a hurry at all. Haik Martirosyan playing Mikhail Nikitenko, and we have Catalan. Okay, maybe even not the Catalan, because okay, the third move is h6 here. Even I know about the existence of this move. Okay, it's a possible move to play. A bit invitational for white to go to some many of the sharp lines. But okay, g3 is a very solid and practical choice by white. Check bishop d2 goes back, and by transposition they just reached the normal Catalan. Black just played h6 instead of any so-called main moves. Okay, bishop c3, and okay, the game is still in progress. Hard to say if this h6, this quick h6 is beneficial so much for black, but at least it's not something bad or worse like all these f5, f4 moves, which we were quite a lot joking yesterday that whenever players can, they like to play some f4, f5, h4, h5, which are, of course, much more a commitment choice. Aram Hakopian is playing Maxim Chertkov. Here we have, again, two knights defense, one of the most popular opening variation in that tournament. Knight bd2. Okay, and black plays d6, more or less solid approach, f4, knight f5, and c3. Okay, more or less a classical way of playing, not so many modern and trendy moves. Yes, on the screen we see Maxim Chertkov, the player who was unfortunately not really known to me, but in that tournament he looks quite well, and he is among the leaders with 2.5 out of 3. Next we have Oleg Vastruhin against Aydin Suleimanli, also Catalan, also nothing yet new. Everything is according to the main theory. Black is probably choosing which variation he wishes to go this time. Iranian derby, Magdi Golami against Bardi Danishvar, and we have here knight c3, bishop f5 system, which I also tried to lead a little bit to play on my own, even without any practical success. Probably I should have studied it at least a bit before the playing, but it's not my style. Usually I play 4 to 5 games without any preparation. If I like the system, I suddenly thinking, okay, now it's time to analyze this a bit. Okay, it's not very popular approach and absolutely unpractical one, because quite often you're losing some games because you're unprepared, and then you think, okay, it's no longer any interest in making any examination, but probably you lost not because it's not suits you, but simply you were completely unaware with present theory. But this approach was quite far from my mind. So bishop f5, g3, bishop g7, and bishop g2. Again, white opted for quite a solid way how to respond, because I remember against Fabiano I played h3 here, I think, with Byte in the Blitzstone in the Blitz World Championship in Dubai 2014. With black I was meeting some knight g5 moves here, knight h4, queen b3, so some attempts to prove that this bishop on f5 will be more profitable for white than for black. Okay, g3 is sort of I do my own business, do whatever you wish. So bishop g2, knight e4, and now Mahdi is thinking, okay, he has some queen b3 at his disposal, or maybe some other moves. I don't know what about some knight d5. It's probably too much, yeah, then just to try to use this both black pieces to get some lots of further templates. Obviously, knight e4 is a very unambitious move. Black gets this comfortable bishop on e4, plus its fianchetted bishop on g7. It will be more or less already fine for black. Next we have Alexander Grishuk. He plays white against Mamikon Rybyan, and here very unusual bishop b5 third move, almost forgotten nowadays, and knight f6, fifth move d3. I was a huge fan of that move. I played it non-stop at my best period between 2003 till 2004. Even maybe taking some of the time in 2005. I really was like a maniac for this d3. Against third, knight f6, fourth d3, s6, bishop f4, knight f6, d3, just whenever possible, just to avoid any heavy theory, any open Spanishes, any other crazy lines. And also, I was trying to use the profit of this d3 move, delaying the short castle. So actually, in some of my games, I was even trying to play with a long castle, and I guess sometimes I even succeeded. Bishop c5 is one of the main replies. And after that, white needs to make some choice. So white can go knight c3, white can go bishop c6, white can go c3. And all of them are leading to completely different structures and different types of plays. So, okay, Alexander just taking his time because, okay, now it's a moment of the choice. Andrei Yesipenko, he plays with white against Ivan Rozum, and we have Naidorf on the board. So Ivan decided that, okay, enough is enough, time to play some active chess and to play with immediately looking for some counter chances, because so in the previous game he made a draw against Haik, but he was a bit suffering for quite a while, defending slightly worse positions throughout the game, and probably he decided, okay, second in a row, second game against a strong opponent, okay, maybe it's time to switch a bit. So bishop e7, queen d3. Sort of a flexible move. Okay, depending how black reacts, white may go to bishop g5, bishop e3, f4, short castle, long castle. So anyway, the queen on d3 is supposed to be useful. He can land to g3 in some positions. So bishop e6 and immediately knight d5. This exact line of play is quite unknown to me. Okay, that's a very, very typical idea, but I think it was with some inclusion of bishop e3 moves, some bishop e3 and then some queen d3, knight d5. And Andrei is playing without losing any time for bishop e3. Maybe it makes sense. We don't know where does this bishop actually belong. He can go to d2 and maybe support some knight f5. He can go to g5, or maybe white goes f4 and then just bishop takes without any tempo. So hard to say. Anyway, it looks pretty interesting playable for both sides. Taba, he's actually on 2 out of 3. He recovered from his first round loss. And yesterday he actually won against Alexei Grachov. A bit of a crazy and a bit of a bluffy game to my taste. But okay, in open tournaments it's hard to beat a solid international masters without allowing sometimes at certain risk. And today he is playing against Artem Pingin, and another promising young player. So we see a modest symmetrical English opening. Knight c6, full symmetry, d3, e6, and bishop e3. Bishop e3, I completely have no idea what is that. d6 is maybe the idea is to take on c6, otherwise I don't see the big point of that scenario for white. Black just continues with the normal moves. And if b6, still I guess bishop c6 and then maybe f4, knight f3, it should be probably quite playable. Black bishop's gonna be stuck. And if d6, white may also consider taking, and on c6, bc, and no idea, maybe he goes queen d2 first, or maybe f4, knight f3. Okay, some scenario like that. Bishop e3 may be actually quite a useful move. Anyway, white has developed the piece, and black will have lots of problems in activating this bishop from c8. It looks like he took Artem by surprise, and okay, now black needs to find the way how he wants to reply. Soham Kamotra, I don't know, probably Kamotra is the name, Soham is the surname, I guess so. He's playing against Ronax Dvani. And we have so far also some mixture of Catalan and some h6. Also, we see this trendy move h6. This trendy move h6 and still g3. Nobody wants to take any theoretical debates in other popular lines. Okay, knight d2, d5, bishop g2, short castle, b6, and again white chooses a simple chess, queen c2, not trying to pretend. I don't know if white secretly wants to play some c5. It's hard to say. I mean, if black goes some bishop b7, if c5 is here, and just trying to force black to take on d2, and then okay, white can enjoy some space advantage to bishops, maybe some easy play. Or maybe that's my fantasy, who knows. Arash Takbas with white plays against Evgeny Nair, and we have c4, e5, g3, d6. Also quite a possible line of play for black, even though it's not maybe the most popular nowadays. e3, kind of important choice for white. They have lots of different pawn structures. Okay, so white decided to play with the pawn on e3. And again, also black has a choice here to go with the pawn on e5 and try to look for some kingside play, kingside initiative, or just to go knight f6 and to be more flexible, because quite often black will not necessarily be focused on playing only on the king side. They can play through the center and basically can play on the same side of the board as white. So no any big commitments have been made by playing knight f6, so castle, and okay, Evgeny is thinking how to set up his remaining pieces. Maxim Montlakov with white is playing against Lev Zverev, another promising prodigy of ours. Lev is also around 14 years old, and we see some almost a heavy theoretical debate here, some pretty famous and long line. Rook e1, castle, h3, h6, knight e2. This all, I guess, well known. Even I remember that from a long time ago. Bishop b2, knight h5, knight f1. So nothing new so far. It's all well known, all well trodden paths for white and black. And okay, let's see who understands this type of play better. Okay, objectively position should be around equal, but of course it's you can just in the modern chess you need to quite often to decide on which side of equality you want to see yourself. It's really hard to count on some mathematical advantage out of the opening against a well-prepared opposition, but to be on the right side of equality, that's your modern choice. Maxim Samusenko plays white against Sergei Drygalov, and we have bishop b5, also Rassalima, and all this avoidance of main Sicilians are still in 2 out of 3 games. Knight e7, short castle, 6 bishop e2, a possible way of playing, keeping all pieces on the board. Knight bd7 maybe stands not as active as knight on c6 in that type of structures. g6, okay, quite logical. c4, bishop g7, knight c3, short castle, and d4. So, okay, white decided to break through, and they get the position which I was normally getting, being a couple of tempies down in my way, how I was playing King's Indian with blacks. Who was taking care about the tempies? Nobody. So I normally played something similar, being at least 1, maybe 2 tempies down, and still was thinking that it's a possible way of playing chess. Knight e5. This is something which I for sure never tried in a similar positions with black. My main was just to go some rook a8, b6, bishop b7, and maybe sometimes e6, and okay, to play this in a typical hedgehog play, hoping to get some d5 in action or some other action. Okay, knight e5 is what? Is what I don't understand it. Basically, where does this knight going for? Hard to say. Maybe Sergei wants to have some b6 at some moment, but again, b6 f4 invites. Maybe he has some other intentions. Maybe something. Maybe bishop d7 and rook c8, quickly attacking the c4 pawn, and maybe to provoke white to go f4, the knight c6, and hoping that this f4 will be more profitable for black rather than for white. A bit provocative move. Okay, let's see what's next. Artem Stribuk plays against Rudik Makarian. We have knight c6. Bravo. Any move exists if you know that he exists, yeah? Castle shot, dc, queen f4, bishop d7, queen c4, e5. Sometimes looking to modern choices of the players, I understood that maybe my openings were not actually as bad as I always thought about them, or maybe just the other players of my generation were far too classical, and on their level I was just a poor hooligan, but by modern play I was absolutely up-to-date, well-armed, well-prepared. Whenever any knight c6, h4, h5, I was always eager to push. Vadim Zvyagintsev, again it says it's a draw, against Vahe Tsukasyan, who is actually playing a great tournament so far. He played against 3 very, very strong grandmasters and made 2 out of 3. But if we can get the picture of the board, okay, let's just be sure that they actually finished the game. Because I'm just a little bit afraid after yesterday's broadcast to convince our audience that the game ended in a draw, while it's actually continued for many, many moves and hours. So if we can get the picture, then okay, then I'll trust. Otherwise, okay, obviously something unambitious from Vadim, but it's still possible to play. But it says it's just a draw. Can we get the picture or not? Okay, maybe we try to get the picture later. Anyway, let's believe so far that okay, it's ended in a draw. Anyway, position looks pretty equal. Suat Nurgaliyev plays against Dmitry Bocherov, and they have some neither variation with the 6th move bishop d3. The move I never done and never played at my best years, but actually somehow I like to analyze it, and I remember back in 2021 I even spent a considerable amount of time taking a look at it from the white side of view. Okay, it probably was more of theoretical interest rather than any practical use. So bishop d3, yeah, it's surprisingly quite an interesting move. I was kind of asking myself, okay, but why? Why I had such a long career, played so many different systems, I played so many different 6 moves against neither with white. Why it never happened to me to come and to study this move on a serious ground? Okay, but what can I say? Life happened in the way it happened. Yeah, so knight d2, bishop e7, castle. Yeah, and here actually white have some choice, and it's some knight g3, some other moves, and position is actually quite interesting and quite tricky for both sides. Rook e8. This move I for surely either don't know or simply don't remember. I think it was some bishop e6 and other moves. f4, knight c6, knight e5. Take. Okay, a bit mysterious rook 8 move. Maybe it's helpful in some positions, maybe not. But black normally in that structures after taking on d5, he looks for some place with f5. Now rook is slightly off. So if white keeps the bishop, I don't know, some bishop e4, easy move comes to mind. Maybe f5 from black, and after c3, knight e6, knight goes to around c5. If black is on time, it's okay, but bishop e4, f5, maybe I can consider something active, maybe some f4 with white, trying to make some use that my pieces are staring at the black king, and it should be at least something threatening for black. Okay, visually I would probably prefer here white. Sava Vitohin, who also recovered from his first round loss, and now he's back to the business with 2 out of 3. He plays Arseny Shturman, also young player, and also who is doing so far quite well here. Knight f3 against Nimzo. Short castle, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, c5. Yeah, this we somehow I also checked that. And d5. Yeah, d5 is sort of a fighting choice. I like this choice because, okay, some rook c1, e3, but okay, that's not enough challenging, but this variation is much more actually much more challenging for white and for black, but I think in that way white can try to fight for some opening advantage. d6, e3, okay. And black decided to take on d5. That's actually quite important choice because the other type of play, if black just closes the center with some bishop c3, bc, e5, and it's completely other type of play with a totally closed position in the center where black tries to shut white's bishops and pretend the knights in the closed type of play will be stronger than not really active bishops. It's normally a good way of playing for black, but with the king on e8. So black is better. Black is better off with not a short castle, but to keep the king either on the center or maybe to castle alongside. But with the short castle, this pin is kind of annoying. So I'm still talking about the structures bishop c3, bc, e5. In that game, okay, it happened exchange in the center, g5, bishop c3, knight e4, knight d2. Knight d2 into a face, and looks like Sava is still completely aware what is he's doing, and Arseny is taking his time, so position might actually become very tricky for black. Okay, knight g3, now hg is very, very dangerous. Okay, the h file is open. Knight d2, okay, gives white an easy hand, an easy advantage, so probably black has to take the pawn. Knight c3, bc, bishop c3, some, I don't know, rook c1 probably. And then black needs to decide how they play. Bishop d2 looks quite set. Bishop d7 just invites lots of h4 actions. Queen e5 is possible to keep active position and maybe to try to play on counter chances. And then, okay, then white obviously should know how to play. Ilya Ilyushenok, he plays white against Vladimir Maslovsky. Here we have bishop g5. dc, e4, sort of something similar to Vienna variation, which I used to like to play a lot, even though I must admit I never was actually really satisfied with positions that I was finally playing. This I've never seen it from black. It looks very, very strange way of playing. d5. Because normally I had my bishop on b4 already, yes, and black has his bishop on f8. These, of course, are something completely new. At least to me, here white has a huge choice. I don't know, maybe queen takes d5 might be considered. Okay, maybe still knight c6, bishop a6, yeah, and nobody cares. Yeah, okay, knight takes d5, queen takes d, bishop c4, knight c6. Okay, a modern chess, yeah, so nobody is under any fear Bishop d6. I don't know if e5 exists here or not. Okay, looks very promising. Okay, if black will be able to finish, then objectively he stands quite okay. Short castle, bishop g4, some easy play, and even the dark squares potentially can be no less important than the white squares. But so far, white has lead in the development. White has some active options. So Ilya is taking his time. e5 is one of them, and okay, apart from e5, he might consider playing some other moves, but he needs to hurry up a bit. Yeah, if he just plays some moves like h3, queen, I don't know, queen d3, rook d1, it may be enough to keep it on safe grounds, but maybe not enough to keep it with some advantage. Next we have Semyon Novozhilov, also a very promising young player. He played against Sergei Labanov. And we have yet one more Catalan with white, and queen c2, c6, h4, of course f5. Whenever you can at first option, h4, of course, if you can push the h-pawn, you have to push, h6, knight d2, knight h5, and knight h5, bishop e3. Wow, even e3. Okay, probably Semyon knows what is he's doing. E3 looks a bit provocative to my taste, but obviously he still follows his prep. Otherwise, I think over the board it's a tough decision just to cut all the ways how the bishop can come back. So black decided, okay, let's pick up the challenger. Okay, if you provoke me, let's be provoked. Yeah? Okay, g5 takes, and bishop e5, okay, f6, then queen g6, knight g7, knight g5, yeah, and some quick checkmate. So knight g7 then, and bishop h3. Wow, what a play! It's still the idea if f6 is probably the same, yeah. Bishop e6 and queen g6, knight g7, knight g5. Same scenario, same play, yeah. Bravo. I don't know if it's actually great, if it's actually good, but okay, Semyon is playing quite quick, so it still should be the part of his prep. White may continue simply like king g2, rook h1, and trying to checkmate black. If f6 is never in the air, then might be f5 at some moment. But then I can guess can be some g4. And that's a big question because this knight on g7 is absolutely lousy placed. Yeah, he's not in a play, and f5 and then it will be also not really easy to regroup the pieces. Yeah, actually, very interesting beginning of the game. So now, no wonder that Sergei is taking time and he's trying to find how to reply to all that. Isaac Parpiv is playing against Jamsaran Sydipov. We have King's Indian, short castle, and h6. Okay, so h6 I guess I also never seen and never tried in my life, but okay, who I am. So bishop e3, knight b2 d7, queen c1, knight g4. Okay, no more bishop g5, king h7, h3, knight f6, bishop e3. So with this small trick, black just forced white for some quick h3 move, which in other positions may not be immediately necessary. c6, knight to d2, c5, d8, b4, d5. So both sides are very in much belief of his play and strategy. So knight c4 looks actually quite well for white. And knight is already on c4 with all the black pieces not being so greatly activated. Okay, knight e6. And almost essential. Black cannot allow themselves to wait more tempest than rook d1, and okay, white takes the full control. Here, I guess if white takes on e5, then it might be some knight d4 maybe. If white takes on d4, rook d4, okay, the knight is hanging, pawn on b4 is hanging, pawn on e4 is hanging, so black will probably be able to take some material back. And actually looks more or less okay. If black is on time to place the knight on the center, then it's at least black gets some play. Yeah? White may consider some rook d1, knight d4, bishop f1 to play in such a fashion, but okay, then maybe some more knights can come to some places. Okay, looks playable enough. Dmitry Rostovtsev, who is also on 2 out of 3, I think, he plays against Arsen Kukhmazov. I think I told on the previous days that okay, Arsen is famous for his devotion to Caro-Kann as a black player, but now he went for c5. Enough is enough. Sometimes we all need a small change, and knight c3, d6, f4, sort of some Grand Prix attack, knight f3, bishop d7, bishop b5, bishop d7, bishop c4, knight c6, short castle, e6. Both sides should be very, very much aware what to do after all these early tries of f5. White can go f5 right now, white can go d3 and you move f5, and sort of it. Both sides should be really, really prepared. If they both are prepared, then okay, then it should be more or less a reliable setup for black. Also, it can be considered some knight b5 now for white, no? Or I'm just a little bit flying with my fantasies. I think it exists some moves like knight b5. Okay, the pawn is the pawn d6 attacked. Okay, it should be protected, but protected how? Bishop c8, queen b8. Because bishop c8, okay, but I have now some different options, and all of them are very interesting. d4 being one of them, and let's say s6, even d5. I can try. Okay, maybe that's actually not very dangerous, yeah? Yeah, just a b, bishop b5, ed, knight g7, and okay, black is doing fine. It looks like, or maybe we can consider some piece sec, but a bit too much maybe. Also knight b5, bishop c8, e5, no, e5, d, ef, e, knight e5, take, and we have bunch of tempests, but not yet clear does it enough to compensate or not. Okay, so Dmitry takes his time. Next we have Alexander Trepishko. Finally we have Alexander Trepishko on our broadcast. Is another great player from the former chess team. So former chess team is doing so far quite great. Most of the players are having 2 out of 3, and he plays against Maxim Volkov. And okay, let's see what we have here. e4, c5, knight f3, and g3. g3, a possible way also of playing. I used to play it a bit with white, and even though I think that d5 objectively quite satisfactory for black, still not everyone likes it from the black side, and at least half of the games black were actually not playing d5 against me. If they're not playing so, then okay, I think it's quite smart from white not to lose any tempi on queen e2, d3, and all these semi-strengthening moves. Now queen e2, d5, ed. Okay, d. So with the knight on the 6, white can go d3, because it's just a normal transposition to this King's Indian type of plays. This is type of play where white actually wants to play with the central strategy, some quick d4, 93, no knight c4. Why? I don't know. c3 is played. 6, knight c4, queen c7. And okay, now Alexander has to make some choice. d4, this isolated type of this isolated pawn type of play. Okay, I'm not a huge fan, especially seeing this bishop on g2, and okay, d3 is something normal, but then also, okay, it's a bit of the question of what his rook is doing on d1. Also, I don't know if d3 bishop c3 is it there or not, if it's good or not, but it's clearly an option for black to completely switch to the other type of play. And f4 can be also considered a typical and normal move. White wants maybe to expand with f5 or just to secure the position of the white side. But f4 normally b6, and white needs to pay some attention. Maybe some bishop, even s6 can come. Again, pinning a knight and then rook d8 and sort of it. Okay, the clash of the young and strong players. We have Taimas Timirbekov, one of the youngest participants in that tournament. He's around 12 or 13, probably 13. And he plays against Artyom Uskov, who is already 14. So we have again some long theoretical discussion. Knight c3, knight c6, takes, e5, 95, 94. Yeah, a huge theory here. Both players really need to know what they're doing. Position is extremely sharp and full of hidden and not hidden ideas. f5 is played. Take, 96, bishop e3, queen d8, check, take. It's still a well-known line. Bishop e7, rook d1. White is doing great by the positional factors, but this king on e2, of course, provides lots of counterplay for black. Knight e4, queen e5, c5. It's still, I believe, the main theory, or at least I've seen it somewhere. Queen g7, rook f8. No, this is maybe not already the main line. It's maybe some prep of Artyom. So he sacrificed the pawn to get something active. And after rook f8, white proceed with some move. Let's wait this move. Let's wait for this move. So we just saw that Taimas made a move. Which one? Obviously, white has two problems. The king on e2 and the rook on h1. Both of them, one has to be settled and secured, and the second one has to come into play. Because rook g1 is a bit slow, with some intention of h4 is very daring, but this square on g3 would be my very big concern, let's say. Otherwise, h4, rook h3 comes to mind, of course. Bringing rook into play, and at least providing that she might join it from some squares. But somehow we are not seeing the move which was played. Okay. We waited almost an hour, but the move is played, but it's not here yet. Okay, the other players are having less than 2 out of 3. Maybe we'll take a look at them slightly later. So let's go back to the top boards. Jan Yan, knight c3, no, knight d b4. Okay, so Ivan decided not in favor of any trades. So knight d to b4, bishop e3. Jan is actually famous. Sometimes he plays such moves like bishop e3 relatively quickly. To my understanding, this move is far from obvious. I don't know if white really needs this bishop to be on e3. He attacks nothing. He shuts the potential pressure against the e5 pawn. Okay, he takes some control around the d4 square. Does it so important? Okay, hard to say. Anyway, okay, he plays it relatively quickly. So probably he knows what he's doing. Okay, bishop g4. A logical pin. h3, and again the logical bishop h5. All of a sudden, Jan is sort of thinking. No, Jan cannot be sort of thinking, so he goes knight e4. Knight e4. What is that? What is that? Does he really play that move, knight e4? Okay, white wants to go c3. That's quite obvious. Maybe. Or maybe that's not an obvious at all. Maybe knight g3 is the next move to unpin the queen and ask the bishop to stand on g6. But what about bishop f3? Can black just take? Queen f3, knight c2. What's wrong? What's wrong there? I don't see any tactics for white. Of course, I believe it exists, but I cannot see so far. Looks like black has everything defended. Ivan looks also surprised. I'm completely surprised because, okay, bishop f3, gf3 looks so much scarier to white. I can't really believe that Jan decides to play this structure so quickly. So it should be queen f3, knight c2, and because the black is not forced to take on e3. Because okay, rook c1, knight e3, f3, it's a great play for white, but black will probably go knight d4. And basically what? Because the c pawn is very, very important, so it must be some tactical idea. And I'm unfortunately feel utterly stupid. I don't see that idea. And knight to 6 is not there. Okay, I'm without any understanding what goes on. To my understanding, bishop f3, and white is facing some okay, not troubles, but some problems clearly. I have absolutely zero idea what goes on here. Okay, Hans Moki Nimovich is here. So we have Karo. So finally he appeared on the board and c6 was played. Karo, knight f3, e6, bishop e2, knight e7. And knight e7, c3, h6. Yes, I also used to like this some c3 moves back in my years, but okay, back in my years it was almost 20 years ago when I started to play this classical variation with white. I remember even I succeeded in playing a couple of decent games. I won against Visha Anand in San Luis in 2005. I won a nice game against Alexei Dreev in Super Finals. So a couple of games I was really, okay, not almost proud, but I thought at least it's some understanding of chess. And it actually was in that structures with early c3, okay, f4, s6, okay, b4 now, and now f5. So white goes queen b3, takes, g5, knight c3. Okay, so black lost the tempi, but a bit stabilized his center, and probably because now white has the absence of the c pawn and black is completely firm with the pawn structure. Maybe Hans is looking for some pawn pushes on the king side. I don't know, maybe some g4, h5, as we used to see quite a lot. Okay, he plays bishop g7. That's maybe with the intention for some f6 problem. Yeah. Knight c3 is a bit stupid piece for white in that structures, because okay, it's basically doing no job, doing just a presence on the board. White might look for some f5, knight f4, but it's a bit slow probably. And okay, one lucky day, knight may land to some nice outpost, but meanwhile some castle f6 and black is quite quick. Okay, my idea was maybe just to put in f5, knight f4, bishop b2. Not because it's bishop on e3 I dislike. Okay, bishop on b2 I would prefer. Yeah, maybe also to have some queen jumps through the third rank and sort of it. Okay, hard to say. Very complicated fight. Alexei needs to come up with some idea how he wants to place the pieces now, because this f6 is really in the agenda for black, and then black is very active in the center. And this queen b3, knight c3 is a big question what this duo is doing. Richie forced black for some king d8, and Arseny decided, okay, buddy, you left me with no castle this game. c4, h6, bishop e3. Okay. Now white just tries to play a normal chess, saying that okay, it will be hard for you to comfortably connect the rooks, because your bishop would be either under tempest or he should be placed passively on d7 on d6, and therefore he will be actually making some troubles for black to easily connect the rooks. Knight g4 is played, and to all surprises of the public and mine, white goes d4. No concern for the bishop. Take if you like it, yeah? I would like. Okay. Okay, so Daniel made a draw as we were it is sort of confirmed. Denis versus Vladislav, some London with white, bishop g4, c3. A very topical and a very popular line. e6, queen b3, queen to c8, h3, and c4. So using a tempo to take some space. Queen d1, bishop h5, g4, bishop d6, knight h4. White immediately calling the bishop to be taken. And black is replying bishop e4. It's hard to say if Vlad knows what he's doing or he's experimenting, because that looks a bit shaky to my taste. And even if it goes f3, what is a big idea for Vlad there? Okay, g5 is probably too much, yeah, too much of the joy. Black just takes on h1, gf, let's say gf, and okay, this bishop on h1 would be hardly possible to be easily attacked. But okay, the normal action is to consider just f3, and what black wants. Okay, supposedly he goes bishop g6. Okay, maybe this pawn on f3 will be of no any big use for white, and it will take some squares out. But white can go some e4, maybe even without taking on g6, and to play in that manner. Okay, probably black will just go some bishop e7 and play some positional chess. It can be this scenario. Rook g1 I don't like that much. Anyway, black can go some h6, and this rook on g1 does not look very promising piece. In that game, we stopped around bishop c3. After bishop c3, c6, knight d2, just something so far very normal. Okay, but instead of bishop on c1, white has already bishop on c3, probably some definite achievement for white, at least much. Okay. No need to comment. Whenever you can, whenever it's possible, push the a pawn or h pawn, b3, b5. Absolutely no idea if it's supposed to be played like this or not. Knight e5, bishop s6, rook e1, knight to d7. So black wishes to force white to make any decision in the center, and white obviously would like to keep the tension and not take any decision in the center. Okay, knight d3, take, dc, knight b2, and okay, knight b6 and e4 now. I don't know, it's hard to say if it's profitable or not. White has jumped around with the knight, knight e5, knight d3, knight b2, and it's hard to say. Okay, the pawn is still on e5, is a concern for black, because knight, say if knight d7, then probably bishop takes e5, because the queen is no longer threatening the d4 pawn. But still, in general, looks like quite kind of normal position for both sides. Here, some classical game. Knight c6, knight c4. Okay, h6. Why not? Knight e3, bishop e6, bishop d5. Otherwise, white needs to reckon if black goes d5 themselves, and okay, probably that's not in the plan, yeah. So bishop d5, rook e8, bishop d2, bishop f8. Everything so far is quite logical, and bishop takes e6 now. F takes, and okay, now b4. So white wants to make some use that in that structures, maybe this rook 8 and bishop f8 not really necessarily moves by black, and okay, white has just prepared to play some b4, b5, and taking some space on the queen side. Okay, all fight ahead, maybe slightly easier to play for white, but objectively should be still around equal. Here we have classical Catalan with everything going calm so far. No any gambits, no any early h4, h6, f4, f5, rook e1, c5. It's almost a game of the 20th century. Yeah? e4, he plays through the center. Wow, it's impossible now. That's impossible. Takes, knight, bishop f6, and rook e2, protecting the bishop on b2 and asking black the intentions in the center. White may go rook d2, white might consider some d5. Also, black needs to reckon with some knight e5 jumps, and okay, white is attacking different pieces. Maybe slightly looking better for white, but okay, hard to say. Black is just on time with bishop b7, and to put all pieces to their normal places, it still should be more or less reliable and okay. In that derby, we have kind of strange structure. White opted for active knight h4, and after the trade, bishop went back to c8, but okay. Of Of course, black spent a lot of time, a lot of tempest, but white has doubled pawns and not that easy to get immediately very quick and active play. So anyway, white has to try. So f4 is played. And black is going for e6, white is going for e4. All the pawns ahead, e5. And here white has plenty of choices. Hard to say actually what comes first to mind. F5, but it's not that easy probably. Okay, in the actual game he chose in the favor of taking and goes bishop e3. And black is even decided, okay, if ED, then okay, but probably takes on f8, goes e5, and some bishop d5 is very annoying. So black is just holding and trying to close the position with knight c6, d5, knight f5. So take my exchange if you like, but your knight on h4 and your bishop on g2 will remain relatively passive. And if black is in time to take on c4 or just to get the pieces into action, he will have a nice long-term compensation. Because for white it's really hard to get these two into play. I mean, these both mana pieces. Okay, position is full of life. It's an interesting approach by Danishvar, so he's sacrificing in exchange and playing absolutely positional chess. Here we have this Spanish with d3 bishop c5, and Alexander finally chose for the favor c3, short castle, and d5. d5. Okay, my memory is not immediately giving me some information about that type of play, but obviously, okay, I think I was not playing c3 maybe that much. I was mostly taking on c6 or playing knight c3. So this c3 I was analyzing also, but probably not to some big extent. And okay, d5, a modern approach. If you can sacrifice the central pawn, it's a good idea. So take d4, bishop d6, bishop g5. Yeah, it's still my internet games on ICC back in 2004. I had it a couple of times this position. But okay, my blitz experience and the exact estimation from 2 days supercoms are two very different things in life. c5, knight d2, and okay, just some big play. Okay, black can trade on d4 and go some bishop, I don't know, f5 or b7, and black can continue sacrificing non-stop. So okay, all fight ahead. Andrei Yesipenko, who was showing an interesting strategy with early knight d5. Knight bd7 was the answer. Short castle, f4. I think c4 was one of the ideas of this early placement of knight on d5, trying to have this full control and full stability in the center. But nowadays, okay, the players know what they're doing. Also, as we saw yesterday, Andrei also likes to push the a-pawn rather quickly. So takes on d5 now. And what now? Rook c8. Slightly meaning some knight b6 may come at the proper moment. Okay, f5, okay, to control and to take some space. Then e4, queen d1, knight e5, rook f4. So white is taking care about c4 square, also putting pressure against e4 pawn. Maybe rook will stands well on b4. So far, I like for white. White has no weaknesses, very, very flexible position, and black has already certain things to be careful about, especially this pawn on e4. It might easily become a target. Yeah. Okay, queen d7 is played. Okay, most likely we see some rook b4. And okay, black may opt for something solid like, I don't know, h6 or rook f2 e8, sort of it. But any rook f8, I don't know if white goes bishop g5, is it possible? Or some knight d5? Maybe knight d5, but I don't know, then queen d5, bishop g5, rook b7. And the pawn on s6 is hanging, white will get a very dangerous pawn. Okay, hard to say, man, so it's full of life, but in general I think white has some light initiative. Taba showed us a big piece of understanding once more time, because after d6 he's not taking on c6, it just goes queen d2. Nobody wants to take your knight that quickly. Black goes in a very, very respectful fashion, some h6, and just knight f3. Okay, now white can even opt for some d4. Yeah? That's why black goes e5, a3, a5, short castle, knight g2 e7, rook b1. And now, because of this pressure against the h6 pawn, it's not that easy for black to make a short castle. Okay, g5 is played, and now knight e1. So far things looks pretty okay for white, because okay, knight c2 b4 is already in action. Whenever black goes f5, white can simply go f4, and it's not that easy to continue. And also, if black makes a short castle, he needs to reckon with different plays from white. White can even play f4 themselves in certain positions, and looks pretty interesting to play. Okay, maybe if castle f4, maybe e takes, g takes, knight f5. And white needs to make some ugly move like bishop f2. Okay, not ugly, but time wasting, and it should be not really clear. Okay, but f4 is obviously not the most necessary move. Knight c2 can be played maybe just with an idea to go b4, opening the play, and what black will do, some f4 or not. Hard to say. It's really hard to say. Anyway, position is full of life, but looks like pretty promising for white, I would say. Some tempos were sort of important. Here we have another classic. Also, black pushed both flank pawns h6 and f5, and white has avoided any pawn play, just all the pieces through the center, classical chess, classical play. But anyway, position looks approximately equal. Black may take with the bishop if he wants, maybe with the pawn to keep it more sharp. With the knight dc, okay, that's a bit passive, I would say. With bishop also, maybe white take on c5 and try to make use of the spin. So of course ed, okay, ed is probably more logical. And okay, obviously by the modern standards it's time for some h4, e3, but instead knight h4. Instead actually they went knight h4. What is that? What is that? Okay, cd is an obvious choice, but then I guess knight f7 appears, yeah? Okay, otherwise it makes absolutely no sense of playing knight h4. So cd4, okay, let's calculate a bit. Knight f7, king f7, queen g6. Okay, king somewhere. But then knight f5 is coming, yeah? If king g8, knight f5, bishop f8, but then knight h6 and white wins, yeah? Okay, so cd4 is not an option. Actually, knight f7 is a threat, yeah? Then queen g6 and knight f4 and knight f5. It's actually a threat, but can black have something else at their disposal or not? Otherwise, this knight f5 is also quite unpleasant. So white has two ideas, knight f5 and knight f7. Black needs to deal with both of them, and both of them are kinda annoying, I would say. And okay, g5 still knight f7. Okay. Okay, obviously it should be some way to deal with all that. Maybe bishop f8 is a possible move to play some prophylactics against both ideas. But still, even knight f7 there should be calculated. Take, queen g6, king g8, knight f5. Okay, knight h6 is too big, king h8 probably. And okay, that's looks like holdable, but still can be some concern, yeah? Okay, all of a sudden white is having lots of, also bishop f8 dc, there is some play, I don't know, bc, e4. There is also play here, because d4 runs for knight f7, queen b3 from that side, but after e4 black can try g5, and it's gonna be a complete mess. Oh, okay, white's probably losing some pieces, but black position remains pretty dangerous. Some ed, gf, knight f7, and the endless pleasure of playing chess. Yeah? Okay, nice play here. Here we have rook e8 move, a possible way of playing. d3, c6, e4. Who said that the tempos are important in the chess game? Show that classic can kill that classic. Yeah? We go e3, d3, e4. Great stuff. Knight e6, h3, knight c5. Okay, automatic when I see the pawn on h3, my instincts screaming for bishop e6 and queen d7. Like, take your tempi, take your granted tempi. And then also by playing that bishop e6, queen d7, black is also completely prepared for d5 push. But here I think bishop e6 should be f4. I think it's more or less automatic, and okay, 5 is in the air, and with bishop d7 even some g4 can be. Okay, 5 we can't allow it, we take on e4, f4, knight f4, but then probably only white improved, but not black. Okay. d5 is also an option here, with this hanging pawn on h3. Okay, but it's not to everyone's taste to play like that. Knight c5, bishop e3, f5, queen d2, b8. So Yevgeny decided that okay, he doesn't want to have any play in the center, leave it to white, and he wants to focus on some queenside play, probably intending to push b5. Okay, white predictably went f4, takes, and for me another unsolvable question mark query to take with the rook and then doubling along the f file, or to take with a pawn, which of course strengthening our center but slow downs our play. And after gf, okay, black is taking time. Okay, all fight ahead. Maxim Matlakov versus Lev Zverev. Okay, they both of them were playing quickly. Here's c4. Okay, knight f4, knight bishop c1, knight g6, knight g3, and c5. Wow, what a move! c5, really. Does black needs to play c5? My chess school is completely out for such moves. I don't know why black actually plays c5. Okay, d4 is a huge threat or just no any other moves. Okay, but now this black bishop is completely out of play. b5, bishop b6. He wants to put it to f5 and maybe to b4. Okay, the other place for make him being completely idle, yeah? It's bishop on f4, bishop on b4. I don't know if he has any big potential. Okay, if black wants to play on the queen side all of a sudden, maybe some bishop f5, bishop somewhere to b4, rook a8, and then try to take on b5 and to play on the f file. That can be some explanation, because otherwise this c5 looks, of course, completely anti-positional move, completely shutting your own bishop for some not exactly clear reason. Okay, d4 was a possibility for white, but it's a bit distant and a bit not clear if it was really there. After provocative knight e5, white decided to be provoked and went king h1, bishop d7, obviously intending rook c8 and put huge pressure against the c-pawn, ff4, knight c6, bishop e3, rook c8, rook c1, rook e8, sort of a useful move, and white is going knight b3 to keep the pieces on board, not to allow some simplifications by black, maybe taking on d4, bishop c6, some e5, more trading, more simplifications. So let's leave all the pieces on the board, and okay, white enjoys a space advantage. Black is a bit suffocated, as usually they face that problem in all the hedgehog structures. Here we have this knight c6 move, and after that it went in a way that knight g5. I decided to call it. Queen e7, b3, another call. Okay, now bishop e3 is direct threat. Knight d4, of course, everything's seen, everything is there. Bishop e3, c5, knight c3, h6. No sacrifices, of course, everything well calculated, well known, well done. So no any bishop c5, take, queen f7, king d8. Sort of not too much to add, yeah? Okay, knight g to e4. Take, bishop takes, bishop e6, queen f4. Why queen f4? Hard to say, I don't know, but okay, happened this move. 7, queen f5. Also a bit unusual to completely decentralize your queen, but at the same time it's a concrete play, yeah? Attacking black's pawns. Queen d8, white take on d8, rook take on d8. Okay, if bishop b7, then I guess knight c2. Okay, white is not yet ready to sacrifice an exchange, so e3 has been played. And what do we have here? Okay, if black finishes the development, he's absolutely fine. So white needs to play as quick as possible, trying to either to attack the black center or at least to get something which would compensate a potential lack of space. Black has pretty decent choice. There is knight to b5, there is knight to c6. I don't know if black has any crazy options, or do they need any crazy options? It looks like the position is pretty normal by itself. Okay, so Rudik is taking his time. Here we still get no moves, no picture, so let's believe the game ended up in a draw. No, this is not Semyon, this is Suat Nurgaliyev against Dmitry Bocharov, and after knight b4, white decided for bishop f5. Still black opted f5, otherwise the knight can be simply trapped on b4. c3, knight s6, f4. Basically the same scenario as I was also thinking, just thought maybe to keep all the pieces on the board. f4, take, g6, take on c8, rook c8, and queen f3. If white succeeds in making some threats, they will succeed. If not, then looks like black would solve all the problems. All the black pieces are coming easy into play. So I don't know if now f5 is possible or not, because that looks like a typical handy move to stop all the threats, to take this e4 square out from white's knight and force white to show something. Yeah, I think f5 is played. Now actually the white black has to be careful, because if he's not on time to achieve something visible on the king side, then okay, this knight on g3 would be out of place. Okay, knight e2 and trying to reroute him to e6. That's possible, but okay, the knight will stand on c5. And black has very quick play. Yeah, knight c5, bishop, I don't know, some f6, g5 somewhere. Both rooks are active, queen's jumping to b6 with a check. So pretty tricky. On the white's place, I would be really taking my time and trying to be as careful as possible. White obviously misplayed it somewhere, and black is doing fine. Here, okay, Arseny was forced to take on c3, and he indeed took on c3. Rook c1, and okay, not queen f5, but queen f6. Queen f5, I had some idea that in some positions black may just trade on d2 and at least exchange queens to slow down any possible attacks. But even in the endgames it can be problematic, because it's constant weakness on d6 plus still a weakened king, some h4, h5, f3, and lots of play there. Okay, white went h4, bishop f5, white exchanged on g5, which is looking like a big achievement almost every time I see it. But now, when the h file is open, Sava decided to castle short. That would never come to my mind, just almost never. I'm very primitive. I'm thinking, okay, I have the h file, I see the line, I want a mate. So no idea how would I actually play here, but my thoughts would be, can I use this h file to make something dangerous for black? What can be? What are the possibilities? Some queen h5. I don't know. Queen h5 very unsafe. Okay, I must admit. But that would come to my mind. Okay, bishop b5 is played. Okay, maybe a normal developing move. Knight s6. Now, much to my amazement, just short castle. Okay, so we played h4, hg just to I don't know, slightly opened both kings, and nobody wishes to have this h file for any active actions. And that's completely new to me. So lots of things are new to me. So you can actually see what are the typical shortcomings of ex-professional under his tender age of 47. Okay, next we have Ilya Ilyushenko against Vladimir Maslovsky, and e5 indeed played. White is really trying to use the time to set up some active position. Bishop b8, black's answer, and queen d3. Also trying to get maybe rook to d1, rook to f1. And with all the active pieces, black should be really, really careful. All possible attacks are coming. Let's say short castle, rook a to d1, bishop g4, knight f6, and the game can finish immediately if black plays like that. Of course, it's absolutely not forced, but it's just some example that black should be really, really careful here. Finally, we have Simeon, who is playing in a very creative style today. I especially like this idea e3. Okay, probably it's well known, just not known to me that e3 with that combination of take bishop e5 and knight g7, bishop h3, all like that. Okay, so black opted for knight f5. Okay, trying to get rid of this problematic knight. And white carefully taking first on d5, forcing black to recapture first, then d, e, and cd. It looks absolutely scary for black. Obviously, this opening phase of the game went as not a success for Sergei Labanov. Position looks okay. I can't say that it's necessarily lost, but it looks quite bad to my taste. I don't know. White have lots of options apart from positional take on f5, knight d4, which is already unpleasant, maybe. But okay, it just gives some space for the black pieces. King g2, rook h1 is still there, and yeah, very, very scary. Maybe even objectively bad. Here we have a full fight, but full fight when both are fighting, who knows who will profit. So knight c4, knight e6, knight d6 white played, knight d4, bishop to d3, and black went f5, and white went f4. Everybody forward, yeah? It's time to play only active moves. And what we have here. So both players are very principled, yeah? So AB, FE. What is there? I'm just trying to calculate. Not that easy. Because both sides are having their own trumps, yeah? Black and white. Yeah, it's hard to say if take on c3, take on f6, bishop takes, some e5 maybe. And who knows, yeah? Who knows what's gonna happen there? It's really move by move. Position is far from any general assessments. And okay, if we take still on b4, f takes e5. It should be something for black. Maybe just they need to find this way how to play. Actually, maybe it's the same way that's with Simeon's game. Maybe a takes b4, f takes e5, queen takes e5. If knight f7, queen g3. White is not forced to take on d8 because I thought if knight d8, then bishop h3. Okay, if returning mate in 1 on g2, then knight g4. And okay, then the bishop is attacked. Maybe something more to come. And maybe something sparkling in that sense. But okay, I'm not sure that it's completely correct line of playing, even though it looks pretty funny. Okay, position is pretty messy, so Jean Saran taking his time. It's really, really important moment. He needs to find possibly the best way how to play. Otherwise, it's maybe something. So there is some bishop h3 sometimes ideas, but okay, bishop g3, gh, ab, white is not forced to take on e5. White can just remove the knight, probably saying, okay, you gave the piece, prove me what. Eh? And after a takes, if f takes, there are no tempes for that. Okay. Okay. Next. Next we have actually f5. So Dmitry played here f5. Okay, saying, okay, show me your knowledge, and the knowledge was to take with g. Which is not the most common way of replying, but probably in the given situation, Arsene decided that this d5 tempi is sort of important. White went bishop b5, and position remains, of course, very intense and very complicated. But okay, White succeeded in playing f5. Normally, again, I was schooled. If White achieved f5, it's already meaning that okay, White gets some real play. Alexander decided that f4 is okay. And after b6, still he went c3, d3, saying that, okay, up to your pleasure. You can take on c3, or you can do any move. I don't know, I could be tempted actually to take. Material-wise, black would be up, and lots of nice squares. It's hard for white to create lots of big jumps. Okay, Maxim decided that position is good. It does not require any drastic measures. Rook f to e8, rook e1. Still taking some consideration for bishop c3 in some moments, and rook a to d8. Black has centralized and basically having a good time. Also after rook e1, white has a very hidden idea to take on d5, which actually can be missed, especially in blitzes, because okay, normally we are not tend to calculate such a anti-positional trade, but okay, actually just win the piece. So rook d8. Now the knight is protected, and okay, it's white move. Okay, actually, also all fight ahead. Two youngsters provided us what? Provided us move g3. Also must be still part of the prep. Such a move not easy to be made quickly. Black went back with the knight, protecting both pawns and also attacking the rook. Rook g1, queen b6, and rook to d2. I don't know if it's the best way how white is supposed to protect all the pawns, or some move like b3 is also takes some control. Okay, maybe b3 f5. Just okay, white is not having big threats, and just to go f5 f4 and attacking the pawn chain, and at the same time activating the rook. Maybe with rook d2, white tries to keep this rook on 8 out of active play. And but that's still a bit shaky for white. And okay, I don't know if black wants to go some rook g8, and rook g8 is not here because the knight is hanging. Long castle. It would definitely come to my mind, but long castle, yeah, long castle may be possible. At least to protect the pawn on d7, then the knight can be jumpy again. So pretty complicated position. Okay, white is a pawn up, but of course black has a lot of piece play. And okay, let's take a quick look to the players who is on a 50%. Young Quingu is playing Vahidov Shamsidin, some Spanish classical play with a bit strange bishop on h4. Normally white is having him on e3 or somewhere. Here I would say that black has zero problems. The knight is positioned great on c5, and this bishop on h4 have lots of questions what exactly he is doing. Aliyev Ravan is playing Narayan from India, and the pawn has gone and compensation has gone as well, it looks like. I don't know what exactly white intends to play here, but looks like black has a pawn up in a very good and solid position. Petrosyan Manuel is playing Popov Konstantin, another Najdorf with another bishop e2, knight b3, and some variations of it. Okay, all play ahead. Of course, h5 was the last move. Just to remind you that whenever you can, whenever it's possible, if you don't know, if you know or don't know whatsoever, just play h5 and enjoy your life. Maxim Timoshin is playing against Nikita Afanasyev. Here we have French defense. Finally, someone remembered that the French defense does exist. Okay, knight g7, knight a3, bishop b7, knight c2, queen f5. I remember I was preparing a bit knight g7 for black, but all my attempts to prepare something against third move e5 was normally getting only worse and worse. So probably I have to recheck my prep back in 90s and maybe to try to find something from that period, because all my recent ideas, they probably just go by degradation scale. Like next idea should be clearly worse than the previous one. Okay, queen b6, d6. d6 is a typical way of dealing with that pressure in the center. Queen c7. Logically, black does not want to waste time shuffling with the queen, so he wants to settle him and to try to take the pawn on e5, and he succeeds, taking b4, take on f3, s6, okay, a little bit of cautious, okay, queen g3, e5, bishop d3, and just g6. Okay, if black will finish the development, he should be more or less fine. Okay, he has this strong pawns in the center, and basically position of the pieces are also okay. The king is relatively safe. c4, active play by white, and just a calm short castle. Nothing happens. Okay, the fighting position, but objectively I think black is doing more or less okay. Polina Shvalova, who is so far a little bit in a stream of making short draws. Okay, let's hope that today she'll be more eager to play. She plays Pyotr Karabkov, and after s6, it's already invitation that please play chess. And okay, let's see. Queen e2. Okay, why not? e6. f4 immediately, b4, knight f3 now, knight f6, short castle, bishop e7, knight b2 d2, e5, knight d7. Okay, otherwise I guess knight f5 is an option which black does not want to consider, and c5 is not in the wish list as well. So just a 5, bishop e3, bishop e6. So he wants to have this trade first. White goes h4. Okay, white should be doing slightly better, but all these tricky French structures, of course, you need also not to overestimate them. Black may pose with some h6, may consider taking on d3, and I don't know if Polina wants to take with the pawn or not. If she takes with the pawn, then black might consider casting alongside, because it will be harder for white to break through here. If she takes with the queen, obviously it's really dangerous, almost suicidal to make a long castle, but queen c8, queen e6 might be some option to suggest the trade of the queen, or to kick white queen from the active position on d3, and then maybe to finish the development. Anyway, I told you this closed French positions are a bit tricky. It's easy to overestimate them by white, but anyway, I believe white should be standing better, and it's quite clear. Artem Galaktionov against Kirill Shubin. Here, more or less a classical game, and position should be roughly equal. And okay, there are more games, but probably that's a bit too far we're going. So okay, let's go back to the top of the board. The top of the board, we have Jan. We have Jan, and Jan happened what? So Jan played 94 relatively quickly. Black taken on f3, absolutely the first choice, and gf3. Jan is playing quite speedy, and by his facial expressions, sometimes it's hard to judge if he is happy with what goes on the board, or he blundered, he's unhappy. Okay, he made a bit of work to cover his original emotions, but anyway, to my understanding, it looks completely horrible to play like this. So black went 95, king h2, king h8, rook g1, f5, knight c3. I can't believe that it was really a conscious white's intention to play like that. Knight takes to e3. This exchange, I don't know, this should be investigated because white structure gets improved. Hard to say, maybe bishop c5 he's at there. Yeah, bishop c5. And he played f4. Also trying to be pushy and active. Bishop d5 is played, knight e7, bishop e4. Horrible stuff. White is obviously struggling. Okay, he gets some nice pieces, but even black takes some c6, some logical play. Okay, black is a pawn up. Also, maybe to take with the f pawn, it also comes into some consideration. So lots of promising options for black. And also this knight from e7, once he gets activated, he can also join a play with a huge effect. But Jan is, of course, tricky position, a bit of the type he likes, very unbalanced, with at least one very, very strong piece, this bishop on f4. Also, the g file is open. Okay, some jumps, and of course, Ivan should be really careful not to allow Jan his famous jumpy magic. Okay, now it's time for us to have our first and normally the last break. So we'll have about 10 minutes break, and then after that we will come back and continue our live broadcast. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We continue our live broadcast from the Aeroflot Open. Today we have the fourth round, lots of interesting and intensive games. So we stopped at the moment when Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the leaders of this tournament, he plays against Ivan Zemlyansky. Both players are on 3 out of 3. And we left at the moment when it was clear that after bishop e4, white's gonna surrender the central pawn, but Jan is obviously hoping to get some compensation and to play on the white squares, maybe sometimes to make some knight b5, knight e7 possible, and to create a pass pawns or whatever. But objectively, of course, white is facing tough problems. He's without a pawn, his king is also unsafe, and okay, let's see what happened meanwhile. So black decided to talk with the bishop on e3, rook g5, queen d6. Ivan is not afraid of any knight b5, because knight b5 now comes into some consideration. Probably it's considered to be not dangerous, maybe some queen b4. Counter-attack, and okay, white is not in time. So queen g2 is played, g6, and Jan is still hot, still playing h4. Objectively, I think black is, of course, enjoying it quite a lot, but tactically, you can never be calm playing Jan in such a sharp and dynamic positions. So actually, luckily, we got the present situation with clocks. Jan so far, he has 42 minutes left, while his opponent has 35 minutes left. Still pretty enough time, but okay, the time is running and position still remains objectively complicated, even though, of course, I would prefer black. Second board, we have Hans Niemann. He plays with black against Alexei Gaganov. Hans was playing quite interestingly in the opening. In the opening, he lost the tempo by playing s6 and f5, so he went s6, b4, f5. I don't know if it's all theory or it's just his prep. And after this recapture, he switched to playing against the white center. Knight c3. This move I had, let's say, I have some doubts, but okay, because this knight on c3 is not making lots of useful job. Okay, bishop g7, bishop to e3, f6, take on f6, bishop take f6. So black's bishops are very active, and the central pawn on d4 looks a bit weak. Short castle, b5, a rook to f7, and bishop d6. So activating the bishop, but white has spent so many tempos objectively, yeah, and okay, g4, knight e1, quite unfortunate and passive move. Okay, my thoughts would be that white wants to go knight e5, but knight e5, it didn't happen. Otherwise, what's basically the big purpose of bishop d6 move? Why Alexei decided that it's inferior? It can be knight e5, d5, knight c8. Can be this explanation, and no tricks are at white's disposal. However, after knight e1, it looks pretty set white. Both knights are completely out of play, and black's pieces are very active. So Hans h5. Does it? Or the first necessity to go h5. Anyway, it's sort of useful, of course. Yeah, this pawn on g4, just to be defended, and but okay, b takes c6, b takes c6, and queen b7. Some to dive in. Yeah, so to dive in to make some noise. A bit scary for white, because black has very compact and very strong position in the center, and white is having lots of unprotected pieces. Yes, this bishop on d6 is unprotected, knight on c3 is unprotected, knight on e1 is temporarily out of place. So, and black is very, very compact, everything defended, nice structure, and lots of play either in the center or even potentially against the white king. So Hans is doing really great, and Alexei is obviously on a weaker side now. Next we have Richie Rapid, who decided to give some to give at least one bishop to Arseny, saying, okay, one bishop to a good guy is almost not a gift. Okay, black decided that, okay, that thanks for calling me a nice person, and thanks for the bishop as well. So black is taking the bishop, and g5 decided, okay, it's time to roll the pawns ahead. Castle long. Wow, what a move. Why castle long? Okay, my first pick would be some knight d5, trying at least to secure my pawn chain and maybe to get some attention against the black's bishop, but Richie is again shows no concern, but g4 is not under any concern. Okay, Arseny played it. Knight e1, bishop g5, very logical play, of course. Knight c2, rook a8, thank you. King d2, f4, thank you. Bishop d3. Wow, incredible stuff. Just incredible stuff. So from having a really good position now, I think white is at, again, not like a big danger case, still black is relatively undeveloped, but yeah, I don't know, g3 played. Okay, Arseny wants to get this g4 square for his bishop. His direct threat is maybe to take on e3, followed by some bishop g4. And yeah, I don't know if really Richie happy with his experiments so far. h4 can be an option, f e3, king e1, and then hoping to play against the black's bishop. Because don't forget that white is still ahead in the development, so it's not that easy for black to hope for some quick end over here. But in general, it looks quite okay for black. Daniil Dubov made a short draw. Denis Lazovic is having looks like a great position. It's white to move. Looks very promising for white. So after bishop f4, indeed happened f3. Bishop g6, trade on g6, e4, as we thought, sort of logical play. b5 happened. Okay, why not? Bishop g2, also logical, just to finish the development. Bishop e7, short castle. And b4. b4, and white just goes bishop g3. Just an easy play, maybe e5, f4, maybe e takes d5, followed by f4. Anyway, white is prepared for some active play. And on the other side, black does not succeed in creating too many dangerous ideas. Okay, f4, also logical. Take on e4, knight takes on e4. What would happen if black takes on e4 and takes on h3? Maybe no any safe haven for the black king. Okay, it deserves some attention, hard to say, but okay, Vladislav decided in favor of knight d5, but position looks extremely dangerous to my taste. White enjoys a great position, and black is extremely shaky. So, okay, Denis is doing great, and Vladislav needs to be really careful here. Here we have something very strange with the arrangement of the white pieces. How it's like in checkers. It's not like it's not chess. It's a checkers type of placing the pieces. How does it happen? Okay, we left around this moment, and e4 was played. Yes, bishop b4. Okay, just if you are normal, continuing being normal. c5, take. Now watch out for all these tricks with f2 square. Knight d5, knight takes c4, knight c6. So finally black in time to develop their pieces, and this knight on b2 looks a bit lousy. Rook to d1, knight c to b4, bishop takes. That's how it started. So rook e4 started from here. This first a bit. It's not active. White does not have any real play against the black's king, but okay, rook d3 happened. That's how it goes, because he started to cover all the weak squares. So he covered the c3 square from the invasion of the knight from the knight, and also he's trying to cover this and that, but at the same time he places rooks on the very strange squares, and also the spin on the c file is absolutely horrible. So queen e7, last preparational move. Black is obviously ready for any active play. At 3. Okay, just bishop c5, no any intention to eat something. Queen d2 and f5 happens, attacking the rook, and after e takes, knight takes. Visually, if just by the visual looking, my big desire for white is just to resign. Position looks so bad. But maybe white has some hidden resources, and I'm just too pessimistic. But so many pins, and basically every piece of black stands better than every piece of white. And also the pressure on f2 is immensely unpleasant. All the pins, horrible. Okay. So Mikhail has all the chances to upset the Elo favorite in that game. He will left in a moment after b4. I thought that, okay, it should be round equal, maybe slightly easier to play, more pleasant to play for white. Queen d7, king h1. A bit mysterious. Why does this move? He wants what? Some g4, rook g1, g5. Does it exist here, or is it some deep prophylactic move? Okay, black immediately replied. So he traded on b4, followed by rook c8, b5. Knight e7. Nobody wants to jump ahead. Preferable to keep the pieces. Knight d4. It's a problem or not. Okay, I don't know. Knight would be also a possible move. Probably white would take knight c2 and attack the pawn. If e5, maybe it's just a 4. Knight can come to b4 to the knight square. Okay, knight e7, queen b3, knight g6, knight c4, knight c4, c4, d5. Great. It's time to play active, but white has taken the pawn. Queen c7, and white has various of tries. Black probably intends to take on e4 to make sure that he will not end up being material down, but a bit suspicious for black. Okay, but of course precision are required for both sides here. But I like white's more here. Oleg Vastruhin against Aydin Somali, very much simplified position. I don't know, does White really believe that after f5 he will provide some serious problems? Okay, I don't know. Looks quite acceptable. It's quite acceptable. But anyway, f5 I think should be played, otherwise black may hope to get f5, and if knight will end up on c5, then okay, the two pawns are keeping 3, and then black almost would have an extra pawn on the other side of the board. Here, I don't know, here maybe some lift, maybe king f8, and just end brief normally, as they're saying. Yes, here it was actually a very, very interesting and concrete game. We left in a moment for knight f5. The position where it's completely unclear should I take the exchange and try to play on a material ground or refrain from taking, trying to be more dynamic. It's absolutely unclear what is best here. So queen f4 played, and after b6, c5. So white decided in favor of the second strategy, that okay, material is a material, but the spirit is a spirit. Okay, let's go forward. So c5, bishop s6, rook f2, c6, c6, and what we have here, very, very, very messy stuff. Knight on h4 is, yeah, and bishop on g2 are still both completely out of play. Okay, bishop b4, bishop b5. A nice way to cope with that. Queen d1, knight b7, and c4. What goes on in your mind? And what is that? Still in sort of a bit misunderstanding of what goes on. If black just takes, what's the idea? Maybe cb, bishop c4, maybe then to take on b6. Maybe that's some idea. That's some idea. So bishop c4, c takes b6, but okay, I can go maybe even c5. Does it necessarily so good then to take the pawn? I have extra pawn. Knight comes to d6. If dc, knight c5, is it good for white? Maybe that can be some idea, yeah? Then just to trade everything and try to recapture on c5 and to pretend that I will have this passed pawn on c6. That's actually can be the possible white's idea. Okay, anyway, intuitively I would say that black is obviously doing fine. Just they need to pick up the right moment, what to capture, where to capture. Here we have knight d2, take, yes, bishop b7, and knight to c4, some positional regrouping. Rook e8, rook c1. It's not that easy to play this position with black. Okay, white has a firm control in the center. Black's bishop are being controlled by white knights, and this pin is extremely unpleasant. To go g5, yeah, but black obviously doesn't want, so bishop e7 happened, and knight e3. Now white has also some ideas with knight f5, queen b3, lots of stuff. So looks quite pleasant for white, I would say, and black started to play very actively. They made lots of active moves, but white is under the full control, having all pieces on their best squares, and black bishops are still not doing a big part of the job. So Alexander is doing really, really good. Andrei Yesipenko against Ivan Rozum. Already many things happened. So after queen d7, rook b4, Ivan decided to go rook c7. Maybe just to protect the pawn on b7 and make it possible to activate the queen. So h3, just some prophylactic move. Queen f5. Here we go. Rook e1. Okay. h5, of course. I even don't need to comment such a move, of course. Whenever possible, at first occasion, just push the pawn. Rook d4. Sometimes Andrei is making moves which I would never guess, just never. It's rook d4. Maybe it's great, but it would not cross my mind. Many moves would cross my mind, most of them probably of low quality, but rook d4 is a bit too deep for me. Rook f to c8, c3, bishop d8. Aha, so black wants to activate the last piece, which is for the moment not yet doing something important. Bishop f1, rook e7, bishop e3, and b5. Black decided to play like this. It takes on b6 and passant, bishop takes b6, and rook goes back to f4. Most likely black gonna lose that pawn on a6, most likely, but now black's position looks quite active. And I think Andrei is hoping that his general ability to protect and to defend all squares will provide him some better endgame afterwards. So position anyway remains with chances for both sides. Just for Ivan, it's time to speed up a bit. He's less than 25 minutes on the clocks, and just to remind you that the time control is 90 minutes till the rest of the game plus 30 seconds increment. So all players should be really aware how they making their time management. It's essential part of the game in that tournament. Taba against Artem Pingin. Here we left in a moment of short castle. Knight c2 was played. f4 was played. Yeah, indeed, b4 looked very unpleasant to be allowed. h4, of course. Taba is here. Your fellow friend is here. Okay, knight f5, take on g5, take on e3. How to take, what to take. Okay, knight takes, queen takes, and f4, of course, for the stylish f4. Stylish f4, and what does it takes? It takes just to take on f4, g takes, queen h4. Now both kings are actually not really safe, and the game became very concrete. King h8. Maybe to make a use of it, and maybe rook g8 is coming. So e3 happened, rook g8 happened. Watch out, queen f2. Obviously white wishes to exchange queens, and obviously black doesn't so, and knight e4. Basically, strategically, the situation is quite clear. If white will be able to stabilize and to stop any big actions from black, then white may hope to be doing quite great. At the same time, black, of course, has lots of play, and position remains quite complicated. There is bishop h3 move. Queen g6 is then. Can white play f5? Queen g6 otherwise would be a lazy and a possible move, just to cover everything and to eye this bishop on g2, but bishop f5, queen f5, and it looks okay, yeah? Looks okay, then maybe this is not an option. Bishop h3 is definitely some option. Okay, knight g3 can be white's reply, and to take on h3 later, and some queen h2 maybe later, again trying to suggest some queen swap. So a complicated position, but any mistake is very costly here. So both sides should be very precise, and both of them are having around half an hour left. Ronak is having a long tour for his king, but looks like a happy journey. Yeah? So bishop f8, indeed, he went like this. White has lots of interesting options, and White decided in a favor of spectacular bishop h6. G takes, knight takes, king takes. Okay, White sacrificed 2 pieces, but now he can conduct some fierce attack and e4. Splendid stuff. Okay, Black king just continue his run. White goes e5. Okay, Black finally develops some piece. He takes f6, knight takes d4. Okay, Ronak succeeded in moving his king to relatively safer grounds. Also, he succeeded in finishing his development. Position is still very intense. Knight f5 is played. King to c7. Knight takes d4, c takes d4, rook takes d4, rook takes e6, 6, and queen e7 is something which I dislike. Yeah? It's not enough probably. Yeah? Just take, bishop h3, but okay, this endgame probably bad for White, yeah? Because this pawn on f6 will not create enough threats. So White wants to keep the pieces, and White play left for rook f4. But this looks in general quite okay for Black. They almost save their king to the normal position. White has only the f pawn, which is not going too far. The bishop on f8 stands well. And okay, for the moment, 2 pawns for the piece. Looks like to Black advantage this position. Of course, it's still full of play. Maybe White can just go rook d1 and trying to win the pawn on d5, and just to limit some material damage. But overall, obviously the worst is over for Black. Here we're left in a moment after g4. b5 and e5. So the flank action is countered by the central action. b4, knight d1, knight h5, d4, knight b7. Oh Jesus, knight goes to b7. I don't know if it's a sad necessity or whatsoever, otherwise probably the pawn on c6 just lost. Here Evgeny wants to meet bishop b7 with bishop h3, as I can understood, otherwise this knight on b7 stands that bad. Okay, White just decides that, okay, the center is nice, I enjoy my life, knight f2. Bishop d7 looks a bit sad for Black, this one, yeah? Knight e4, White has very easy hand. Queen e7, rook a to e1. Nice move to, in case some pieces gonna hang along the e file. Okay, this rook on e1 comes very useful, and king h8. King h8 is clear. Is a clear sign that something goes wrong for Black. I mean, these moves, such a king h8, normally are not played under some nice circumstances. So Evgeny is having some tough times, and his young opponent is very enjoying his life. In this game, yes, Black succeeded in bringing his bishop to b4. Big question if it's an achievement or it's a half achievement, but anyway, what happened is this trade, rook a8, White jumped, bishop came to b4. White started to ask all these knights to go out. Knight e7, knight h4. It's a big question to trade the knight or to keep the knight. Knight e3 also comes to mind. Okay, knight h4 played. Black happily exchanged one pair of pieces, and this is still, to my understanding, quite enjoyable for white. Anyway, some f4 is coming, or some queen g4, f4. White has some clear initiative, and this bishop on b4 is still objectively absent. And white has a very easy and very nicely prepared play on the king side, and black is also having actually not so much time left, as I understood. Left have only 15 minutes left, and still there are many actions to come. Rook s7 played. Rook s7, maybe he wants to go b6 and like that to come enjoy the rook into play. Maybe some rook s7, f4, b6. If white takes on f5, some rook d7. Maybe to get some counter play like this. But overall, very, very, very dangerous position for black. Here, okay, not so many things happened. White still enjoys the space advantage and the very nice and easy play. Black maybe also enjoys something, but less clear what. Here it was very concrete move by move play. Take e3. Knight b5 finally happened. Bishop b2. b6. Rook f1. Now the pawn on e5 is under some pressure. d4. Take. Short castle. King g2. Looks like a bit of a draw offer, king g2. I don't know if black takes on d4 does really white in hopes to have some real winning chances. But okay, Rudik wishes to play, so he goes bishop e6. Rook d1, c4, of course. d5, bishop g4, bishop f3. And now bishop f5. It's a bit of playing with fire from my point of view. Maybe it's still a possible strategy, but I don't know. White gets a pass pawn, and black is, of course, succeeding in some blockade and everything. But does it really mean that he's playing for the win? Because it looks like he's trying to play. But this type of play is not necessarily meaning that it should be successful. Also, it's a question if I simply takes, what's gonna happen? Maybe rook c8. Okay, then white needs to decide if he wants to consider some greedy bishop e2 or something less greedy. Overall, I'm not sure that Rudik succeeded in achieving something real by the standards that he plays for the win, because he also gave lots of chances to white. This position, Dmitry, I guess, is doing pretty well. White basically didn't achieve any big ideas against the black's king, and black pieces are standing quite well. Also, the pawn on e4 now looks like a target. And okay, the only thing is this knight f4, this nasty knight f4. After that, knight g6, knight e6, all this, or knight h5, all the active moves are possible. But anyway, the knight can land to e4 maybe to ask the queen to go away from its nice position. Then black even can consider taking some pawns, or maybe to go bishop h6 to activate the bishop, or sometimes even to raid it for the knight and then to take some pawns, because with such a strong knight on e4, it's not that easy to make a big attack coming. So position is full of play, but overall I think I would prefer black here. Here we have this happy castle on move 17, knight c7. Bishop goes back to e2. Black decided that it's time to do something with the bishop on c3. Anyway, knight c4 is coming. Some f4 is also coming, so bishop f5 played. Knight c4, bishop g3, fg, b5. A concrete defense, move by move. e4 played. Take rook f5, queen g7. Very scary position for black. King is under such a danger. e5 is not here. My first instinct is to go e5. I don't know if it's good or bad, because de hardly we can call it a move. Bishop c4, queen h5, it should be over. So what? Maybe rook a8 with idea if e takes d6, maybe some knight b5 and some jumps. Even though, of course, it's again to my taste looks extremely scary, but people might hope to play so. Okay, queen d2 happened, because then just f6. Then I don't know. Maybe if black succeeds in playing b6, okay, he should be worse, but maybe not yet lost. Rook a8. Yeah, now white is not in time for any e5. Now we can take with the rook f5, f5, and still everything closed. Bishop d3, knight to 8. Wow. So knight going to e5. Basically, yes, knight b6, knight d7, knight e5. Once knight reaches the square, black is absolutely safe. At least it will be no mates, and the knight stands absolutely fantastically on e5, but this is still a long way. But Sava needs to find something in between. Actually, it looks like maybe black can sort of defend. I think white has lost some tempers, and now it's almost okay. Still, of course, I would probably prefer white here, but it's far from easy. Still, my doubts that black was surviving after e5 or maybe some moves like that. Here we had queen d3, bishop g4, just as we thought. Okay, black could not yet castle immediately, so bishop g4 was played, rook f to e1. So nice move to prepare some combinations, short castle. Okay, now the pawn on e5 is hanging, and white went into it, knight f6, black took, queen g4. And black is thinking position looks very dangerous for black. White has lots of threats, lots of tactics, lots of pieces are coming to join the attack. So for Vladimir, position looks, to my understanding, very dangerous one. Simon is doing a strategical masterpiece, and after cd. White went immediately bishop takes f5. Bishop takes f5. E takes. Knight d4. f4. Okay. King g2. Just calmly coming. Yeah. Rook e6. Aha. Okay. So black is on time not to lose immediately. Rook g6. Just calmly rook h2. Very calm play. Yeah? Rook h5, bishop g4 probably. King g7, rook h1, rook g8. Again, black succeeded not to lose immediately. Knight b3, but white is not in a hurry and just bringing pieces. Yeah, knight c5, king f8. Looks completely horrible for black. So white might finish it maybe with some immediate action, or might look for something else. Anyway, it looks long for black. No any reasonable play. White is in big dominance, so for Sergei Labanov that's a really tough game. and so far played very nicely by his young opponent. Isaac Parpiv versus Shamsaran Sudimov. Huge and crazy tactical fight. All pieces are hanging, so we left them at the moment of f4. So white started these crazy complications when all the pieces are hanging. So black predictably decided to took on b4, take on e5, queen e5, knight f7. Yes, here I was a bit considering this bishop g4, queen g3 move. No idea if it works or not. Okay, Shamsaran is a very, very strong tactical player, so he probably saw something and he disliked that move. So he went for queen takes c5. White went for e5, of course. No pasaran, we only go forward. After e5, also white has lots of tactical ideas against black's pieces. Knight goes to d5, take on d5, queen c1, knight f6 check, that's good. Bishop f6, rook c1. For the moment, the material is equal, but black has bishop and rook hanging, both of them. Also, knight on d4 is a hanging piece. So how to deal with all that? Just to develop your own piece. So bishop f5 is played. White took on d8, and just bishop e5. Surprisingly, that black is still alive. Yeah, that he didn't lose any big of the something big. Rook c5, bishop h8. Knight b7, should take to d3, rook f7 check, king g8, rook d7. Fantastic fight. Just anyway, regardless of the final result, bravo for both players. They're showing a huge fighting spirit, and Shamsaran is looking and searching for best possible tactical resources. Still, objectively, I guess black is doing quite bad. White is an exchange up, and still there are still some hanging pieces. But if black will be able to take on e2 and to maybe exchange a bit of these hanging minor pieces, he can hope for some fortresses, which are, of course, not easy to be reached, but at least it's some glimpse of hope that it might be 2 against 2 in the same side, that it's maybe possible to hold. Dmitry Rostovtsov playing Arsen Kukhmazov, and after d5, bishop b5, came knight h6. Came knight h6. Probably Arsen wants to force white to make any action with it unpleasant pawn on f5. So the action came, f takes e6, f takes e6, and d4, knight f5. Black is seemingly ready to make a short castle and to claim that, okay, at least I finished my development. What about you, buddy? Do I have something extra or not? Okay, of course, my sport mood is for some bishop g5, queen b6, knight d5, all that. No idea if it's working or not, but obviously it would be in my consideration. And I guess actually bishop g5 is played. Yeah, is played, and now that's question. Bishop g4 is also a move after bishop g5. Hard to say what's gonna happen. King h1 maybe, and then don't ask me why and what. Maybe bishop f6 it's possible, even though, okay, that's scary, of course, I understand, but what to do? So life is scary, not only the position. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's very concrete, very move-by-move play. And obviously bishop g5 is adding some fire. Okay, otherwise white could just take on c5 and play it that way. And it says that black just went bishop f6. Okay, but why not then bishop takes d4 first? Again, I know that... then maybe just knight d4, yeah? Queen g5, knight f5. Just knight f5 is a simple move. Completely forgot it, and then it's... Yeah, it should be not possible to play. Then okay, then bishop d4 was out of option. Then bishop f6. And okay, white is enjoying a big and pleasant choice. Alexander, what is doing Alexander? Rook d8, of course h4. We can guess such moves easily now. Knight goes back to f3. Bishop anyway goes back, like it looks like some pre-move, yeah? Because knight f4, bishop f7 looks like it should be pre-moved, but knight f3, bishop f7, it looked like it's completely under question. Does black need such a move? But probably it was pre-moved anyway. And okay, bishop d2, bishop f8. So hiding the bishop from any tempies. Rook d1, e5, h5, bishop to c8, knight to h4, knight to f6, bishop to c1. Black is doing, of course, absolutely fine there, with whole control in the center, with all pieces standing on the nice positions, almost untouchable. Knight e3, knight d4, queen f1, and knight b3, queen e2, knight d7. Yeah, white is suffering quite a lot. This, so it was necessarily. It's maybe to simplify the life. Okay, to simplify the life. Took on f4, queen f, rook f1, bishop d7, and that's the present situation, which still remain kinda unpleasant for white. Rook s6, bishop b5, and white is losing the important pawn on d3. And maybe some queen f3 can be considered with some knight h6 ideas, and sort of it. But overall, yeah, overall looks kinda unpleasant for white. Black has two bishops, very easy play. Lots of ideas, and white is still struggling to. Maybe the knight h7, knight g5 can be some regrouping. Yes, so Maxim Volkov is doing great, and Alexander looks a bit in a trouble. Here, who is in a trouble? Who is in a trouble here? Or nobody is in a trouble. So rook d2, rook f7, queen back to g5, attacking the c5 pawn. Okay, knight e4 was welcomed. Queen e5. Okay, rook to f5, check. Fade back to a5. Rook to f5, again back. Queen f5. So white is ready to settle with a draw. But Artyom is not yet ready. Okay, he says, okay, let's play the game. Long castle. Rook c2. Rook f5. Queen g7. This queen is unstoppable in shuffling between these three squares. Queen e5, queen g7, queen h8, d5, g4. g4. Hardly I understand what goes on here. So d4 is not a mate, yeah? d4, gf, d3, probably king d1, takes. And despite its ugly appearance, it's maybe not that easy to finish white. So Queen b4, maybe, I don't know, pretty dangerous. That's for sure. What else? What else is there? Yes, I don't. Position is very concrete. Is either black wins by some precise moves, or it will be still some mess. But obviously white is on the verge of surviving here. Okay, Shamsuddin is enjoying. He has a positional advantage, big and stable. I will take a quicker look at the lower boards. Okay, here Indian Grandmaster still enjoys his extra pawn, but position became less dynamic. Here white enjoys an extra rook for some pawns from black. Here position transformed a bit, still looks absolutely okay for Nikita. The d pawn is very dangerous, d3, d2 is coming, white has to be extremely careful. Polina against the French and against the guy who forces her to play chess. What does it happen? So h4, bishop takes h4. Aha. Greedy guy. Takes here, takes cd, queen takes h4, rook c1, c6. Okay, but black is almost stalemated. How he wants to move any piece. Yeah? f4, g6, or he thinks that he doesn't need it. Yeah? He doesn't need to make any moves. Rook, okay, bishop f2, queen h6, g4, queen g7. Okay, finally queen is reaching its place. I don't know if g5 is looking funny, but probably it's hard to break. So obviously Polina wants to keep some active actions. f5, finally black is uncorked some one active move in a row, and e takes, knight takes. Absolutely horrible looking position for black. Maybe some knight c5 is coming at some moment, or some other ideas for white. Looks if black is not losing yet immediately, but it looks anyway very, very bad. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. What do we have there? What do we have there? We have the leaders. Let's check the leaders. Those are having completely crazy position for the moment. h4, c6, knight to d1. Does white want to take? Does white want to take? Okay, in some positions they may take, but then rook comes to f4, so I don't know if its move contains any threat. So, but anyway, Ivan replied bishop c5, knight f2. Now this knight is enjoying some play. h6, rook g4, rook f6, c3, b5, d4. d4, take, bishop c2, a typical yarn. You left him with too many pieces, he will immediately find some geometry to pose you maximum problems. Queen e6, knight e4, rook f5. This position looks a bit scary, because for the moment white is harmoniously placed and black is very, very shaky. These pieces are far from making a perfect impression. Maybe still enough to hold, but take, c takes d4, rook h5, queen f2, queen f6, rook e1, rook g8, rook e4. Position still remains very complicated, very hard to guess what goes on, who is better here and why. Anyway, white succeeded, I guess, more than black. Okay, he's still a pawn down, but his pieces are better for the moment, and for black it's not that easy to play sort of safely, I would say. I don't know if 95, 93 is some idea for black, if it exists or not, but okay, after 93, rook g takes to f4, so at least not immediate. Not immediate idea. So in the long run, yeah, everything can happen there. Also the time factor is very, very big and very huge. Jan is still 10 minutes ahead on the clocks, and for Ivan, it's time to be, of course, careful. Don't leave 5 minutes in a complicated position against Jan, because that's quite dangerous stuff. Hans is doing better and better. After knight g6, bishop c7, queen c8. Okay, they exchange the queens, and e5. Simple chess. No need to do something extra, just, you know, have 2 passed pawns, have better pieces, and basically, and ciao. Knight f4, f5, rook a8, s6, take. Again, simple chess, just take the pawn. Looks completely winning for black, so extra pawn, 2 connected pawns, and white pieces are still very, very inactive. Bishop to d4, rook f4, knight f4, h4. So Hans is taking care about every single piece in his position. Knight h5, bishop h8. Okay, knight h5 is a bit desperate, of course, because hardly white can count on this long attack by one knight. Okay, f4 is played. This should be dead lost, I don't know. Okay, knight g6 is played. Okay, maybe some resonation soon to follow, yeah? Because, okay, I don't see basically any play by white, and black has everything defended, everything stands greatly, knight on h5, okay. It's a funny knight, but unfortunately he has no support from the other pieces, so looks like Hans is moving ahead with 3.5, and so far his wins are very convincing, very nicely played. So it looks like a hero is ready to top the field. He will left in a moment after this f4. Bishop d3, g3. I did not understand what goes on here. Does white play bad or good or what? Okay, so knight e4. F takes, king c3. G takes h2. Knight g5, hg5, and rook h2. Yes, and now you see the difference. Yeah, that black temporary activity has ended, and now white has all the better pieces, and all of a sudden black is about to lose the control of the game. Okay, e2, rook e1, bishop g4, bishop g6, rook f8, knight to e3, knight to e7, bishop to e4. That looks very sad for black. Okay, I can't call it it's completely lost, but looks like it's almost. Okay, bishop c8 he played. Okay, but if he plays bishop c8, then it's obviously that black is just lost, probably. Yeah. Okay, no play, no activity, and no time left. 3 minutes against 20 minutes. So Richie has to probably finish the game. Okay, rook takes c2. c6 probably Arseniy will play, but anyway, position is Yeah, pretty bad. So I don't know, maybe it was an ingenious provocation by Richie. So he gave him all the play, and okay, he only opened lines for white after all, which looked like something promising for black, but in fact turned out to be only in the white's favor. What do we have here? So white has an extra piece, but black has taken lots of pawns. After 94, 95. Okay, white played just queen e2. Short castle, rook a to d1. Okay, rook a to d8. I don't know why does white really needs this rook on d1. Okay, maybe it's useful. f5, take, and so piece sacrifice came at the right moment. Otherwise, but it's just opening the all lines, and two bishops would be too much of a strength. So knight takes c3, knight takes c3, knight takes d4. Also, the time factor here is huge because Vladislav is down to his last minute. And okay, he's known as a fantastic blitz player, but Denis is also a fantastic blitz player. And he's ahead on time by almost 20 minutes. The time factor is really, really huge. So queen f4 is played. So maybe if knight f5, rook f5, rook d1, knight d1, and there are no any intermediate checks, so it means that white will have, if e takes e5, queen e7, so 3 pieces against rook. Okay, that might be quite a lot. Queen f5 played. It's very hard to say objectively what goes on. Obviously, if white stabilizes, white should be on the upper side, but black is finding some resources. Yeah. What with f6 here, if it exists or doesn't exist. Maybe bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes c3. Simultaneously attacking this bishop on g3. And who knows what happens. Bishop e5 can be some funny play. Some funny play like queen, like bishop e5. At least for the time trouble, such a play can really annoy black. That's for sure. Maybe it's objectively actually not the best line, but it's just the line which came to my mind. And okay, next we have just what, rook down. Okay, Haik is playing, but okay, where does your rook has gone? 2 pawns for the rook. Okay, position should be dead lost. To my understanding, there are no any big threats, but we're left at the moment of knight f6, where I thought that okay, it's just bad. Okay, rook for e5, rook f5, bishop just d4, some calm move, forcing white to part with some material. Queen c7, bishop h3, and after that, white lost 1 more piece. And not enough counter play. Okay, they still can play for a long time this one, but objectively it's just a matter of time, the matter of technique for black to finish the game. Queen d6, king h2, bishop e4. So yeah, there are no checks. Everything has been covered by black, and okay, still a bit of precision requires. Black king is relatively open, but rook is a rook. Looks like a very, very bad endgame for black. Just probably hard to be ever defended. Take, bishop e3, take on f8, d, rook f8, d takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop e7, take bishop e3. Okay, white exchanged that active rook, and okay, no need to go for some rook e1. But anyway, wait, black has this idea of knight b6, even it looks a bit funny, yeah? Takes b6, shutting the knight, but then king comes to c6, and it's only the way white can lose the game. So just g3, and white is in a full control. Very, very unpleasant, if not the lost endgame for black. It's relatively calm. Okay, the rook comes behind the pawn with rook b4. Hardly white can count on some real winning chances. So okay, white can take on d5 and basically just propose a draw. Actually, it says it's ended up in a draw. Maybe it does so. Not so many options for both players. Here position stabilized. Obviously, black is doing fine. They have some advantage. So here what happened after bishop c4, c takes b6, c5. White actually played just rook c1, bishop b5, takes, rook c3. And after stormy weather, we have something more prosaic. So bishop d7, just controlling. And rook b8, black wants to keep the pieces, bishop g5, bishop c4, queen d6, f2, d8. Finally, they activated the bishop, put him on b6, nice diagonal. With combination on bishop on d7, it's unpleasant. 1, h6, just to take care about some jumps. And very, very unpleasant scenario for white. It's maybe holdable, but overall to play it, it's really not easy. Okay, white needs probably to change the white square bishop and not allowing some bad activity from black. So it means, let's say, if white goes bishop b5 here, does it exist? Or I'm blundering something, because okay, that's obviously the first move which comes to mind. Can white invite some simplifications? If so, then okay, without this bishop on d7, it's easier to play for white, and also it's easier to push potentially the pass pawn. If not so, then position should be very, very unpleasant. Alexander Grishuk is he's probably winning. Yeah, it's 95 looks like a move almost to, okay, if not finish, but close to the finishing line. All pieces are placed better. White also took the pawn. Black did not succeed in still creating some play, maybe some knight h6 or some other moves. That looks very, very bad for black. This is quite intense still. After that, rook b8 appeared, obviously looking for some counterplay along the b file. Take. The rook on b6 looks nice and active. Knight d4. Finally, knight arrived to that proper square. And rook takes s6. Maybe two pawns were hanging, and white did not find a way to protect both of them. c4. Now the rook on b2 is active, but queen is passive. Before it was the rook was passive, but the queen was active. So black still not in time to achieve both activity of both pieces. Rook e8, queen e1, Rook b8, queen a3. Still asking some questions. Also, white has some knight b5 if they want, and a bit tough to play it for Ivan because he's running short of time, and position is type of where white can press, and black needs to find some exact tactical resources. So I guess for him it will be not easy. It will be not easy because also some rook a7 is coming, some knight b5 are coming. Even though I think objectively it should be playable. It should be playable. It's not meaning that white is maybe some knight d3, some counterplay, but it's all has to be calculated quite precisely. Queen c8 was his choice. Now I don't know. Now white is given chance. Rook d6, knight c4 takes, rook f6 takes. Does it feels good or feels right? It feels tempting for sure. Maybe it's not working, but it's a possibility for white. Also, there is some simple move like knight c6, just with an idea to exchange the knight on e5 and take comfortably the pawn on d6 and just enjoy the extra pawn without any sparks, which are always dangerous at the modern chess. Yeah, unpleasant stuff. Okay, let's go next. Here, two fighters are continue punching each other. So after knight e4, it came knight d4. Another brilliant punch. Okay, so probably white is not in a time to take. Knight e2 is a threat winning the queen. So rook b to e1. Another punch. Bishop g4. Knight to g3. Queen to h4. And knight to e2. Very, very punchy game. And both players displaying a lot of fantasy and everything. Here queen f2 is not a move and with it, but then compensation is huge. Yeah? Queen f2, rook f2, take everything on e2. Okay, black is exchange up, but has no play. So then queen h5. Sorry, we're not playing for pieces, we're playing for activity. What's the time left? Both players is actually pretty short on time, 8 minutes for Amin and 2 minutes for the black player. Again, the time factor could be easily decisive in that game. Here, again, this crazy game continues. White has 3 pawns for the bishop. Ronak finally were able to consolidate his position. The a pawn gone somewhere, don't ask where. b5 is probably to stop some counterplay. And okay, still I believe maybe it's into the black's favor, but everything can happen here. Evgeny Nair, how does he if we can say so? Still unpleasant, still but enjoying space advantage, this eternal knight on d6. But black succeeded in at least in consolidating a bit. So black is not losing, black consolidated a bit, but in the long term is still pretty much unpleasant. Maxim Matlakov attack looks huge. Okay, materially equal, but attack is very, very severe. Mathematically, white should be winning, I'm sure. Some rook f4, rook f1, rook g4, some combination of all these moves looks very tough for black. You see again the absence of that piece, which is silent looker on some disaster on the other side of the board. Maxim Sumosenko against Sergei Drigalov. What do we have here? Dead lost. white is pawn up and 2 bishops and domination as well. Here's still probably Rudik at his best, trying to complicate even when it's not possible to complicate. But position did not change for something variable. Still it's white who is trying to win and black who is trying to survive. Here maybe worst is over for both players, for white and for black. Okay, some simplifications. It might end up in a draw. Here, black succeeded in consolidation his position. Okay, the knight on c5 at least takes some control, but rook on e5 is completely stuck. It has no move, otherwise I guess e5 just crushing and decisive. And white managed to get both rooks into the open files. Maybe some queen h2 sometimes is coming. Still very, very unpleasant for black. Basically free risk play for white and very huge and very responsible play by black. Any move can be easily fatal. Both players are reaching their time troubles, with Sava having 5 more minutes on the clock, and he's a hot favorite for the moment in this position. Wow, what happened here? King g7, queen g4, king h8, queen h5, slowly but surely. King g7, rook d1. Okay, asking what queen will do. Queen has nothing to do, so knight d4, rook e3, bishop takes e5, queen g4, king h7, rook takes, queen takes, bishop d3 check. f5 is probably the only way to avoid some mate. Queen takes, king g7, and just rook f3. Bishop takes h2. Some desperate attempts. Okay, but that looks like it's over. That looks like it's over. Queen d6 check, but okay, then just rook g3 and it's mate. Okay, black can of course continue playing this, but maybe objectively it's better to resign. Okay, then Ilya probably will score important victories. Semyon almost left all the advantage. He still has maybe practical chance. Okay, but he seemed to be completely winning around this moment. Take on d7, rook h8. So he decided just to simplify and play and finish him positionally. Rook to b8. Okay. Take. Bishop d8. Knight f5. King h7. Knight to d6. Queen c7. Take. And all of a sudden it's completely simplified to the endgame with one extra pawn and d4. Yeah, g4 played, rook f4, but I don't. It's maybe closer to the draw. I don't know. Because after yesterday broadcast, I'm kind of afraid to give some strong estimations, but this looks closer to the draw. So Semyon looks like he lost a big chance to come a step closer to the leaders. This position, I thought that white was close to winning, but now it's probably closer to the draw, even though, of course, they both can play forever. Dmitry Rostovtsev, what we have. Okay, but looks like will just collect all the black pieces now. It's just a dead loss for black. I don't see what's Arsene idea here. Also knight b5 is coming, checks are coming, all pins are coming. Everything is coming. And rook b8, queen f7 just finishing. No, this looks like over for black. Alexander can resign, yeah? Just 2 pawns down and stalemate position. Unfortunately for him, he'll not be in leaders for too long. The gangsters, what they did, g4, just rook f to f8. Not in a hurry for any actions. C takes d5, e takes d5. Now at least this rook on c2 is back to some business. Now white can create some counter attacks against pawn on c5. Immediately takes bishop c5. Knight takes c5, queen d4. King to f3. Bishop to c4. b3. Very, very calm play. I like it. So no need to rush. Queen c6. King g3. If knight f4, then queen f4, I guess. D takes, rook takes f4, and white is actually out of any danger. So knight e6 then played. Queen e5. Still hard to say what goes on. Rook takes f4. Again, white is not taking the piece. Probably for some good reason. Maybe just d4. Black can play this way. Anyway, b takes c4 is a move which I'd, of course, would try to consider for black. But it was refused. Why that? Maybe rook e4? Maybe rook e4 is actually kind of unpleasant. cd5, queen c2. And all of a sudden black has all the pieces protecting each other. And if white is not taking, then the check on d6 on this diagonal should be fatal. That's why white goes bishop g2. Protecting some squares and also intending to take with the rook on c4. Now rook c4 is a huge threat, and black needs to find some arguments. Very, very concrete and crazy game. Both players showing lots of fantasy and lots of desire. Many moves comes to mind, but without calculation, of course, it's really hard to suggest just quickly some move because it can be easily a blunder. Objectively, I don't know what goes on. It's too concrete. There are no any like black is better, white is better, who is better. It's move by move. White is still pawn up, but for the moment he's a piece down, but there is this eternal and unpleasant pin. Okay, quick look to the lower boards. Shamsuddin is still doing okay. Oh no, actually they finished the game. Here black is probably winning already. Here still the game goes on. White was completely winning. Now it is, I don't know, either it's some fight or not. So probably not much. Still the king is close, so white should be winning here. Paulina. A bit messy now, yeah, because suddenly black has also some counterplay for the first time in that game. Some check, knight f6. All of a sudden, our white's king is also not safe enough. And the time, white has 5 minutes, black has 1 minute, so everything can happen. But black is not dying yet. And okay, so let's go back to see our leaders. See the leaders. See the leaders. queen f2. What goes on? What goes on? Looks like a perpetual check can be the result of that game, which is quite a fair result given the situation. Maybe it's not possible to avoid it. Both players are still having time. Hans already finished the game. Actually, knight g6 was the last move. It says Alexei simply resigned. Very, very convincing way for our guest from United States. So far, he really plays the easy, instructive, and impressive chess. So our guys have to think twice what they have to show to keep Hans from winning all his remaining games. Richie somehow didn't succeed. I thought he was completely winning at some moment. But now it looks that black should hold it after c6. This position, I was thinking, okay, that it's not... Of course, it's not over, but it's extremely tough to play for black. b6, bishop c2, c8, knight g4, knight d5. Okay. Okay, some puzzle rush for you. Yeah, because knight g4 seems like white is thinking that he's finishing the game, but all of a sudden it's not yet there. Black has knight d5 at his disposal, and position just simplifies. 7, rook c2, yeah, it's a great save. So second game in a row, Richie is not very precise with tactics. He was so much winning yesterday, and okay, I can't say that he was as much winning as yesterday now, but obviously he was having huge long-term advantage. But now it's almost everything gone here. Rook f5, and looks like game most likely would finish in a draw. Still, of course, both sides can play, but okay. Here, what does we have? Bad endgame for Vladislav. He's playing on seconds, and big chances that he might lose that one. Yeah? Bishop f5, and how he wants to defend. If white takes pawn on c3, should be technically winning, yeah? Because the bishop controls, has no play. I would say that it should be winning for white. High continues his stubborn defense. Objectively, nothing actually changed at all. He's still dead lost. He is rook down, and unfortunately, no any real threats, no any real counterplay. That looks over. And Aram is taking one more important win. Also, he's playing actually nice and very convincing chess. So H pawn just promotes. And I think that Maxim is losing that one. Alec and Aydin agree the draw. Quite logical result. And here, what goes on here? White is hoping to get some perpetual, otherwise white's position is completely horrible. But if not perpetual, then it's pretty tough. For white, black pieces are too much active. Maybe bishop c5 is possible to play. I don't know, maybe bishop d8 is checkmate by force or not. It's hard. We need to calculate if black can finish like this or not. Okay, but okay, queen e3 still exists. Okay. But also the bishop is hanging. No, then the bishop d8 is just winning because both pieces are hanging. If queen d8, queen d2, it's mate or not? It's absolutely close. Absolutely close to the mate. King g1, queen e3, my big disbelief that white can save that. Somehow it should be winning for black. Okay, he took on b5. It's probably enough also to win. If he calculated that he escapes from the checks, it also should be enough to win. So queen e7. But how he wants to avoid checks? Maybe king g8. King d8, king f7. Okay, this might be the simplest solution then. White to try to mate. It's maybe just enough to eat the bishop and finish the game like this. Yes, king g8. And no checks. Yeah? So basically the game should be over here. Yeah, white resigns. Alexander Grishuk, he's 2 pawns up and completely winning. So just an accurate technical job. I'm sure he would show this for us. Andrei Sipenko is clearly winning. As I told, it's really hard to play on a short time this type of position. And after queen c8, indeed white went for knight c6. Knight c6 was played, and he decided to give it all with knight d3, but just again calm reaction from Andrei. He took the rook, went back, knight e7, here queen b8, knight e5, and knight joins from the very unpleasant square. Now both g7 and d6 are under attack. Queen b1, queen g3, who will mate first, but looks like it's gonna be white. Knight c2, knight f7, king h7, knight e5, and okay, queen g6 is coming, and black is completely lost. Tabatabu, of course, refused any draw. It's better to keep on playing with better. I would not say that white is better. I don't know. It feels like the queen is strong and king is relatively safe. It's hard to have any checks, and the queen still can invade into the white's position and produce lots of checks. So I would say white is not on the stronger side, but maybe white can hold it. This is probably what? That's a checkmate, yeah? King h3, then bishop c8, and if king h1, just take on e2 and rook d1. That's checkmate on the bank rank. So Ronak is winning, and this way he recovered from his previous loss to Ivan Zemlyansky. Here position completely changed from a very bad to Yevgeny to completely winning to Yevgeny. Also a nice news. Otherwise, 2 losses in a row would really spoil his mood. But we of course need him back into the action. This position is dead lost for white. This position is dead lost for black. This position is from winning to white to losing to white. It's probably too many ups and downs. This position is still approximately approximately closer to equal, but Rudik is playing non-stop, trying to win it. Okay. At least he's giving all his best to achieve it. Okay, this game ended in a draw. Sava finally mated. And it actually did not took him a lot since the last moment. White just played f4. Black waited. White continued f5. Maybe this pawn is actually useful for some A games. The s7 pawn can be a possible target. Black waited. King f2. Far from obvious, but okay. Take, and queen h2. F4, king g1. And just black couldn't find a way how to protect from both rooks coming. And after this, rook b7, white simply wins. Ilya Ilyushenko won his game against Vladimir Maslovsky. It was some opening experiment by his young player. Unfortunately, it backfired, and it was relatively an easy win to Ilya, who is now also making an important step. Semyon missed a huge opportunity today to score a victory against a strong player, and Sergei Lobanov defended seemingly lost position. These two players are wishing to play as much as they want, but maybe when rook e6 to take on g6, it would be enough to... it's actually black to move. It's black to move. Still, it's probably a draw, but they both wishes to play. Dmitry Rostovtsov, yes, after queen f3, Arsen Kukhmazov resigned, and it means that one player from our formal chess team is joining the leaders. Dmitry, he's still young and still promising. He's now, how old is he? He's 80 now, so out of 8, so he's on 3 out of 4. And most likely will play some strong GM on the 5th round. Alexander Trepishka, unfortunately, he lost. His position finally collapsed. What to do? 2 out of 4 out of the leaders group, but still, hopefully, he keep on having desire to continue playing. This game somehow finished. But okay, this concrete position looks bad for black. Maybe it's, I don't know if it's lost or not. Maybe some checks, c3. What goes on here? Maybe actually not that bad. Because I saw them like shaking hands on some video, but probably it was a wrong video. Not, maybe it was video from some other tournament, or I'm just confusing everything. The game is still in progress, actually. Bishop d2, queen d6 finally. So he didn't find any way to upset white. I decided just to settle to the endgame. Rook e1. Wow. What a play by our young players. Just hitting each other as hard as possible. Rook takes e4, dc4, king f4, check, king g5, rook f2, bishop somewhere. Yeah, maybe bishop e4 comes to mind if I'm not blundering. But actually may blunder something. Some 96 are nasty checks at black disposal. Okay, king h2, it's king h4, it's not yet a mate. Because this knight on e6 is also stands quite bad. Maybe bishop e4, just some c3. Or maybe black can take on b3, take on h2 if he's not in desire to sharpen it even more. Okay, bishop e4 played, and now Artyom has to make his choice. Okay, let's go back. For sure, some of the game has already finished. Let's take a look, not to miss something important. Yan Nepomniachtchi and Ivan agreed a draw. It looks like some perpetual check. Great game. Ivan had lots of chances, but with Yan, it's always very, very tricky, of course. Hans Niemann won, as we have seen. Arseny continues his flawless defense. Still looks close to equal, but I don't know, maybe king g7 and try to give it all, yeah? In open tournaments, you cannot settle for some draws, you have to give it all. So king g7 by Ricci, he's ready to sack all the remaining pawns, but to make sure that his only pawn will promote. Still, I don't know if it's enough to win or not. Black will probably pick up all the remaining pawns, and even white takes the rook for the g pawn. The king and d pawn should save black in the long run. So rook b8, yeah, and most probably black will take, king e6, take on f4, rook goes back. Still, it's hard to imagine that black can lose it. And actually, white should be also slightly careful not to misplay it. Denis Lazovic is completely winning. He's just a rook up for no compensation. Yes, here finally Mikhail Nikitenko won his game, and he's also making a huge step forwards. Aram Harakapian also won his game, and he's also on 3.5 out of 4. This game was drawn. Danishvar also won, no perpetual check. Alexander Grishuk, he's still playing, but he's too many pawns up, and I guess it will not take him too much time to convert his advantage. Andrei Yesipenko did win his game, 95, and he's also on 3 out of 4. Taba is doing his best to confuse our gifted young player, but he is playing a bit with fire. Ronak Serdvani won his game. Evgeny Nair is exchange up and probably still completely winning. Bishop f8. Okay, probably black just resigned. Okay, there are not so much to play for here. No pawns, nothing. Convincing win by Maxim Matlakov. He just used the very bad and very absent position of the bishop on f4 to conclude the game on the other side of the board. This is a very tough and pitiful game for Maxim. He had such a great position, everything was on his side, and now he's in a position when he's pawn down, and also black has every reason to win that game. Rudik is still trying to win, and actually he is close to lose, maybe. Hg5, and it's not a game over, but he's on the verge of it. He's on the verge of it. Can black escape? Can black escape? Or not? I don't know if white needs some insertion of moves like g4. I have my doubts. It looks funny, but maybe unnecessary. Maybe simple enough as g, because the rook on f5 stands bad. It's not takes so much of important squares. Or maybe g4 is important. Maybe g4 is important, because otherwise he goes king g7, rook f7. And like this, is probably he is not on time. And then white might proceed with king h6, and yeah, it can be actually lost position. Sad but true. His desire to win it by any cost can completely backfire. And backfire, this game's also in a draw. So Sava 1, Ilya 1. This is some okay, but white can just follow the black bishop, and then whenever he comes to e3 to go rook s7, probably if bishop f7, f4, white can go s7 and just wait. And it's hard for black to strengthen the position. All pieces look sort of stuck. And if he takes somehow pawn n7 giving the g5, then it should be also also draw. Okay, this looks objectively as a draw, but okay, still playing till the very end. Playing till the very, very end. Okay. This all games has concluded also here. Artyom. Okay, that's of course should be a draw. What else we have left? Manuel Petrosyan converted his X-Rook and won against Popov Konstantin. Nikita Afanasyev, we didn't touch him for a long time. He probably won. He's completely winning, and it means that he's also going up. Polina Shuvalova. Wow, the king from H1 reached the B1. Wow, no, this we should take a look, of course. Such a rallies we need to take a look. So Queen H5 check, King G2, Knight F6. So far so good. Rook C1 back, King H6, and nasty reply, King D2 and Queen D2 and attacking the rook, Knight F4, trying to shut some diagonals, and Queen G5. Okay, attacking the pawn on F5. No one wishes it to go. Knight E3 check. Repeating. King E1. No. You cannot repeat against me. King E1. Rook C6. H5. Bishop F4. Queen takes F5. Thank you very much. I wish that pawn, okay, but at least king came to d2, rook e7. A very fantastic mixture of positional and active play by both sides. Knight g3, queen g6, king c2, king h7, queen h1. A bit unsafe, I don't know. This move looks very unsafe because now pawn d3, bishop f4, the square on e2, everything is covered really lightly. Queen a8. That's an answer. Rook c5, queen f4. That's how it goes. Okay. Queen comes with check, king b1, b3. And it looks like white is dead lost now. Queen e2, queen e1, queen b2, and black just picks up all the pawns for no compensation from the white side. Really incredible disaster for Polina, who was looking absolutely dominant on that game, but this concrete position just dead lost. Yeah, other players, they have probably less than 1 point, 1.5 points. So, okay, let's go back. Let's go back. What do we have? Arseny versus Ricci. As I predicted, it should be more or less this type of a player where white wins the rook for the g-pawn, but meanwhile black has active remaining pawns, and actually white has 0 winning chances, but probably they just in time to come back with the king to secure the draw. Otherwise d4, d5, d4, d2, and both black pawns can provide some headaches. Here probably black resigned, so it means that Denis has scored an important victory against one of the favorites in the tournament. With 3.5, he's joining the leaders group, and so far he really plays very impressive chess. Same goes for the other players in that group. Yeah, actually not so many games left. Probably some of the results were simply not getting enough quickly. Because in this position of Alexander, the game is stuck, but black can just easily resign here. Okay, he's three pawns down for no any obvious play. but we're not getting any move, and the game is not updated for last 15 minutes. So, okay, presumably black just resigns. Here bishop d6, and okay, that's also should be the game over, because if c takes d6, queen e4, just okay, trading the queens and finishing the game. A very, very important victory for Yevgeny, especially given the situation that he lost the previous game. A bit unnecessarily, I would say, and this game he was under very, very serious pressure, having tough times, having very, very passive position, but he found some resources, and with a piece of luck, he is probably back to the business with 3 out of 4. This position is still on, but looks... this looks like over, yeah? Just that pawn looks like it... After king g8, white cannot control the h-pawn. So white just losing because rook... Okay, rook h6, just maybe king g7, it's enough, king g5, rook g2, and then just black picks rook on h6, or otherwise just h2, check, and rook g1. Okay, rook h3 is not a saving idea because then a pawn just promotes. And then this pleasure for Rudik to play this. I don't know if it's winning. So my memory stops me from telling you exactly if it's winning or not, but it's very, very big chances, and unfortunately white can accumulate as much time as they wish. He can bank 20 moves without any thinking, just add about 10 minutes on his clock, maybe to take some time to go to toilet, to drink some water, and then to find some plan if it exists here. Yeah, all the other games on the top boards has finished. These two players are still continuing to play, even though nothing basically changed. It's still both sides are a bit stuck. No any tangible plan. And this game finally concluded in a draw. Very actually interesting game. Lots of tactics, lots of desire also to win the game. What with Shamsidin? Okay, Shamsidin 2 pawns up. Okay, some technical job remains, but objectively he has all the chances to win. He really needs this win because he's on 1.5 out of 3, and for him, he's in a position better not to lose any extra points if he really wants to join and to fight for some places here in the tournament. This game suddenly ended in a draw, in a situation where I thought that black is almost breaking through, but breaking through, not yet. Some perpetual check appeared. Nikita Afanasyev won his game, Polina Shuvalova resigned, and some draws. And okay, the other games there. Stanislav Bukrev also won his game, another young player from Russia, another 14 years old and coming player. He's also on 2.5 out of 4, so he might face some serious guy on the 5th round. A nice news. Okay, let's focus then on the remaining games on the top boards. Whom do we have? Whom do we have left? This is finished in a draw. Total exhaustion of remaining material. King versus king. Okay, it's probably still playable on the title Tuesdays, but here I guess players just agree to draw. Just agree to draw. so who else we have remaining on the top boards? Seems to be most of the game has just finished. We have Taba. We have Taba who is still trying to lose. Still trying to lose. Position looks fairly unpleasant. Queen is obviously looks stronger than these two rooks. I don't know, maybe some h4, king h5. If it's there or not. Slowly coming. And maybe even can consider some b5, b4, just a little bit to activate here. To ask why what he wants to do with his pawn on b4. Sometimes maybe to attack the a3 pawn, sometimes to have this resource of b3 and taking some squares out. I don't know, extremely unpleasant position for white. I'm not saying it's necessarily dead loss, but from practical point of view, extremely tough to play. As b5 is actually played, quite reasonable. Okay, black is not in a hurry for h4. It's a moment to come. Maybe philosophy of the Taba for Aeroflot, I better lose than I make a draw. Okay, quite a doubtful strategy, but it looks like he is just overpressed in that game. He should have probably accepted some objective repetition of moves and because he likes to jeopardize games. Like, okay, like I don't care. Let's fight till the absolute end, but jeopardizing games like this, it can end up in being into defensive side in such a positions which are extremely tough. Okay, let's say b4. But what you want, amigo? What you want? Okay, apart from these two, does we have any other actions? Okay, Rudik. Yes, also we have Rudik. In the action, it's forever there. Not that easy to make a progress, and objectively, I'm far from knowing the objective estimation. It's a 6 pieces endgame. So obviously, people from the chat, they know the exact answer if white wins or it's just a draw, because you just set up Nalimov space or just go and check, and you will know the correct answer. I don't have this answer inside my memory. I've never played it from either side, and of course, I cannot check the Nalimov databases right now. Okay, these two are still in progress. And do we have any games left on the top boards? It seems... Okay, then Vahidov Shamsidin, he's also playing. It's not maybe not from the top boards. Okay, he's 2 pawns up, and he has all the chances to slowly but surely convert his advantage. I don't know if it's time for some g5 or not yet. But anyways, the main problem is a slightly passive position of the knight. If black can activate him, it should be easier. I don't know if he wants to go with e4 or not to activate a bit the queen. No, actually he decided in favor for f4. So he doesn't want to have this. He wants to have his pawns on the dark squares. If bishop g8, okay, it's not a threat. Knight f8 or even bishop or queen g7 can be also played, and then knight can jump with a 10 piece to some better place. Objectively, I think it should be lost for white. Okay, 2 pawns are 2 pawns, and okay, but of course this accuracy requires till the very end. Okay, so then we take maybe a closer look to these two guys. A3 by Artyom. I don't know if he really needed to rush with A3. Because again, A3 he can play almost at any moment. Why to force... Okay, maybe he wants to go A2 and B3 and completely boxing white. that should be very, very funny if he can completely box white. And Taba is not at any scare. Yeah? If you want to box me, no problem. Let's be boxed. Yeah. Let's be boxed. It's not about okay. If takes, then there are too many checks. Queen b3, and there are too many checks. Probably he didn't wish. So after if white king gonna be boxed, white will also have some stalemate ideas. Maybe to produce some stalemate and to be happy about that. Because then white doesn't need the pawns. He has to just to attack some pawn and take both rook against this, and then pretend that I'll have no moves. Fantastic, fantastic way of defending. I would be shaking to allow this, especially so easily. Okay, both players simply have no time left to be to be left with such a strong emotions, but yeah, Artyom looks very much surprised that white can play like this. So he's also he doesn't know if he has to go e2 or not, or just to keep the pawns. h4 is always an option, but it weakening the king and gives white some tempest, maybe some rook f4 maybe is a possible move. Queen b3 he played. What else he wants? Maybe 8x b2 and then try to attack the d3 pawn. I don't see some huge threat. If d4, it's possible to go d4 or not. Yes, I mean it's playing d4. At least to get some piece of counterplay. Still black can take on b2, if d5, then some queen e3 maybe. And then queen e1 is a very, very nasty threat. And maybe rook d1 he will play now, trying to consolidate d1. Then the queen f4 may come, forcing him to take with the king. And what there, maybe check. Okay, but it will not bring so much success for black. It's a lonely queen, and basically white has consolidated, and d5 is utterly unpleasant. After that, it's a game for three. It's a game for 3 results. No, I would say that something went wrong. I don't know. I'm not seeing black making any progress, and then white has all the chances to defend. Okay, he indeed played queen f4. Even hard to say what exactly is the threat. Okay, maybe check and b3 and then queen, yeah? Okay, so king b2 was played probably, queen e3. And king b1 maybe. Okay, queen b3. It looks like they may settle for draw here. It's hard to both sides to find some unrisky way. Okay, black can go queen d5 and just try to enjoy life. But basically it means that they were saying pass for last 10 moves. Like pass, pass, pass. And also after queen d5, king b2, okay, it's no longer any quick checks by black. So it's sort of unclear if it leads somewhere. Not okay, it's still possible. I mean, if black has some desire to play, go queen d5 quickly and say to your opponent that I will decide if I want to have a draw or not. It's not you, it's me. Here, not so much changes here. There's still round and round and about, and Shamsuddin, he finally succeeded in bringing his knight back into action, and everything now more or less protected. This should be clearly winning for black. Also, white king is also unsafe. Black has lots of checks with Tempest, and even just pushing pawns should be enough. Also, very important game for player from Uzbekistan, because he has this tough start at the tournament. He lost his first game and he's on 1.5 out of 3, and he obviously needs a win with the black pieces to join and to go up. Okay. So this position, I think he should have converts. It's more or less there. It's more or less there, and these two players. Players here. The players. Yeah, maybe we still need to wait this rook, two rooks versus queen to finish, because the other two are just, the 6 pieces endgame. We just know already the objective estimation. And these 2 extra pawns should be easily over. Should be easily over. So what do we have? King b1 and what? Both players are slightly accumulated time, both on 3 minutes. It's an interesting moment if black could stalemate it, white king, and try to play for win. Or then it means that maybe it was better for Artyom to keep both pawns on f4, b4, maybe keeping as many options as possible. Because this, what he's done, he traded almost everything, and it's not any real mating threats, it's not any real attack, and then okay, then just be bringing queen back. Queen back and just to play with all the risks that everything might theoretically go wrong, even though I hardly can imagine a situation where white can win it if black queen stands on d5. It's very, very hardly we can imagine such a play where black can lose, taking count that white king is completely open. So we don't have a moves here, so it either means that black player decided to just he had enough and agreed to draw, or he's still considering his chances. What's gonna happen if he continues the fight? Okay, but white succeeded in breaking through. No, this is lost. If white can cut the king on the 8th rank, then it's absolutely lost. Rook c7, king e6. Okay, once the white king reaches e6 square, it should be lost. So here it's no chances for black. And here it's a bit stuck. after king b1. So maybe the players just left. Maybe they agreed the draw, and then it means we don't have the picture yet. Maybe if both of them are not present, then it means that the game ended in draw. I just don't know what's happening here. Maybe they agree the draw. Okay, then let's take a look to this position, knight e4. But this looks even more over as it's been before. Queen c7. This is some check before you resign. Okay, basically enough to go queen d2. If you want to simplify your task, maybe just trade queens and enjoy life. Okay, white still can go queen d2, queen f1, king g7. But okay, that's tough, of course. What else? g5 is also, there is some move. If white takes, king g6, and then planning to go queen f2 on any move. It might be also the way how to win. Or to go queen d2, keeping the pawns, queen f1, and okay, looks like king g7. What else? King h3 probably, queen e3. And white is also stalemated with no any active moves, so white should be dead lost also. So many ways how it's possible to win. From the top boards, it's probably the last remaining. At least we have to go really down to the last boards. Just to remind you, we have 140 players participating, so around 70 games under action in each round. And okay, Shamsuddin is taking his time. He's an experienced player. He knows don't rush in a completely winning situation. Just check and double check. It normally pays off quite well. Okay, so he decided in the favor of g5. So most likely just king g6. Again, to avoid some checks. Queen c2, queen f2, king h1, queen e2. This can be even possible like this. No stalemate idea of them. Okay. So what does white want? Not many actual ideas. Not actually many ideas. And this slightly surprising Quan Ki Juan is probably letting his famous opponent to make an important step up, or he finds some unique chance. Okay, I will just check if this game continues just in case or not. Okay, Alexander Grishuk, he won. Okay, finally we got this result. He's also on 3 out of 4. Yes, it says that they agreed the draw, so I mean Taba and Pinging Artyom, they agreed the draw. And Artyom Stribuk, he won against Rudik Makaryan. It's basically the type of loss which were mostly generated by Rudik by himself, but okay, it's a well-known tragedy for me. I've done it so much and so frequently in my own life that that is hard to say. Okay, so the queens have been traded, and basically it should be pretty over soon. White can play, but basically there is nothing even left to comment. Okay, then it means that basically we can conclude what does we have for round 4. So we have leaders who made a draw. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ivan Zemlyansky, they played a very fascinating games with lots of tactics, lots of adventures. The game ended up in a draw. Another leader, Alexei Garanov, he's lost his game to Hans Niemann. And now we have, how many guys we have on 3.5? We have Jan, Непомнящий, Иван Землянский, Hans Niemann, Denis Lazavik, Mikhail Nikitenko. Both players are from Belarus. We have Aram Hagabyan. We have Danishvar Bardia. So we have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 7 players sharing the first place with 3.5 out of 4. And we have, of course, a huge group of players trailing by half a point with 3 out of 4, with lots of strong players being involved. The next round is scheduled for 17 p.m. So it means that in 1.5 hours, players need to come back, and we also will come back and have our live broadcast for the 5th round of the Aeroflot Open. And of course, I'll stay with you. Welcome back to everyone, and hopefully you enjoyed our live transmission so far. So have a nice afternoon, and hopefully see you soon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fifth round of Aeroflot Open 2025. I'm here again with you in the studio, and just as yesterday, I have a wonderful solo commentator, Valentina Gunina.
Yeah, good to see you all again. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. So it would be interesting.
Okay, Valentina, what's your impressions over the fourth round? Did you follow? Did you?
Yeah, I followed a bit, and I didn't understand. I didn't understand anything about what's going on in the first board with Jan. This is GF, just to take by pawn, king's pawn, and I was so shocked. Yeah, and yeah.
Okay, but Jan is Jan. Still, he was able to somehow to make some counterplay and basically escaped. But his position looked very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
And Niemann looked very impressive so far. He just cleans everyone very, very easily, and doesn't matter white, black. He just kills people. Also, must admit that Denis Lazarevich so far. I think he plays really impressive chess. Very, very nice technical job. Also, he won against Vladislav Artemiev, our famous and super strong player, and he won in a very convincing way. So far, he is one of the leaders, and of course, we pay more attention. And just to say a little bit ahead, these two guys are playing against each other. So Hans Niemann against Denis Lazarevich. They are meeting each other in round 5. So it's going to be big clash of two players who are so far showing a really, really strong play.
And Richard made a draw.
Yes, Richie made a draw, but I think he was much better. I think close to winning at a certain moment, but then he missed some tactics. It's not different check, and
but it's not easy for him because he played against Yesipenko this match in Rostov. So it's also took some power from him, energy. Okay, like as Andrei also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think they could both take the match as some warm-up, or maybe it was some principal encounter. I have no idea. Both of them not yet showing their best play here in Aeroflot. Okay, not so many rounds to go, but let's hope that they still have something in their stores so they can play better and show the abilities. Richie actually playing very interesting. He just misses. He gets a wonderful position. Then I don't know, either he's a bit too
old.
This I can't say, especially from my individual standpoint. For me, he's just a young guy. So I think he's 1996, I guess, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Exactly.
Getting really old. He turns 30 next year. No.
Yeah, but I mean, nowadays chess has a lot of renovated by age. So, and we see like Gukesh won world champ when he's 18th. So nowadays it's
yes, even here, half of the players are just kids, basically.
Yeah.
We take them by age, and we just...
like Zemlyansky.
Yes, you're just coming to the playing hall, and you say, okay, it's not a kindergarten, but it's just lots of kids are there. And basically, you can understand that all of them are ready to kill you, so... Tough life. Okay, what to do? That's a professional life. So let's see the games for the fifth round. It just started, as we can see on the screen. So board 1, we have Danish Barbardi from Iran playing Yan Nepomniachtchi.
But who is not here? Both or Jan?
Okay, we have to see the picture. No, probably they both there. We just have a slight delay in with moves. Okay, let's just see the top 10 boards. So Hans Niemann plays against Denis Lazarevich. A really clash of two players who showing a very good level of play here in the tournament. Ivan Zemlyansky plays Aram Khagapyan. And e4 just played. Mikhail Nikitenko against Andrei Yesipenko. I think these 7 players, the first 3 boards plus Mikhail Nikitenko. These 7 players, they have all 3.5, and starting from Andrei Yesipenko and other boards, they own 3 out of 4. So, okay, if we get the moves, okay, let's go. C4, E5, D3.
Wow.
Okay, so to keep Jan off from some heavy theoretical lines, probably. What can be the point? Jan? No, it's not possible that Jan is thinking over the second move. Really?
Yeah.
It happens?
Time to time, it seems.
No, it happens once per year, probably. It's not possible. Jan is too fast, no, and he has to play.
Okay, it seems like normal C4 variation. I mean, how to say?
Okay, it's either white wants to play just reverse Sicilian, okay, just some at3, knight f3. Okay, once black goes with d5, we're just playing reverse Sicilian, and we thinking that's enough to get some playable position, or white has something more concrete in their mind. Quite often, white could play first knight c3, knight f3, and then to play d3 on the first move. Or like this, maybe knight f3, if black goes knight c6. Apart from knight c3, white can go a3, and then just to invite black to go d5, and then okay, knight of tempi up. Okay, white can be happy. Okay, black of course is not forced to go d5, but still it's also an option. Hans Niemann looks like he's always late, and
guys in the chat yesterday thought he's smoking. He's smoker, so
he's a heavy smoker.
I don't know. Maybe heavy. I mean, heavy for time. I mean,
No, he's
somewhere. Yeah, just.
So it's not like a 3 minutes habit. It's a half an hour habit. Yeah. Okay. He's late just by 3-5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, that's why probably.
I thought that maybe he likes to give a small handy for all these guys, saying, "Okay, I'll kill you even with some handy, no matter." And you see, he's not in a rush. He takes the things, he arranges everything on the board. He's taking, okay, where is my pen? Where is my this? And he's a left-handed, as you can see. Yeah. So he writes with the left hand.
And let's see how he will start.
You have any idea about his opening repertoire? What normally does he plays?
Oh, good question. E4, I guess.
He's an E4 player.
E4, I guess he's an E4 player.
Okay, so he's carefully adjusting every piece on his board. He's not in a hurry. Let's think about the first move. And
by left hand.
Yes, left-handed player.
E4, I guess. It was E4. E4, C5.
E4, C5. So I think Denis, you used to play lots of E4, E5, but nowadays maybe he also switched to some sharp Sicilians. Maybe he also included this Sveshnikov in his repertoire. And I don't know if Hans will try to challenge him there.
Oh, it's will be so interesting for me because I play some kind of Sicilian, like Sveshnikov.
You also started to play Sveshnikov with black?
Kalashnikov. Kalashnikov. And we are planning also to play Sveshnikov. So it's.
And the difference between Sveshnikov and Kalashnikov? Fourth move e5 or fifth move e5?
I avoid some variations, like I need to think what I am avoid.
With Kalashnikov, you can avoid lots of stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
With Sveshnikov, hardly you can avoid any stuff.
Yes, yes. I don't go to Sveshnikov main line. I mean, that's how I avoid because it's too much for me now.
It's too much for you. Okay.
Yeah, but we are working a lot, so we'll see. I have a lot of surprise on my back.
Really?
Yes.
So Hans for knight f3 and what, knight f6, bishop b5, what we can expect here?
Rasalima,
I think. Okay, knight f3, knight
yeah,
f6.
for me to play Rasalima by black, it was quite difficult, tough. Yeah, and
yeah, bishop b5. Okay.
So it's because it's really difficult opening, and Yes, a lot of ideas, a lot of variations.
And now it's surprising that G6 is getting slightly out of trend, because I remember when I was playing Bishop E5, G6 was like
Yes.
almost
Yes.
60-70% of the players were playing G6, and now, at least at that tournament, I see that D6 or E6. Okay, maybe E6 is the most frequent
Yeah,
answer, but also D6.
I know the answer, because in G6 they will have a lot of variation. Okay, with the theory, like when black plays knight d7, e5, so it's a4 so strong nowadays. So that's why they don't.
That's why they moved to E6.
Yes, and the expert on such variation, when black plays G6, it's strong Azerbaijan player.
Rauf
Yes, Rauf. Yeah.
Okay, so let's take some quick look. Jan is really playing this neither just a tempi down and with lots of play ahead. Ivan Zemlyansky plays against Aram and not yet,
Aram.
or not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet the moves.
Oh.
This is very fashionable and very well known, I guess. Yeah, this B5, F4, B4. Even I'm not a Catalan player with either color, but still, even I know that it's heavily analyzed and it's hard to come up with some big surprises here. Sergei Drigalov plays with white against Richard Rapport and what?
D5, I guess.
Oh, King's Indian.
D5.
D5.
Grunfeld.
Your bet is for D5
Yes.
and some Grunfeld, yeah? Okay, let's wait. Daniil Dubov against Sava Vitokhin. Very interesting also pairing. What did they get? This Bishop G5.
Yeah, it's nowadays it's so popular.
In against Carlsbad structure, E3, H6, and white immediately takes on F6. Knight F3, short castle, Queen B3. Queen B3 is probably to avoid any C5 and any activity. Asking pawn to stand on C6 and Bishop D3. And knowing Dania, we can still expect some sharp play. Maybe he can even castle long and play with,
G4.
yes, and play with some opposite-sided castle and to play sharp, or he... Because if he wants to play positionally, then the queen on b3 looks like he misplaced. Yeah, if he wants to go for this typical play with b4, b5, then okay, why to spend the tempo for playing queen b3? So most likely he wants to combine queen b3 with long castle, and then okay, some I don't know, bishop b1, queen c2. I don't know if it works or if it doesn't work, then just some h4 or g4 or all the type of play.
Looks interesting.
Arsenij Nesterov is white against Alexander Grishuk, another El Clasico.
Another smoker.
Another smoker.
Yeah.
Okay, so all smokers are late, yeah? Okay,
Yes.
D4, and they're all giving some time, some handicap on time. So D4, and we don't see a move yet from the black side. Ronak Sadvani against Ilya Ilyushonak. Two strong guys and two very principled players, I would say.
Nair.
Evgeny Nair,
What did Evgeny last round?
I think he won.
He won.
He won. But he plays against Alexander Trepishko, so it should be some mistake in our broadcast, because it said that he lost his first round, and indeed his position was dead lost. So maybe either they were showing a wrong colors, so maybe Alexander played with black and he won, or it was just some wrong names, because the position I've seen, he was like absolutely dead, and then it was said that he lost, but now he's on 3 out of 4.
But Evgeny yesterday played white, so probably this morning he should to play.
No, Evgeny, yes, he played against Iranian guy. He suffered for quite a lot. And okay, he was a bit lucky to won his game, but okay, at least we saw that he won. But with Alexander, we were also taking some attention, but we thought that he lost. And then I don't know how he plays on having 3 out of 4. Adin Suleimanlı against Alexei Gaganov. Okay, so far the main line in a Spanish game. Artem Uskov, who was supposed to make a draw. And he plays against Maxim Atlakov, who I think he won. Again, I'm too much confused. Because again, we saw the game of Artem Moskov, which ended up in a draw. Or maybe he won, but at least we got some moves, and the final position was completely drawn. It's hard to imagine that it was any other result. Okay. Oleg Vastruchin plays against Shima.
Yeah.
And his typical knight f3, g3, and bishop g2, yeah? It's like he always starts games like this, yeah? I mean, Vastruchin, knight f3, g3, bishop g2.
Avoid everything.
Avoidance, and okay, now they transpose to some King's Indian. Whether he go for my knight g5 or not, let's see. Vladislav Artemiev against Artem Stribuk. I think Artem is on 3 out of 4. Okay, probably he was positioned to play the best from the group of players with 2.5 because he won his 4th round. And okay, now again this famous double fianchetto played by Vladislav. He's one of the biggest experts in the whole world with this double fianchetto play. Shamsidin, he won an important game on a previous round. He's back to the business with 2.5 out of 4. Taba was doing his best. He even was at one moment looking to some very, very dangerous position, but overall, so the game finally ended up with a draw.
Show me the starting moves. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Your favorite
Caro can.
Caro, h4, h5.
5. H5 is better to play. I lost against
d6.
you.
Against
This
me?
one. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I forgot
In
this game.
Cheboksar.
In Cheboksar.
And you outplayed me, and I was so surprised, like masterpiece.
You surprised me that someone can outplay you.
No, because you played really, really great.
Okay, c4.
It was lesson for me.
It was some lesson. Okay, knight c3 and d4. Really?
It's something new.
But I was told that it's some small concessions, this quick d takes c4, that black is normally making some useful moves before they making these decisions. Knight d7, knight d7. This knight d7, I suppose, still one of the main moves. This is not like a mistake. It just was considered like a light concession to white because, okay, now white gets this easy development. Knight
Without
d7,
losing a
knight d2.
tempo.
Bishop e7, knight g3, bishop g6, bishop e2. Okay, so and both players seems to enjoy what they got.
Japanese style, right?
Yes,
Everyone
everyone enjoys. Here's still a theoretical position in this Paul-Seni line with queen c7, bishop e3, f6, queen f3. I used to play quite a lot with white, and if black goes bishop d6,
This I also know.
some old. This is like old theoretical line, which was actually very popular, like 10, maybe 10, or maybe like 7 years ago. Take, bishop d4, knight f6, take.
And queen g3, it was some idea.
Yeah, queen g3 is also possible. Queen e3, maybe white wants to play a bit more sharp with all the pieces on board. Queen e1, knight f6, queen e1, really. And what if knight f6? He ready to settle with the draw, Artem?
Yeah. So ambitious.
No, please.
Person.
No, please play. Please play. Some other local derby, and so far the main line for Catalan. Vadim Zvyagintsev, who surprisingly made a really, really quick draw with white pieces on the 4th round. Maybe he also decided that age is still an age, and okay, when you're 48, maybe you can allow yourself some quick some quick draw. Now he's on the black side. He plays against Rudolf Pashikian, and okay, so far just some tabia. Dmitry Bocharov against Ekaterina Gvoltsova.
Wow.
And okay, some c4, e6, b3, e3, c5.
This is he likes to play like this.
Okay, bishop e2, and immediately d4. So as you told us yesterday, Ekaterina is very principled with her openings. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so immediately d4, bishop b5, bishop d6. Short castle, and just h3. Okay, to avoid all these nasty pins and just to play chess. Okay, Nikita Afanasyev, after a bit of slow start, so he's also coming back with two and a half out of 4. And this anti-everything, anti-Grunfeld, anti-everything, anti-chess a bit.
I also learned, analyzed this a bit.
This knight bd2 for white, yeah? Okay, and what's your impression?
It's nowadays it's equal, totally equal. And yeah, if they play d5, so before it's the main idea, because you want to play e4, they need to play d5 before, but it should be total equal. Without
I even had some problems if black plays some pairs, some bishop d7, e4, d6, because okay, with knight on d2 it's hard to play some king's Indian, and normally white plays some bishop d3, c3, castle, but it's a big question how much white can actually get there. So d5, b4, that's a typical idea, and asking black what they want. Just bishop d7, just d3, f5, b5. But actually, I think black needs to know what they're supposed to do. Otherwise, white has very easy plays. Bishop Sama, bishop a3, bishop a2, castle, c4. White has very easy game. And black may face some practical problems at least. Pyotr Karabkov, who won a very, very dramatical game against Polina Shuvalova. I guess he was, most of the time he was having a huge troubles, but at the end he even won that game. So London against King's Indian, yeah? Okay. Then we have Sergei Labanov against Alexander Zabotin. Slav with bishop d3 against a6. And knight e2, c5, and back to some normal business, but black has played c65, losing one tempi. Zhamsaran Tsidipov against Semyon Novozhilov. Okay, some classical French with f5 and h6. So both moves are obviously useful for black. This system actually I played a bit with black. Maybe without too much knowledge, but some relative success. No, really, it's strange pairings do we have, because it said that Dmitry Rostovtsev beat Arsen Kukhmazov on the fourth round, but now they're playing just next table to each other. How it's actually possible? Really. Okay, then probably, obviously, we got some results not really correctly. Okay, the
also theoretical.
Anti-Marshall with a4, b4, f5. I think I had only one game like this against Etienne Bacro in one of the Bill edition, and also I remember we had this c3 and some bishop c4 I played.
I played d3, I guess. And started to play with this knight d4, knight d2, and knight c4.
I remember I played some bishop c4 in one of these positions, and even I remember taking some pawn on e6 later. Okay.
This is my position.
It's your position also?
Yes.
Okay, so it seems that then means that maybe Dmitry Rostovtsev, he didn't win, but probably he made it wrong. He's on 2.5. It's a little bit confusing. Okay, maybe you can say something. I will try to see just
Yeah.
the pairings, how much points each player have. I'm
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
really
okay.
confused.
Okay, I play this for bishop f4. I play this for white, and this idea, it's also interesting idea to play c6 and trying to push the knight back on b8. Yeah, and knight e5. It was game Andrei Isipenko. I'm not sure which color. Yeah, but it was interesting. I also played this once in super final against Yana Zhapova. And okay, normal line needs b4, a5, and a3 and such. Okay, it's also deep theoretical. And yeah, Grishuk played a lot. He's an expert here by black. And yeah, it's also not much for white, but so you can play like I think I can play for white because I like such positions and
Space advantage. Maybe
yeah.
Easy play with the pieces, but black is quite solid. Yeah.
Yeah, quite solid and
Solid, okay.
by computer, so it's drawish. Yeah, but
Stanislav Bukreev, another young and promising player. He plays against Erdem Hubukshanov. I guess both players are on +1, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Maxim Chertkov, he's still on +1, plays some Arman Hakemi. And we have some
but not much.
pretty equal looks so far. Okay, then the rest of the field, I guess, on 2 out of 4, and we come back probably later. Yes, but I must admit that checking to the official results of the round 4 and comparing them with our live broadcast, there are actually lots of results we got not correctly. Alexander Trepishko not lost, but he won.
Wow.
Artem Uskov, he won against Timur Bekov Tamas, but not a draw. As we thought on the our live broadcast, Dmitry Rasovsov, he made the draw against Arsen Kukhmazov, but it was written that Arsen resigned. And that's why we saw these strange pairings. And that's why I could not understand. So we have 7 players with 3.5 out of 4. And we have lots of guys on 3 out of 4, approximately 15 players.
Okay,
Maybe 16, maybe even 16 players with 3 out of 4, and the rest of the field also lots of players with 2.5. So first 27 boards are actually all players having +1 and more. Okay. Great. Okay, let's go back to Jan. So again, the early Queen d6, like early Queen d3 against Nadov is quite popular. So
what's going on here?
What's the idea for young and strong Iranian grandmaster? He likes to play it with both colors, or he just happy to get some playable position and let's enjoy life. The clocks are still about equal. Okay.
Jan is thinking, you see.
Jan is thinking, yes.
And looks so suspicious. Like, what did you do? You forced me to think.
Like, did you prepare something, or you just playing?
Yeah.
It looks like white player just decided to play. Hardly with such a random play he can hope to some real prep.
Okay, c5.
c5 from Jan. And okay, all fight ahead. Hans, we should be there already. So now g to e7.
Yeah.
Short castle, rook e1. b6. You know such a move?
No.
Wow, what a move. b6. No, I would be completely sure that it's just misclick. If I would play it on internet, obviously the guy
Yeah,
was playing
A6, yeah.
and if he would ask me for take back, of course, take back, no problem. Because B6, really? Okay, C3, F6 now.
But
But
what's the
but if I
idea?
go bishop f4, he wants to play the main line just to temp it down.
Oh,
That's too fresh to me. Okay, taking on C6.
he played D4 already.
No, bishop
Yeah.
f1 he went. No, bishop
Yeah, I mean,
okay, but if bishop f1, hardly white can count on something bigger. So if white wants to count on something big, maybe bishop f4, and then d4. Trying, okay, at least if not refute, but at least to get some opening advantage, or
But bishop f1, it's also
it's
kind
solid.
of
Okay, that's a
main
solid
probably.
move, but then okay, then but anyway you slow down. So
I also like to play bishop f1. It's really solid.
it's really solid. Okay, and d3 is also solid.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop. No, yeah, d4. And d4. Actually, it's a big question if Denis is having all that stuff prepared or he's a bit of experimenting over the board.
If I play h3, knight h2, and f4.
It's possible just a bit time consuming so many moves.
Yeah, knight g6 and bishop d6. So yeah.
Yeah, so also I think it's a question, does black wants to play some e5 and take it into some reversed King's Indian type
Yeah.
where maybe tempers are not of a big importance, especially this rook e1, bishop f1, not so actively placed. So Hans decided in favor for e5, bishop b7, and g3. And now I think it's quite typical this position. Sometimes black simply takes on c3, sometimes. Because, okay, if white takes with the knight, then maybe just some easy play, some knight f5, bishop e7, and easy development. Because otherwise, with knight on f5, sometimes white goes c4. And then this knight on f5 actually missing any good squares, and white has this idea knight d2, knight e4, and this knight on e4 will be standing great, and this knight on f5 will be basically eating some empty squares. So, and if white takes bc, then maybe even knight d5, and then bishop e7, still some development. So let's say taking on c3 is kind of normal. Maybe some h6 is possible, a little bit to threaten white with some g5, maybe some g5, bishop d7, and some quick play against this e5 pawn. f6 actually is not that bad, especially if black intends to play with long castle. I mean, if white closes with c4 and queen c7 long castle, and normally white has this tempi knight e3. And you need to play e6 anyway to stop knight b5, but e6 is already played. So knight e3 is not coming with the tempo. Okay. Here, okay, finally both players arrived to the board, and we have French. Knight e6, knight f3, bishop d7.
For me, it's hard to understand French by white.
By white?
Yes.
Okay, why?
For me, it's too complicated. Because probably I don't have so much practice on it.
And
yeah.
did you try French with?
Yes, a bit. Yeah, I didn't like it. For me, it's like.
It's like a bad caro. Yeah.
Bad caro. Yeah. So that's why I don't. I didn't like. So yeah.
Yeah, I used to say that the players who are very keen to play the French defense, obviously they have a tough childhood. So I cannot blame my childhood being so tough, but it is some combination of it. The normal guy cannot play the French defense the whole life. It's something should be wrong about him, or his present state of mind, or something really did harm him when he was a child. So bishop e2, knight g e7, one of the main lines in the advanced variation. short castle, and knight g6. Yeah, remember I have some of my students are really good experts for both colors, and I'm normally asking them what goes on here. And
A3.
I think knight g6, they told me it's sort of okay. Like it's an okay way to play it. But of course, I cannot understand why it's okay. I just need to trust because they all with all these super data centers checking endlessly, clicking, re-clicking. And I just it's okay. Yes, it's okay. Okay, thank you. You will play it? I say no, never. Okay, but then why ask? Out of curiosity, my friend. Okay,
Yeah.
Nothing else. Nothing personal. A3. No, CD first. For some reason now it's time to release this tension, and F5. Okay. Rook C1, F4. Normally I thought that once black has this knight on G6, I can go this G3, H4, and I was always that's why suspicious about this position of the knight, because it just anyway it seems that it's sort of in white's plan to advance here, but if you can advance with the Tempest, and why to put this knight on G6?
Yeah.
But somehow black actually not so much afraid. Once G3 F4 is coming, G3 H4 is coming, they're just going some F6, H5,
Yeah.
H8. Then knight comes to F7, to quite a flexible position. And white may actually regret this pushing pawns, because all of a sudden white king potentially can also be later a target. Okay, here we have
Wow.
some theory or not, hard to say. Okay, let's see. Okay, knight E5, queen D4. That's the theory for sure. Taking. Bishop F4. Queen H5. This. Take. F3. Queen H5. Queen C4. I guess both players knows what they're doing. I have zero idea what goes on. Okay, white has won the exchange, or better to say black sacrifice an exchange, but okay, has some lovely piece play, maybe some bishop c5 check, bishop s6, like knight somewhere, pieces are coming, but of course both sides need to know what they're doing.
Exactly. So sharp.
Any mistake can be really bad. Okay, there are many moves here, and King's Indian. Okay, so
Yeah. Okay.
okay, so my pity we didn't bet here. Okay, knight f3, short castle, bishop e2, e5, knight f6.
Oh, knight e6. It's not the best move, but
Very old.
yes,
move,
very old.
Nowadays we used to get moves like bishop g4 from black, some other sophisticated stuff. E takes d4 actually quite long and principle lined. I remember when I played first time E takes d4 in 1993 actually, when I was even 15. I played it in some close tournament for GM Nom against Alexander Morozevich, who was back then a player. And I remember that I was so severely criticized, not even by him, by some other participants, by my trainer, by other participants, that you showing zero understanding of chess. But how you can play King's Indian and take on d4? It was this take on d4, knight e4, rook e8, f3. I played knight c6. I think he played bishop e3. I played some knight h5. Actually, was playing like some modern theory was later suggesting, and I even succeeded in, I think, to win that game. Okay, it's not about the result. It's about some approach, and okay, I got so much hate. Okay, not like hate, but I got so much. Words that okay, you need to recheck your understanding of chess, understanding of King's Indian, how it's possible that you're playing this, and instead of normal knight c6, you're going E takes d4. No, kid, no way. Okay, and actually,
It seems you had so difficult childhood.
Childhood wasn't easy. That's true. And French can prove it better than everything. So c6, d5, knight g4, c5 here. What's supposed? Okay, knight g4 he played. This bishop d2. I don't know. For me, it's always an open also question: how white decides to go with bishop on h4 and keeping the bishop here, or to going
No,
bishop back.
I play bishop d2 because it's modern, and before they played bishop h4.
Yes, but in different transposition. I mean, once this knight is jumping to g4, white quite often goes bishop g5, black goes f6, and in different transposition, white is facing the choice.
Yeah.
Bishop h4 or to remove it to d2 or c1. And as a principle, I was trying to understand, but why? In some position, maybe it's better to go bishop d2 or bishop c1, but in some position, like comp or practice insisting, no, better to go bishop h4. But I was trying to understand it like as a principle, why?
Yeah.
And I still failed, of course. I have zero idea why.
That's why I play bishop even c1.
Even c1, yeah?
Even c1, and I don't have this, dilemma.
Great stuff.
Yeah, it's good idea for my
To avoid dilemmas.
dilemmas. Yes, because I don't understand also what's going on. So my coach told that no dilemma, not much to think.
Take it easy.
Yeah,
Okay.
take it easy.
So white exchanged on f5. Also, no dilemma to take on. For me, it's another dilemma, but okay. Less dilemmas, at least for the second round of the day. White traded. Actually, that's quite nice because otherwise black could maybe even close with c5, and it's not that easy for white to this and just rook b1. Simple chess. Just rook b1, knight c5.
I'm not sure it's good what they were doing,
Knight c6.
because I don't like when I if I have this position by taking d6. So
Yeah, white has some easy idea to go b5, and black needs to show the intentions. What does they want?
yeah, but still.
Because after b5, white has quite an easy game. Okay, the rook comes to play, the d5 square for our knight, everything easy. If black goes here e4, then knight goes where?
e1.
e1 is okay.
I guess normally it's going to e1.
Maybe even knight d4, maybe why?
Or maybe even here, knight g5.
Or knight g5, yeah.
Yeah.
With knight g5, I'm afraid of knight f4. Because now h6 is in the air.
Yeah.
And I slightly have this, maybe still nothing dangerous, just white needs to reckon if black starts to jump.
So I think that knight will go to e1.
e1,
Yeah.
Okay, Daniil actually playing with a short castle. So we were not understanding his idea properly. So after bishop d3, knight d7, we were, of course, expecting some sparks, g4, all that stuff, but instead, short castle.
Not even boom.
Not even boom. Then
G4.
still I'm trying to understand what queen is doing on b3. Knight b6. Do black needs this? Okay, maybe if he tries to go with some
Normal.
other moves, white can play with e4 maybe. So he tries to keep this bishop on f4 to avoid some active play white in the center. Rook e to e1. So it looks like white preparing e4. Yeah? Or what, knight e5, f4. Otherwise, what's the point of such a placement?
It's also possible to play. Okay, not
solid.
now. Yeah.
Solid move. Queen c2. No any x-rays, please. Rook c8, knight e5.
And f4, I guess it would be.
And looks like next move is f4.
Yeah.
Black can go c5, of course, if they wish. But most probably go c4. Or f4.
f4.
f4, and then black has some choice.
But it's typical, I guess it's typical kind of positions, like structure when they played like Nemtsov, and if black wants to play like this structure, like Carlsbad, Yeah, it's so the white takes on CD and early bishop g5. It's so modern now.
So which side you would prefer to be here? White, black?
For me, it's much easier to play white. I didn't like. I played Carl's bat and I didn't like it, and I still don't like it for black. Yeah, I would take white.
How much is dangerous if black just stands? Okay, some rook c7, knight c8, knight d6. Then, okay, let's say I want to bring my knight to d6.
It's Kasparov move. Yeah, I
yes,
know.
and,
Yeah.
Because if I go now knight c4, I don't know if it's a good if I just take. I mean, I have this pawn on c4.
But
Maybe
okay, f4 also possible.
okay, 4 just knight d6. I still want to play as my knight on d6. If you go e5, okay, bishop d7. Does it so bad? So
But I will
for me?
take by bishop on c4 and then e5 and knight jump on e4 probably.
Yes, that's why I'm not sure that knight c4 is it, because white can take. White can take
Yeah.
f4, maybe then and just push pawns. And that's why I suggested maybe slightly passive rook c7. But then after f4, I don't know if I'm on time. Knight c8, f5, bishop d7. Very, very cramped pieces, I would say, yeah. And maybe white has already some e4 or something else. Yeah, maybe that's a bit too slow. Because in general, this knight on b6 is one of the pieces, though, that are not so much in for some action. If you go knight d7, it basically hits the empty space, but goes f4 anyway. And that's why I'm trying to find some
Other job for that knight.
Yeah, yes, just find some bright future for the for the knight.
But as you told yesterday, life is hard anyway.
Yes,
So-
bishop e5 happened. Yeah, so he decided to take. Okay, he has some concrete idea. He wants to go d4 maybe.
Yeah, but for d4 it's not
What's on knight f4?
not so
knight
much
f6?
ready because okay.
White has lots of jumps. Or, but maybe not.
I shouldn't take also. I can jump on knight e4.
Yes, I mean saying maybe d4 immediately knight e4.
Yeah.
White is not forced to take, of course. Meaning, okay, I was hoping to get some knight d5, knight b4, but this is a bit dangerous for black. If something goes wrong, he can immediately collapse. But if not d4, well, then what's his pawn? c5. But then knight b5 comes to some consideration. Sometimes pawn, sometimes
f4
this.
also good.
Or f4 to go, yeah.
Yeah.
So white has some easy play. Okay, so let's see what Sava wants here. Arseny against Alexander. So far, very solid play by both players, and basically nothing new so far. Here we have this Nimzo, and Ilya is playing quite slowly in the opening, taking his time.
Not in a hurry. Enjoying life.
Hurry. Yeah. Evgeny Nair against Alexander Trepishka. And we also see some anti-martial with f4, b4,
d4.
and black is taking time. Actually, Alexander, he likes to think a lot at the opening phase of the game. Sometimes he's thinking even too much to my taste. But okay, some habits like smoking and like thinking a lot in the well-known positions are not easy to change. Here bishop s6, and white just traded and go bishop g5. That should be some theoretical, but I have zero idea. Why trading? Why bishop g5? Okay, let's see and learn. Artem against Maxim. Another. Okay, this is 6 move d3 and with d6. And with d6, I think I lost a game to Vasily Ivanchuk here in the Regio without any piece of fight. And yeah, rook e1, h6. Even though I felt that the position should be playable for black, but it's playable in the good hands. But in my hands, it was another quick disaster. Like some fans were telling me some messages. Oh, Alexander, one more quick disaster. And I said, of course. And you're still playing chess. I said, of course.
Maybe your coach was right at some point. You're so critic to yourselves, you know. Too much, maybe.
I think I'm quite objective. Here we have knight c3. Okay, bishop c7 probably. Why e5? Why they like to go e5 in that structure? I never understand. It does not give white any hope.
It should be closed, the position. I also don't understand.
Yes, my famous maneuver, knight g5. Ruin the position, knight g5, knight h3, f4, and
or maybe
like this.
Bishop d2 and queen c1 also.
Also possible.
Bishop h6 and just trying to play close
it's like,
position.
Okay, basically, white is playing King's Indian, and against King's Indian, all of a sudden, white played b3, bishop b2, and it's like, okay, black played b6, bishop b7, and you made all your standard moves. I mean, anyway, enjoy life, play active. Because after e5, okay, you can see massive simplifications, and the structure itself does not give white any hopes for some advantage. So that's why I don't understand why so many players likes to play some e5. So
I see e5, I played e5. Easy.
But okay, even take on g2, knight c6 is zero problems for black. Maybe just take queen.
It's like in how to say, Nova Indica.
Nova Indian?
Nova Indian. Yeah, and it's the idea is just to change bishop on g2, and it's quite equal.
Shima actually he tries to play. Maybe he wants to put his knight on b4 and keep pieces on board. This knight on f5 is not making so much noise so far. And okay, so the game is still important. Still white can take queen f3, trying to simplify. Maybe then take knight before attacking this pawn on c2. Maybe white is sort of for rook e2, but then sooner or later white may end up in a slightly worse position. Vladislav against Artyom Stribuk, and after this fianchetto, c4, d4, b4. Okay, this is like a Volga.
Yep.
Exactly, because white pushed b4 with two moves, yeah? So it's not even some tempi up. This is f5, b takes, knight c6, d3, knight to d7. Another type of position I never understand for both colors, because I used to try some Volga with black and with the reverse ideas like here in the Simons, but that was probably my only losses in the Simons. if I was playing something which I used to play, I'm normally really losing in the Simons, but if I am, half of the time you can ask, you tried Volga again with black, or you try reverse Volga with white, and you lost one more? Alexander says, great. Do your homework.
If I play knight a3, put the knight on b5, so it's, I guess it's good place for the knight in such structure. So I would think that I'm better with white.
With white, yeah. I'm always thinking I'm white until I understand that I'm about to resign. My sense of danger in that type of position is with huge delay normally, yeah. So knight to 3, knight b5 indeed looks very promising. Or maybe to bring knight to c2, rook b1, bishop
Yeah, I
and to
also
use this b file to
but I don't like when the black will take on c5 and jump on a4.
on f4, yeah.
Yeah, so I also wanted to suggest it, but okay.
Okay, knight e3, take knight b5, then because bishop e3 they may go for some knight b4 maybe, and they may be ready to select this pawn, but we will take this pawn. Okay. Here what we have some a little bit untypical, where all the knights, all the knights gone somewhere so quickly. Queen d3,
Wait.
knight d5.
Oi.
It's not yet a oi, it's just knight d5.
Yeah, but
One trade.
Unusual.
3 and another trade with knight d5 probably, yeah? h4, of course. If you can go h4, you have to go h4. As we already know. Let's take.
If you can play h4 and you have to play, and you will be in trend. So
It's like, to put it in other words, you need to have a serious reason not to push h-pawn.
yeah,
But otherwise, most of the times you would be asked, okay, but why? Why you didn't push? Because you had an option to go with h4 or f5.
again pushing pawn.
Yeah, bishop a3. Here, what this Yaroslav
Strange
against
Karakan.
strange Karo, bishop e2, queen b6. Probably again, Amin is pretending he knows what is he doing. Bishop f4, some. I don't know if I would consider such a move, bishop f4. Why bishop goes to f4 right now?
Because it's always hard to decide to take on b2 or not, because it's dangerous, and I'm not sure if it's because you see that black bishop on e7, it took square for knight, so they always share the square, and blacks have to deal with that problem, and yeah, somehow to envelope the pieces. Yes.
Yeah, but bishop f4, let's say he wants to okay, bishop g5 he doesn't want to exchange. Bishop e3 maybe stands for some reason worse, because the knight may come with tempo to f5 or to d5, yeah. And also maybe in case bishop e3 rook d8, he wants to make sure that knight e5 is not a threat from black. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I'm not saying that it's bad. I mean, I'm just trying to understand. That's why bishop f4. Because let's say maybe that's a move which, let's say, computer suggests in these positions. But okay, apart from just reading this line, it's always nice to try a bit to understand.
He took.
Of course, boom.
He took, but that's can be so dangerous for black.
Black, rook d8, just to be sure that you will not be able to castle long. That's good. Queen a3.
I like your comments.
And what's now? But can
Lift.
we take?
But
Simple.
why we not to make a lift here? Rook h3.
Rook h3.
Yes. I also trade you some
jumps. I don't know. It's hard to say. My first, of course, stupid intention just to take the pawn.
Yeah, to take the pawn also.
This rook b7 looks like a simple chess. Maybe.
Yeah, but
maybe I want to castle short. Then
when you play bishop, you cannot play bishop b4 because okay, I take and knight b5 and you're dead. So.
Maybe you can go rook b7, bishop b4, but I'm ready to sacrifice something for you. I don't know what, but I'm certainly ready. But even queen b3, I'm not losing anything, yeah? It's just probably okay if you take on f4, I take on b4, and it's okay. Or I can consider maybe short castle if you take bishop c3, even rook b3 I have.
But
also knight d6, I have lots of tactics, and it looks very, very scary. Like my whole intuition tells me that again, Amin is playing with fire here. So okay, he maybe fireman, yeah, okay. Here, who refused the draw? Who is the hero of that game? Because they were repeating, and Black is a hero. Okay, so he refused this repetition. G3, queen c5, rook d2, rook b8, queen e2, queen e2. But why queen e2? And this rook b2 is a threat or not?
Yes, can be in some position.
Kinda unpleasant, yeah. But I say queen e2, it's not stopping this. If I want to take, I can take.
Yeah, but
did he stop me?
No. No.
94.
94.
94. That's right. No, because otherwise it's just bad. Maybe for white. 94. At least we got some point. F5. And
If I play h3, you will go to f6 back. And
probably 95, then maybe f4.
Mm-hmm.
And my knight is locking some squares. Okay, anyway, all credit is to black play. He decided to fight. That's good. Here, okay, the game probably finished. Okay, I cannot guarantee you that that's a correct result.
Yes.
Okay, but it looks like a quick draw. Here,
It's nothing for white.
yeah,
play
looks a
it's-
bit
yes.
empty. Looks a bit empty for white, and
Yeah.
actually, in the long term, white needs to be careful. They have the
Yep.
isolated pawn. Here, wonderful bishops. huh?
Yes.
Wonderful bishops.
Oi.
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 So
I don't like when my opponent attacks my king. So that's why oi.
That's why
I like to attack my own,
Mm-hmm.
but not when they attack me. So
Cruel people, yeah. Bishop c7 and take on c6. That's
but what if not to take? What you will suggest? Also,
I don't know.
Yeah, I also don't understand such position. So
Okay, at least maybe it seems you can wait a bit. Maybe black will play a6 anyway. Maybe white is somehow stuck a bit. Maybe e takes d4.
how
If
somehow?
knight takes take on d7, take on d4 to simplify, but it's basically, yeah, it's not playing for something interesting. It's probably just worse for white. Take, e takes d4. Okay, maybe Dmitry thinks that at least he wants to pick the pawn and to at least to suffer for the pawn. Otherwise, he just maybe ends up suffering for nothing, and here he would suffer for the pawn.
New Korean version, suffering for something.
Suffering. Okay, but he will suffer alone. That's not yet a Korean strategy. In Korean strategy, suffer both players. Let's make everyone to suffer. Here, what can be an idea? If CD, you can take with the bishop or not, or only with the knight. If bishop d4, bishop f3, bishop f6, this endless grabbing, this who will eat more? Probably that's okay. I mean, hardly white is playing for something real, but white is not losing probably yet. Yeah? All take with the knight.
And
Bit
believing that
bit shaky to take
you
with
won't
the
get
knight.
mate.
Yeah, but so far, okay, attacking the bishop, maybe knight from c4 goes later to some e3, some other squares, maybe it's somehow acceptable, but looks kind of unsafe to me.
And 20 minutes
20 minutes.
different.
Difference, no, okay, not that much yet.
Not that much yet, yeah.
So, Nikita, the tricky structure for black because they have weaknesses on the queen side and this bishop on g7, who is normally quite active either on Grunfeld or in King's Indian structure,
But
here
what-
facing some wall.
But what black should play? You saw this position?
Oh, okay, maybe knight e4, I think black should play more or less actively. If white consolidates, I definitely prefer white. Maybe not because white has something much, but it's just easier to play for sure. Here, okay, so far all the standards moves and calm game. So Piotr probably had enough of excitement with Polina, and he decided, okay, it's time to a little bit to calm down. Okay, that's a wise approach. Here we have also isolated pawn, but a bit strange placement of.
When I play such structure, I will get almost losing position.
You mean against isolated pawn or with isolated pawn?
By white, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so far looks playable for both sides. So basically, it's a type of position who plays better, he wins, or at least he
Understand
pushes.
better.
He pushes. Yeah, here we actually saw the French with this type of play: bishop d3, bishop d7, f5, bishop e2. Wow, because normally with the bishop on e2, white goes bishop d3.
Yes.
But with the bishop on d3 to go bishop e2, that's Jean Saran's trademark, probably. Yeah? If everyone goes here, I will go back and I will still kill you. Okay, h6, out of huge surprise. And now g4. Okay, f4, knight g2, move back, knight h4, knight b4, take. Bishop e5, take, and f4. Again, simple chess, just push.
Push.
Push, and push.
And what Carlton taught me, that's when white push f5, and yeah, it's you almost dead.
So if given one more tempo, white goes f5, you will think that black is almost dead.
Yeah. Because it's really difficult to play such position for black.
And if now, let's say we go h5 for black, it's a possible move or it's
h5, but what if I play f5?
hg,
Yeah, will take by my queen.
rook h4, and then knight f5. Okay, maybe I can, at least I stabilize that stuff. And then maybe I can jump on the other side of the board. Your king is weak. I don't know, this h5 is, to my taste, quite suspicious choice, but if we're so much afraid, if g takes h5, maybe even g6 should be maybe playable. But if f5, h5, f5, hg, f e6, rook
Yes,
h4,
yes, this I also
we
calculate.
can take on f7, maybe with a pawn.
And then bishop g5,
Some
and
bishop
then
g5,
just
then
take.
queen
Yeah,
takes g4.
probably it seems better. Yeah,
Can be very, very dangerous for black. Not thinking.
that's what I mean. It's so quick can be so dangerous for black, and I know it so well.
So
my
well.
own, yeah.
Okay, then we better leave it and look for something more
Optimistic.
optimistic. Otherwise, yeah, we should not both started crying here. Yeah, remembering your experience in Caro and my experience in French. Yeah, otherwise, we should not spoil the mood of our audience. Okay, bishop c4, bishop g4, h3. Okay, but did Etienne play bishop g4 against me? I already cannot exactly. I think he played some bishop e6. And I think after bishop e6, I took on s6, and it was that game.
And you collapsed?
No, not yet. No,
not
actually,
yet.
we finished, I think, in a draw. It was in bill, but I remember it was something like this. Okay, bishop h5, queen e2. Really, queen c8. Bishop f6, bishop f3. So simple.
Simple
but anyway,
chess.
some great approach, yeah? King h1. King h1. Can you guess any move? And so far cannot.
He wants to play.
Rook g1, g4.
No, g4 immediately.
G4 now, immediately.
If you take everything and queen g4, I have knight h2.
Knight h2. So he actually sort of prepares g4, yeah? Okay.
Rook rook d8.
8.
I thought rook a8 would be, but why? Yeah. Just to protect on s6.
And now
And
white is
g4?
supposed to go g4.
Yes.
So
That's why he's thinking.
And black supposed to sacrifice or hard to say?
Yes.
But bishop d6 looks passive, yeah? We take on a6, go d3.
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly. And it's
Not yet clear.
it's not what we wanted to get.
So, okay, if g4, we take with the knight, I guess, yes. G, queen take, yeah? We're supposed to go knight
H2.
Okay, black can remove the queen somewhere.
Okay, and queen
e4 maybe,
e3.
and queen e3.
I want to go by g3 and yeah, would be happy. But what else I can play? I mean, they threaten me somehow to play d5, probably. So I need to decide what I want to, what I need to play and how I need to play. So I bet my bet is g4.
g4. Okay, let's see. It will happen or not. Wow, what a position. What a box, huh?
I told you early c6 when you was checking the results. c6 is also possible for white, and it's new, quite new.
This.
Yes.
And normally white was playing b4, f5,
yes.
f3,
yeah, and
c6,
such long
and huge line there, yeah?
like alter, yes. And c6, it's some kind of fresh hair. Yeah.
Okay, knight b8 is correct, I guess, yeah? d5.
Knight e5 also.
Bishop d6. Bishop b5 is f6. Knight d3, s6. And queen e4.
And this idea that I need to stabilize, and yeah, your queen side is blocked.
But how basically black is supposed to unpin it? What can be? Knight d7 is possible, no? C d7, bishop b7.
But you know,
Ugly looking.
I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
But knight d7, no any big threat, yeah?
Bishop b5. It was mistake, I guess. Can we back? Because they sacrifice it. Here somehow they play like. Let me guess. Queen h5 probably.
Proxy 1 can be an option also.
Yes, also. So they
Prepare some jumps also.
yeah. Exactly. So.
Or queen h5, as you said, huh?
And they try to.
The famous h4 maybe here with rook h3 lift. Huh? Yeah, with this pieces stuck on the other side of the board, yes, obviously white can try to play for the attack. And here f6.
Yeah, this I don't like.
d3, 6, and queen f4. And why you don't like? What's wrong with this concept?
Maybe I can take. Can I take?
On b5, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, queen 8.
And just to stuck.
Your knight is also hanging on b8.
Yeah, I see. Let me think. Okay, now I have time. Yeah, I don't need to hurry up. And when I will be ready,
You can go some bishop s6, because, okay, you have this threat to go b4. It's a tempy move.
But maybe later, like queen e8, and then
No, later, okay, but your knight is hanging on.
Yeah, but not now, not to take.
Not to take now.
Here.
To make some use.
Yes. Like queen e8, and just I want to take now maybe, and take on c6, and maybe it's different.
Okay, let's say queen 8, for example, I don't know, castle shot, let's say some simple move. You take on b5, I take on e8. If knight c6, let's say I take knight b5.
Okay, knight b5, and what? And what?
How you want to read me there?
Maybe before, but before, okay, knight b5, and it's not what I wanted.
Actually, maybe black and... Actually, you suggested that, okay, if we take now queen 8 and go b4, maybe that can be an idea. If knight b5, bishop s6. And actually, I'm trapping your knight d6, bishop d3. And I'm trying to trap your knight on d6 now. And also, you're not allowed to castle. That might be extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
And if you take on b8, I take on c3. And this can be slightly dangerous because you will... White needs to spend a huge number of tempests to get this queen out from b8. Let's say bc3, bishop s6. No, okay, not bishop s6, but I don't know, maybe queen e8. If queen a8, maybe queen g6. I'm attacking d3 and g2, and this is already very shaky. It can be so. Some e5 is also coming.
Yeah.
So maybe that can be an idea. Because I thought that if a b5, queen a8, bishop s6, but then okay, white has some options, maybe even a3.
Yeah.
And maybe castle along this bishop on a6 a bit strange. Okay, maybe it's also playable, queen a8, queen c6, just okay, maybe a pawn for the exchange, but we don't like to trade queens. Yeah, this strange queen on a8, it's involve us to some play. So a5 before, it makes some sense. Okay, let's go next. Stanislav Bukreev against Artem Khubukshanov. Typical structure. Okay, this is going here probably, and white is trying to mate.
e5.
e5, knight g3, and another piece of sorrow, another bad French, another mate is coming. I see, okay. Maxim is playing quite safely. He lost his previous game, and maybe he decided that, okay, it's time to a little bit also to calm down. So he plays in a very cautious manner. Okay, he plays some international master, and that's probably what he wants for that game. Okay, let's go quick by the other games. We will not go deep into all of them because that's the players who are not in the leading group. But if we catch any interesting position, we of course can go there. Here, what white has pleasant pressure against Pavel Pankratov himself. Rook c1, bishop h3, and white sort of enjoys.
Yeah.
White sort of enjoys. Rudik, after painful loss, he overpressed his opponent on the previous round. He forced him to beat him. Like a pleasant way of losing the game, but okay, still this way. Vladimir Zakhartsov, somewhat against Maxim Lavov, but looks like a nice way of King's Indian. Yeah, this bishop probably
Stuck forever.
hardly ever sees the sun. Yeah. Okay, that's life. I mean, so believe me, my bishop, they can't see the sun because one is on C8 in the French and the other also stuck somewhere. And
You're very optimistic.
yes, I just listening to them all my life, and they're saying, okay, what you're doing to us. Okay. Caro obviously is much more positional and much more adequate way of playing the opening. Leia Garifulina against Galaktionov Artyom. So far pretty solid.
Oh, Caro-Kann again.
Caro.
Yeah, and Leia good prepared by white.
White and again a 5-4.
Yeah, it's some new. I don't play.
Concept, yeah?
Yes. I don't like to
with
play
quick f6, I think a 5-4 with the idea to go for some reason quick f6.
Somehow they how to say, mix it like Caro-Kann and your French, like f6. It's also here. Some modern a5.
And more or less playable stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Matvey Galchenko, current Russian Blitz champion against Alexander Truskavetsky. And okay, Matvey was playing something normal, which is quite untypical with him. Arseniy Shturman, he also was playing quite well, but he lost the previous game. And it says it's a draw.
Okay.
Enough is enough, yeah? Okay, it's enough is enough. We can't blame the players. The schedule is really, really tough.
Yeah.
Vladimir Maslovsky, he also was on 2 out of 3 and
And it's funny when people ask me to know my problems, and I'm always laughing like you wish me I die here because two rounds in a row it's quite difficult. So
German Bazeev himself, he's also here. Great to know. So a bit strange of King's Indian and just some playable stuff. Youngsters playing each other. Lev Zverev against Alexander Usov. Why they need to play Aeroflot? They can go to Central Chess Club and play one more game or one more game there. Something. Okay.
Oh.
3G4. This is actually the system which is not besides one of the worst possible moves here.
G3 is also, I think G3 played Karyakin against.
But in this exact move order, it looks pretty dubious. Even G4, I think it gives lots of play. And other moves like Bishop E3, Knight C5, F3. It's like I'm a very big expert in any bad system, so I know that this is also bad because I played it many times and I can tell you why it's bad, and I will still play it. Now G8 and F4, and it's already very pleasant for white.
I like the expression from my father, like life never teach you if you continue
repeating your own mistake. I'm one of the worst students, obviously. I'm repeating ever and ever.
Another
no
something
pawn,
with
and
B3.
of course the pawn is on the 5, and some pawn is missing. So typical classical modern chess, and white's is marginally better. Okay, it's great. Maybe H4 should be played because you can push H4. You have to push.
You have to
push. Here, 2 bishops versus 2 knights. Looks pretty scary for black, I would say.
Are you expert?
Polina Shuvalova against Konstantin Sek. And both of them are trying to respect each other for the moment. The mask will be taken away later. This is
also
normal. Boris Savchenko. Really, and what is here? Some Caro and some play.
Caro, show me, please. Caro, it's everything for me, my love. Even if I lost a lot.
How many games did you play in your chess career with Caro with black? I mean,
not even half.
If you count all the blitzes, rapids.
A lot. I mean, I played
500, 600, 1,000.
Wow, 500
much?
For sure. I mean, it should be, because some time ago I started to play Sicilian, and till that time it was only my answer on E4. Yeah, so you see, I played quite a lot.
Okay.
And people think that I'm an expert, so I like also think that I'm an expert if I'm not.
Especially when you are not, Okay, good. No, but with so many experience, you really must be an expert, so that's not a joke.
Especially how to feel what is dangerous for black.
And what about this E6? You tried such a... I did just to kill the bishop and play like a Nimzo, some bishop d6, 97.
Yeah, it's also possible. And I also played this, and
because
it's new.
This position I was trying to see how white is supposed to play, because quite often b3 c4, but that's a bit strange with whole conception.
Yeah, but. Next move is castle for black, and it was some not weak opponents, and it was some strong, and bishop h7, yes, and even I know that it's not good to take, because I asked so many times my my coach that okay, it's not going to happen anything to me. That okay, and I ask again and again, and he proved me one more time that okay, it's really bad for white.
For white. Okay. Then knight
So this
f5.
is interesting. I also analyzed it my own. But with ace f6, you have to be very careful. Very careful.
Okay, if not f6, then what you
Bishop
would suggest?
d7 is also possible.
And then bishop e8 maybe, and then
Yeah, and yeah, you prepare some. But you have to be careful. But yeah.
f6 was played, h6.
Oh, oi. I don't like this.
Some boom,
Yes,
no?
yes. It can be
Bishop
very
h6
dangerous.
maybe, huh?
Yes.
Some boom, but boom didn't happen.
Yeah, maybe
Rook f7.
later.
Maybe later it will
Maybe
happen.
later.
Change. Okay, now it's not that easy. Okay, it's a black piece.
Look. Knight. Why not knight h8 and then to make boom?
Knight h8 here, yeah?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Great place, huh?
Yes.
That's our
And
favorite. Okay, we're
then,
supposed to go here and then boom,
okay,
yeah?
just boom. Okay, if you take my knight, okay.
No, then bishop
mate
G,
will- yes,
bishop G7, then
And
this I don't want. Okay, let's say what, okay, I need to
you need
grab
to,
something, yeah?
to grab. Okay, I will grab also. And it seems like so
Okay, let's have f5 at the very last attempt. No,
okay,
not to resign immediately. Maybe rook e3, rook h3.
yes, it's also possible. I think yeah. It's easy just to play such and yeah. At least it's interesting.
We might miss, of course, some tactics, but it's indeed looks quite promising game. It's not easy to understand what basically black wants.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's quickly go one by one. If something crazy, we will come back.
Oh, for white, it's not good.
Not easy, yeah.
Not easy.
Or Raman Shakjiv, let's take some look. It's one of the most promising young players. You play at him, no?
Yeah.
Yes?
Just some blitz games.
You mean some friendly or in this,
Friendly.
this central chess?
No, friendly.
No, friendly? What's your impression about him?
He's really good. He's really good, and yeah, his parents look like normal parents, not like forcing. Forcing when your kid is so talented, it's sometimes you get crazy about it. And yes, they look like normal parents that they just want to, just to increase his talent, that he will work hard and just. And they also ask me for some advice. I told that you have to read the classical books as I told yesterday about it. Yeah, and yeah.
Okay, but so parents are nice and sane, which is not really typical for the chess world. But what about Raman? How you feel him? Which caliber of talent does you feel he has? Like champion caliber, or just stronger, or not yet? Not yet.
Not yet, but I think he will. If he will work hard, he will. Okay, I'm not sure about champion, but I mean really strong player.
Okay, so bishop g5 and bishop d7. Wow, such an old system. I also lost here without a fight to. I think in every system I can immediately just tell you one game which I lost without any fight. It happened.
I see you're an expert.
Yes, it happened in Russian Super Final 2004 against Alexei Durev. I lost without making any single active move, just completely.
Without any voice.
Any voice, like this, yeah. Like committed some public suicide, yeah. With white pieces, of course, Alexei got some prize for the beauty, some prize for something else, and he was also coming to the press center and showing, okay, the guy committed suicide, but let me explain that, okay, it was not only him, it was also me. So, rook d8, castle long. Queen d4, Queen d5. Yes, f4. I think it's an old main line, and I think it's here some long and crazy stuff or not. F4. This e6, e5. I think it can be here. No, not e6. I'm already confusing. h6.
I have no idea.
Take.
Because bishop d7.
No, I think there is this e6, e5, de, fe, bishop c6. I think this was one of the crazy. Then white has bishop b5, knight b5, then take on f6, and bishop c6, h4. But and I remember was analyzing this, trying to kill this line. So white like winning by force. I was trying, but I don't know if I succeeded or not. But anyway, against Alexei, I played completely different because okay, if I prepare something for sure, I will never play it. So just this king b1, queen c5,
like
queen d2.
it seems like we saw it yesterday.
Yeah, take on f5. Yeah, I lost something like this, and I forgot to develop. Then bishop d7. The bishop just killed me. Bishop b5 check. King d8. Bishop d3. Bishop d7. That's also okay. Knight e4. Queen b6. Okay, black has some potential, of course, to bishops and flexible central pawns, but so far development plus the king, or maybe king plus the development.
But I want to go king c7 and king b8. Oh,
maybe king c8 he wants.
yeah, okay.
Maybe similar idea. Queen f5. Bishop to b3.
But what rook doing on h1? Rook g1?
He will go.
Rook
Don't
g1
worry.
is also nice, just to push g4. Today I am in mood.
In mood.
Yes,
Okay.
so that I can create some crazy chess.
Just a question: if black really intends to go some f5 and rook takes c3, is it here or not? I'm just trying to understand. Let's say if here not,
I saw it, yeah.
if some f5 here, what was planned?
But probably I won't react.
You will ignore me one more time? Really? You can go knight g3, rook c3, knight h5.
Yeah, here.
So if
That's
we go,
why he played.
If we go this way, okay, let's see. Okay, I bravely and mistakenly, as usual, take knight h5.
And that's all.
Looks like we cannot handle both this and this. Yeah.
That's why he played.
And that's why. Okay, but now after rook f8, if you go
Space for
if you go
the
this
bishop.
h1, okay, let's see if we can be this, if we can be bad or not. This we take. Is it possible to be that bad or not?
But
Still not
one more question: why I need to go to g3 if I can take on d6?
You can take on d6.
Yes.
So no, rook f8. You go rook h1. I go f5, and you want to already crush me through.
I will try.
You won't try. Okay, I take.
This check on e7.
What's your big threat? Okay, if queen c5, queen g6. I go queen c5. You can go queen g6. I have some actually problems dealing. Okay, maybe bishop f6 I can go. Okay, just for example, one, or maybe bishop c3 even can invent something, something sharp.
What can I?
Okay, we should not try to kill black. Anyway, position is quite playable. Just okay.
Maybe I will take on c5 probably and try something, but I'm not sure.
The other games I even don't understand that there is some simul from Dmitry Rostovtsev, because in every second game below, Rostovtsev playing different guys. You see Rostovtsev against Bukreev, then Rostovtsev against Ivanov Oleg.
Let's come back to the first.
Oleg also giving some simul to Arbatov Oleg. So maybe this simultaneous display we should avoid. Okay, let's go back.
You see, even how to say IT digital how to say this, not ready for the double rounds.
Technique also.
Technical, yeah.
Technique also dying. Okay. Danishvar against Jan Nepomniachtchi. What do we have here? So many moves has been played. We stopped in a moment when after take Jan push c5, f4, bishop s6, rook a1. Nobody's in a hurry. 97.
Now somebody in a hurry.
Now somebody in a hurry, but okay, b3, nobody's in a hurry. Rook d8. Okay, I'll pass, I'll wait. Maybe some. This is a typical, as Short was calling it, a toilet move. When you want to go to the toilet, you quickly do some d8 and then you go into the toilet. But maybe it's a coffee move. Okay, why?
Yeah, coffee move. But what the rook doing on e1? It should be on f1
Okay, but if
and
goes
just
some f5, then maybe we can use this e file. But what the rook is doing on d8, I have my question. Maybe Jan wants to move the knight from b to c6.
you know, it's you have to protect your the strongest square. It's like Igor Zaitsev. Yeah, like rook g8, it's protecting d4.
d4.
Yes.
Okay. Nemtsovich at his best, yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Prophylactics and protection. Knight b8. White is probably preparing some bishop g4, or I'm not getting. No, I'm not getting. White is preparing this knight tango.
But it would be
Five.
probably better to exchange on bishops, because bishop in e2, it's not doing much.
b1. Take. Knight c6. No? What?
I don't like. Probably yours better. Your idea was better just to change.
Yes.
You see?
And what now? Who is better?
King g5 probably.
Queen g5.
King g5.
Okay, fresh jump. Okay, this
Yes.
queen on a6 is a bit strangely placed, yeah?
Yeah, but if I play b5, it will get second chance to life.
But if queen g5, b5,
Yeah, I also thought about that. I have no idea.
no idea what goes on. Okay, some play.
Some play.
Good. Hans
Niemann.
Hans Niemann show us some. Okay, dc3.
C, bc3.
dc3, as I suggested, that's quite a typical exchange. Knight goes to d5, because this knight on d5 actually is kind of unpleasant, because it's not easy to kick him, and he takes a good central position. Queen e2. A little bit not clear what white wants. Okay, queen d7, bishop b2, b5. It's maybe knight b6, knight f4. d2, bishop b7, knight e4, knight b6. White is slightly ahead on development, but not that easy to
h4.
use it. h4, I think? No, Hans is
When
not yet ready.
We see,
We play, yes,
Yes.
we know. Actually, this position sometimes white can try some c4 with idea knight f6. Sometimes this idea is actually
but okay, just
working.
to prepare h4 and then c6 probably. And then I have double protect on g5 some of my knights probably.
Yeah, maybe bishop g2 he wants to have some c4 in some lines. I don't know, because c4 is one of the most active ideas. Because okay, with the bishop on a1, it's really hard to mate. Okay, you're just missing the whole bishop. So okay, bishop g2, rook, knight f4. Okay, asking. Still keeping.
And c4 is going.
Now the question how black settles the rooks, and okay, rook a to d8. And so far that's the position. Yeah, they're approximately equal on time. Position is very full of play.
h4 I bet.
You bet for h4.
Yes.
h4, okay.
Because we know the rules.
We know the rule, but we know the Hans.
No rules. No rules for Hans.
No rules for Hans. No.
Yeah.
And it's interesting how he's thinking. Yeah, maybe he's asking his ear, his left ear. Like, right ear,
Yeah,
right ear has no idea
it's,
how to play. My left ear also doesn't know how to play. Okay,
yeah.
still I need to find some idea. H4, basically H4, what's the idea? You want some knight G5 jumps or just to make this useful move and to see what black do?
It's also maybe I want to jump, maybe I want to push more, like h5, or just to consider something, just to put all pieces together. I mean, some. But it's already.
I don't know if black in general consider b4 as an option. Because if c4, then knight d4, and if you trade, then I land my piece on c3, and I will get either very nasty knight or some huge pass pawn. But against b4, okay, white can also take on b4 and then land for some knight f6.
Maybe I can.
Which I'm always afraid.
Queen c2, and then you have to go back, knight b6, and then I will think about probably d4. It's killing.
If knight b6, you can go even c4 sometimes just to kill my knight on b6. Yeah, queen c2 is maybe an option. No, I thought just to take on c3. If you go queen c2, knight c3, and pretend that, okay, I simplified and then I will play through the center. So, because I'm not sure that my knight on f4 is such a big achievement, especially if something will start on the king side. Some c4, knight f6, and then, okay, I'm just, basically knight on f4 is completely out. So my idea was to simplify, or not.
Hans is
Hans is moving himself, so he changed his position. He tries to block his own legs. Okay. Either he succeeded or not, we will know afterwards. Here we stopped here, and okay, just rook e1, b5. Aha, that's how it should be played. h4 immediately.
Oi.
Symmetrical reply. Take,
Mama.
3. Bishop d3, and that's aha. Okay, interesting play. f5.
Very interesting.
And just knight f3. Just knight f3. So white takes the full pawn for long term or some concrete idea. Okay, all his pieces are stands well, of course.
Yeah, but I want to play queen c2 just to force you to do something.
Bishop b5 can be also an option now because.
Yeah, I also tried it like
knight
take on b5 and then
okay.
queen c2 just to decide what you will do with pawn on g7, h7. If you play h6, it can be like Karpov-Kasparov.
I'm kind of curious if rook c6 is here, no? It doesn't exist. Bishop c6, queen c2.
It's also.
Then bishop h7, and to pretend. If you go to f7, okay, that's like huge compensation. If you go to h8, then we try to see masterclass g3, king g2, rook h1, and maybe to bring the pieces, try to mate. I don't know if it's correct, but at least on the black side,
you have to think about it.
Should be considered. Yeah, these attacks can all of a sudden be quite dangerous. Okay, anyway, very interesting pawn sacrifice from Ivan, and Aram has to be quite concrete here. What's time? Approximately still this.
Oi.
This we need to focus a bit to understand basically who's where and why.
You will focus and I will unfocus because I don't like white.
You will unfocus?
Yes. I want to not to see this position for white.
Great. I need to learn this art of unfocusing. Yes.
Yes.
Whenever I dislike something, I say, let me wait a bit. I will unfocus.
Yes.
I don't like it.
So you will, you will save some part of your own. You mean.
Anyway, I used to focus on so many bad positions in my life that okay, one more ugly stuff, it will not harm me that much.
I'm trying to learn how to play solid and put every piece in the right.
on the right square and to
Square,
be a
yeah.
living classic, eh?
Yes.
Living classic. Yes,
So I don't like.
I don't like it's too shaky, yeah? Okay,
Yeah,
but
too shaky.
it is quite achieved grabbing some pawns.
Mama.
Rook f2, queen d3.
If you take on f4 before just to jump on g3, so I run on
queen is
h1.
No, queen e7.
Queen e7. Oh, okay.
Probably
Okay.
knight h3 and this king g2, take. Maybe that's not that much for black. Then I take the pawn on b4.
Yeah. Okay.
And we simplified. Maybe Andrei wants for more, of course, because anyway, this bishop on
Yeah,
f4
okay.
stands a bit weird. Bishop on e7 potentially can jump to c5 and
Yeah.
sort of it. Knight e4 played. So it looks like white played knight e4. And, so we should not harm your aesthetical taste looking to this
Yes.
anymore. Yeah? Black can take on f3 or
f5 probably, no?
f5 can be also there. So okay,
Yeah, okay.
3 is obviously doing quite well. Here we left in a moment.
I told that I don't like for white.
This knight e6, bishop h4.
That's I wanted to. I didn't know how to explain,
But
but
queen
yeah.
d7 reach a
Yeah, because some time to time it's not b5. It's not a big threat. So what I know is that
F4.
you have to be careful with white in such positions. Because I
F5.
played for white, so I know.
This guy cannot guess so far a single move. Let's say, like you didn't like the previous one, but here my brain machine is totally out. So I cannot understand queen d7. I mean, I can maybe, but it's far from easy. I don't
Okay,
know. I
and
don't
you
know why
want
white decided to go f4. Is it such a necessary move?
You want to unpin this
Yes,
bishop?
of course, but still, there are other concerns too. And why only queen d7, f4? Why? I mean, if white wants to go b5, he can go b5. Why f4?
Because white probably don't understand.
And understand how to play?
I mean the estimative position. So because it's really difficult to understand when it's bad for white here.
Or just in general, to push b5, you ready. Why you need a4? Not easy. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I mean,
Maybe a5. a5 he wants to close the bishop in b7.
yes, but it's quite slow play in a such a sharp position. So hard to say really.
You see, a5. Maybe I was right, maybe not. Just the white want to play a5.
Okay, b5, bishop b7. That's maybe the last two moves I would guess correctly. Take, knight b5, and okay, the game goes on. But in general, black looks quite fine to me. Especially once bishop already is out to c6, they have nice control. Some knight f4 is coming.
Maybe knight
Safe now. So this move, I don't know, looks pretty scary. There are so many tactics now, and okay, I'm not sure. Okay, this we've seen. Danya. So we didn't watch Danya for quite a while, and
so
we
for him,
stopped in a moment.
Here.
No, we stopped here.
Yeah.
After take. So Saba went for f6. And okay, this is trade, queen f6.
92 I want to play. But 92 it doesn't work here.
Maybe bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5.
Okay, let's say e4. At least he tries to be active. And
so f4 doesn't work. Yeah.
Take.
But I don't like take because
here.
Yes, because rook
Once it comes
open,
comes to play. Well, but sometimes you need to reckon that black can go d4 and start pushing pawns. These pawns can be quite quite annoying. So I mean, it is practical because okay, now this pawn push no longer exists. Okay, we opened our pieces and also some squares. Okay, but queen d2, knight c5, bishop b1. Okay, some
For me, it was such nice position. Now it's all equal.
all equal.
Yeah, probably.
Take.
Maybe white didn't have much, but
And just queen e6.
and nothing.
Nothing, yeah?
Yeah, nothing.
No, this looks absolutely fine. If white cannot win this d4 pawn, then black has absolutely zero potential problems. Also, no any problems on the white squares. So it's maybe going quite smoothly for black. Here, also very smooth game. Nothing big so far. At least I remember that when the pawn on h5 and the pawn on h6, I think Alexander himself, I think he won a great game against some player, I forgot whom, I think on the World Cup in 2019. Same structure, absolutely same, just white has a pawn on h5, and black probably has this, because in the long run he just played for this battery, and actually it was no defense. Like, he just brought his bishop somewhere here,
Ah, yeah, yeah,
here,
yeah,
then
yeah,
here, and suddenly it was
exactly,
very
yeah.
hard
I
to
remember this.
very
yeah,
hard
yeah.
to protect the king. Actually, it was a really really nice game.
Magnifique.
Yes, but now with the pawn on h5, yes, black can go g6, and at least the same plan is out. So white needs to come with something else. Whenever I see this structure, this strict eyes of Mikhail Botvinnik is somewhere behind me. Yes, like, Alexander, don't spoil my play, don't spoil the plans. And I think, Mikhail Moisеевич, I will not play it with either color, just believe me. And now I'm also the same look, the same eyes. It struck me again. So I'm just afraid to suggest anything because, okay, it's a bit untypical because normally it's pawn on c5 on c4, but here the pawn is on e5.
Yeah.
And there is still this pressure in the center. And h5, of course, h5 played. You see, of course,
Yeah,
h5.
yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's good or not. Maybe it's some weakening move, not weakening, but h5.
But what I want
supposed
to
to play.
take on h5 now.
Now, okay, but probably
Yeah.
that's red to take.
Yeah.
I don't know if g6 is a move here. Another weakening, probably, yeah? But maybe to stop all these jumps. Okay, hard to say. A huge fight. Here the game concludes in a very, very slow fashion. Probably Alexander, typical of him, took and spent lots of time at the opening. Still, they just got some playable position, but the fact of time can be an issue later.
Tell it to Grishuk.
Who I am? Who I am to tell him?
He's always like this. Always.
Okay. Here there are
Who I am.
differently too many moves, too many
Yes, yes, bishop
take,
g5,
bam,
yeah.
bam, so
Boom,
quickly.
boom.
Everyone knows what is he's doing. Knight e2, transfer knight to somewhere, transfer knight to somewhere.
d4.
d4, queen c2, queen c6, rook c1.
And what I know that you don't need to take de your own by white. So you have to keep it like this, but...
c5, e5,
Oh, yeah. Why?
cd,
Why?
ef, d3.
Mama.
And what goes on? It's not already mama, it's
Papa?
It's already papa coming. Mama was yesterday, now it's papa coming. And what, rook d2, de, rook f1, something like that, to pretend
Something.
I'm under control. Yeah? Okay. And here, okay, black, so they took on d5. bishop b3, knight f6, knight g3, b8, take,
H3.
h3. Okay, a typical play. Maybe white is a bit more active visually, but black is well developed. So all the
And
fight ahead.
also queen c8. Also some tightening that I can take probably.
Really, even now.
No, I mean I'm just pretend that
You just pretend. Okay.
it's also some idea, maybe.
Okay, now it's time for us to make a short break. Stay please with us. So in 10 minutes we will resume our live broadcast from the 5th round of the Aeroflot Open 2025. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We continue our live broadcast from Aeroflot Open 2025. Today we have round 5, and I'm here in the studio together with Valentina Gudina. And
It's already evening. We started, it was
yes, I started, it was the afternoon, then it was some daytime, now it's evening, maybe we can see the night. And okay, let's go on with the games.
season night. It's double round, you never know.
You never know. Yeah. You never know what's going to happen. So, Oleg Vastruhin against Alexander Shimanov. We stopped around this moment when
Didn't
Alexander
understand.
decided to keep more pieces on the board. Obviously, he tries his best and wants to play. Rook e8. Yeah, night before. Yeah, this type of structure, I think black is just doing fine, and white needs to be careful. This knight on b4 is actually also quite annoying. Check on b7, taking this diagonal.
Maybe f3 was better.
Yes, but f3 normally white also don't like to play that much. Okay. Still, it's just fine for black. It's like a great King's Indian. Okay, knight c6 was an option if I'm not blundering some tactics. Okay, knight h5 played. Okay, probably Shima enjoys his knight on b4. He doesn't want to touch it yet because anyway
He
wants
probably just to jump knight g7, f5, d4, and
the other knight comes in.
Okay, good.
Knight e4, knight c6, bishop c3. And okay, obviously white's into the offensive. I think black is doing just absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And okay, let's go on. Here, the position we both already said that we are far from understanding it, but okay, we will learn. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to jump on.
Your idea was
b5,
to bring your knight to b5.
Yeah.
My idea was to lose one more game, bringing knight to c2 and blundering knight f4. And bishop e3 finally happened that way. Okay, maybe Vlad wants to take some time before black would regain the pawn. Knight b4.
But it's already. You will play
But if I
queen d2.
queen d2, yes, I'm also thinking queen d2. Maybe that's the possible move. Knight b d2. What was after queen d2? Knight f6, but change c6 I can go. And who will profit? Oh, knight c5, just a great play, probably. Yeah. And okay, if we take queen b4, maybe it's considered to be just good for black. Okay.
Two bishops.
Two bishops, and yeah, and I'm not your expert in that system, so.
Yeah, but you know what's advanced to have two bishops? If only in one that it's good, that one extra.
One extra what?
Two bishops, but it's good when you have an extra bishop.
An extra
an
bishop.
Extra
Yeah,
bishop.
of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah.
Yeah, that's knight e1, queen c7, knight c2. So slowly all the play shifted to the queen side, just no any actions in the center. Knight c6,
So
logically.
I prefer to my idea to put knight on b5.
Yeah, the knight on b3 a bit loose looks like. Okay, probably white want to reroute it somewhere.
Yeah.
And there are still moves.
Slowly.
Also, yeah, the players are taking time, like they're playing some old classical
Enjoying life.
2 hours for 40 moves.
Japanese style.
Then 1 hour till for another 20 moves, or maybe even a adjournment can come, yeah, and some heavy analysis of the big group of people. Okay, here people playing like really they're supposed to play, already deep endgame, already pawn on h6, modern chess, and
Yeah, we saw it.
we saw it till here, and after castle, of course, h5.
Yeah.
Of course, h5.
If you can push, you push.
You push, queen f5. We push because we can push.
You say A,
B.
your answer is B, yeah.
B. Okay, this, bishop d7. Queen d2, bishop c6, bishop d3. You don't like it for white, for black?
For both.
For both, yeah? Just skip it,
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's good, estimate your position. That okay, how you estimate your position, and guess what I mean? Or
It's like I remember I was making a training session with Salim, and I remember quite often I was asking him, but what's the estimation? And he was like, first time, what? Estimation? Because, yeah, so how you estimate the position? And he's like, what? Estimation? Okay, but I move this, play. And I said, okay, but apart from this move and play, I mean, what's the estimation? And then after the trainings, he came to me and said, okay, Moro, you gave me a fantastic idea that estimation exists, that you can estimate position. I said, wow. Wow, what a great news, Mr. Salim, that estimation exists. Yeah. Not only play and move. Okay. So we will try to avoid estimation. We will try to move. So Salim style. And d4.
Move by move.
Move by move, yeah. d4, okay, some sacrifice. Okay, trying to use some.
a3.
Yes, queen e3.
But why not a3? It won't be any sacrifice. Any good sacrifice.
And that's how they got it with b4. And okay, actually white escaped in a very nicely way because okay, now the endgame is very pleasant for white. All the positional trumps with this pawn on h6, the better bishop, everything looks so good. Okay, some check. Maybe if he forgot that that's check and I win the game. Okay, this should be 2. f6, rook d1. This looks kinda at least unpleasant for black. My estimation that it's very unpleasant for black, this endgame. And also kind of important that white's still keeping some maybe extra tempest for that pawn. And this is, now h6 is a monster. You see that in the endgame now, that's a monstrous pawn on h6. Black is facing very, very tough defense here, if possible even to defend after best play from both sides. Here, another joy for Amin. So rook b1, this, and really rook b7 happened.
You
Knight c5, and what to take on e7? No, it's not possible. D5. That's the point. c1.
You wanted to grab on b7, but you had to calculate knight c5.
This I would blunder, of course, but it's maybe not my worst blunder. Still, I'm having great position. Queen d3, check. Okay, king goes forwards. Rook b4. Okay, probably rook h3 my next move. Yeah. Also, your idea to activate it via the third rank, and the queen will be soon out from our camp and looks very, very dangerous for black. I don't know.
Yeah.
Almost lost.
As I told you, I understand when it's back for black.
Okay.
So much experience as you in French.
Okay, here we left about in a moment of f5. No, he didn't play h3. He immediately
took. I also wanted to took, but I didn't understand what if I take what. Okay.
Okay, now I got the chance to change the queens if he wishes.
Yeah, but d5 it's also.
Yeah, but d5 comes with tempi. Yeah, the rook on b8 is already no any sacrifices on d5. Okay, queen f5, b3, knight f6, f3. Okay, maybe this knight on e4 really unpleasant. e5, d5, yeah? Because the problem for blacks is because they have certainly active pieces, queen on f5, knight can jump to d5 and maybe join. But the essential problem is bishop on c8. If not the bishop on c8, it's maybe playable. But what to do with that bishop? Okay, so d5. It's obviously surrenders some squares, but at least maybe a 4 and maybe bishop comes to f5. One
maybe
day.
Queen
e5.
e5.
Centralization. Queen f2.
Yeah.
Rook 8.
Maybe it's also
d3.
but Who
Bishop
knows?
d3 is always a move. I'm always asking, well, like if knight e4, such a tactic exists. Okay, but not the endgame even not pleasant. If you want to take queen c5 even, then it's
Это третий.
it's quite a torture for black to defend it maybe. Okay, rook b4 happened. Okay, 1,
Oh,
f8. Now actually some knight e4 can be in the air. And now queen s7, he takes, and yeah, what does he want? Queen c3? Oh, no, he played actually c5. He's not afraid of rook e7, not any of this. I don't know, feels quite bad for black. Now, what's your estimation? That my
already
estimation?
resigned or just he can play some extra moves? I mean, black.
No, he's obviously hoping for something, but okay, let's say if rook e7, I want rook g7, king h8, queen e7. After queen e7, I don't see how black can protect the pieces. If rook 8, rook h7, and I'm just taking all of it, so...
Queen d8, but okay.
No, queen d8, the endgame should be lost.
Sure.
And, well, I don't know, looks pretty horrible for hike.
Yeah.
Here, okay, here the game has finished.
Ой, mama.
Here, Vadim somehow grabbed some pawn.
Yeah. Not mama, papa already.
Yeah, okay, we saw some calm play like this.
Yeah.
We thought, okay, it's
You decided
approximately...
it's equal. You told that it's. You said that it's better.
Yeah, white should be slightly careful because
careful,
this isolated pawn in the long run can be a potential problem. White heard me, decided to get rid of this potential problem, but a new problem came, a pin. Okay, we avoided this, the bishop.
Rook e1.
Rook e1, yes, queen c7, and...
Okay.
Queen c3, and boom, yeah? And no boom, I thought maybe some bishop g2 already in there, some knight e5, and white can be overloaded with the pieces, maybe queen d4, okay, rook e7,
Okay.
rook e2, and overloaded now. Okay, boom, and...
Okay, knight d5 coming.
Knight e5 is coming, I go queen d4.
And probably double rook.
Double rook, or some f6 maybe also possible.
Yeah.
No, f6, knight g6 I have. 6, you double, I go rook e1. How you want to kill me? Okay, let's see just to,
f6 probably.
just to understand. Okay, if white takes, what's gonna happen here?
Knight d5.
Okay, most likely we're thinking this.
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to go ugly. Winning ugly. Yeah, there's some g5 move, but okay, g5 I even don't want to
Too
say
early
just
for g5, yeah, okay.
too early. If we
Or too late.
no take with the rook probably.
Maybe f6 now, and I can jump on f3 with check and
f6, I go knight g6. You go
Knight
knight,
e3.
you go knight e3. I take with rook. I'm happy. Rook
Yeah.
e4, knight
Yeah,
e7.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
taking too
yeah.
many
Yeah,
pieces. Okay, there should be some tactics. Okay, we are not yet able to find it so quick. But if rook c to e1 is a huge concession, of course, okay, white lost a very, very important pawn. Now the white king is forever weak. And basically,
Okay,
Vadim...
and that's why I asked why not f4 before.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
but now obviously Vadim is doing great. He must
Yeah,
be
yeah.
objectively winning. This position,
We saw it.
we saw it, but not exactly this. So what
Not
goes on?
Exactly.
What goes on?
Here, probably.
No, we stopped here.
Yeah.
Knight d5 and knight f to e5. Take. Okay, but now it's no longer any danger for white. Yeah.
Yeah.
She started to trade pieces. It's sort of okay. Queen f3. Nothing, no any easy stuff like rook e1, of course, queen f3, let's fight, f6, knight c4.
You remember how they play in this tournament? Play sharp and they answer sharp.
Bishop c6, okay, that's logical. Queen g3, take, rook e4, 3, knight e7.
But why on f3? Why not b2?
Knight to e3. Maybe she wants to avoid some knight f4 jumps.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
This f3, finally removing the queen, and
Boom and boom.
boom, another pawn has gone, b5,
Another boom, queen
and what
b6 and something.
probably some bishop b6, knight somewhere. Okay, white enjoys two pawns there.
Yeah.
Even some move like knight e3 exists if white wants just to play solid. Okay, all chances for white, I think, yeah. So
and
couple of pawns.
almost 15 minutes against 20. So
Couple of pawns plus white is pretty solid. Nikita's doing great. It's very, very pleasant. The pressure against this.
a long massage.
Yes,
time in
knight
the
b3
salon.
is coming, and this is very, very pleasant for white. Black will suffer. Here.
Oi.
Oi. Another oi came.
Another oi.
But white was trying to be so... but bishop f3 he blundered. He went f4 and just forgot bishop f3. As simple as that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I thought, okay, but how white got this double pawn in a London system where white's supposed to be very, very safe, yeah?
Oi.
d5, and okay, white is already facing some troubles. Queen d2, knight f6, all black pieces are coming. White is trying to reduce by some exchanges. But anyway, it's very unpleasant. Knight f4.
But maybe it was
Take.
better to put the knight on g3 than just to exchange with two strong knights. Who knows?
One more pawn.
Boom.
Okay, white's probably take what queen c4, but that looks quite sad, yeah?
Yeah.
Looks quite sad. Okay, let's see the leaders. There should be many moves. Jan is... we stopped, I think, here. You suggested queen g5,
Yeah.
remember? Or instead, rook f to c1. Some counterplay, b6, f4, f6.
I wanted to maybe to put my queen.
Queen back to life, yeah?
Yeah, back to life, but okay.
Bishop f3, queen c8, rook e1, queen c7, rook e2,
Yeah.
e6, e5. And now this starts a massive simplification. Take.
It was better to check probably.
Yeah, check was actually it's logical.
More accurate.
Here, just to give check and maybe later.
Yeah.
At least to have some bankering.
Classic.
Yes, to have some bankering. Okay, but they're not reading books. We know already.
Okay.
So they're just taking pieces, but not reading books.
No, estimate, not reading books, yeah.
No, estimation, it was a big surprise for
Only one.
only one player who was approaching to 700 and for the first time heard some new word estimation, yeah. So rook e8, f5, Okay, probably the pawn was hanging in some lines, b5, take, e6, take,
But probably
take,
h3 was
take.
more accurate.
Okay, but white has taken the most dangerous pawn. The pawn d didn't get this. Jan has to be slightly careful. Okay, this should be draw, of course.
Yeah, it should be draw.
Anyway, even some, I don't know, queen e3 is maybe too much, but anyway, black needs to probably do a couple of careful moves because otherwise these outside pass pawns can be some problems. What about Hans?
You see, h4.
No, of course, no. This
And
is
not
4
that bad.
Watch 4, of course.
Yep.
And queen c7, so he didn't go for b4 and then d4.
As I wanted to play, but I wasn't sure that my bishop on a1. It's a great idea
CD.
to play like this. But okay, I want to play.
But if black goes c4, he thinks that he will crash on the king side, yeah? Because c4 just kills the bishop. But probably some knight fg5, queen h5, and all this type of attacks. Because okay, now the pawn on e5 is protected. Maybe just black will suffer from direct threats. So Denis decided
Suffer, but not much.
in a favor
not
of
long.
this exchange. But now you see the bishop is at work.
Trying.
Rook d5, really? Rook d5. You would play this move?
Definitely not.
Looks, I call such a move like heavy. Like heavy move, like heavy. I don't know, maybe it's actually the best defense, because otherwise sometimes d5 and knight f6. Yeah,
he's trying to be like Peterson.
Yeah, actually his idea maybe to shut this bishop on the1, because if not rook d5, white has these ideas d5 and knight f6, and bishop joins in some variations. But anyway, the position of rook on d5 is heavy, because it's obviously misplaced and sometimes can simply be lost. And okay, jump, a typical way of attacking in that positions. H6, queen g4.
And I also have idea like knight h3 and jump on f4. So
knight h3, maybe rook d8 he wants, and then maybe to take on d4 and to play this.
Yeah, but probably I'm faster.
Maybe. And can black grab? Okay, he decided let's suffer for something. Okay, take rook f2 d8
and knight f6.
What with time? Actually, despite this all handicap Niemann gives to his opponent, he's still quite ahead on time. Yeah, so 7 for white, if I'm not mistaken, and only 20-something minutes left for black.
Why not f6? Knight f6.
Why not knight f6? Okay, maybe he can play this. What is the ideal attacking setup? G6. Okay, but G6 is at least not creating some immediate threats. Knight f6.
Okay, you will close my position just to take an f6 and g6, but looks.
But can black take, or it's too much? I mean, if knight f6 cannot take with the pawn. Take, king f8, it's mate?
Oh.
I mean, if you say it may, I will not argue, but just to see if it's mate or not. Sometimes in this position, white can sometimes attack with queen h5, but here it's a bit slow, because black will take on d4 and has some counter play. Should be some way to play this 7 king e8, but I don't see some mate.
Yeah, exactly.
Try to take some pawns, but okay, you see the absence of bishop on e1 makes attack not. It's not some automatic win. It still requires lots of calculation. Anyway, knight f6 is the first pick. That's the first pick, and queen h5 it just makes the idea to stop king f8. Then I want to go knight f6.
Yeah.
So just make sure that your king gonna be blocked. But I say, no, but with the queen on h5, gf, you have just bishop f6. And okay, then I'm not preparing knight f6 basically. It's maybe not that great, and queen h4, that's too deep. Some knight e5 also can come. Yeah, maybe Hans needs to work on knight f6 till some very end. If this exists, it's the very end.
Very short end.
Very short end. Or what else? What else?
Maybe we will leave.
Leave here
Hans,
for the moment. It's not really
Hans
really
for
easy.
Hans.
Hands for hands, yeah?
Yeah.
Changing hands for hands.
And here we saw knight f3.
Bishop f6, knight f3. Yeah, we saw that black needs to reckon. Rook b8 actually allowing this rook c6.
Yeah.
So maybe both players decided that it's not a big idea.
But why bishop b1? Why not queen c2? Maybe queen c2 just g6.
G6, you sure? I take on G6. You're not afraid?
Yeah.
Such a sacrifice. Maybe H6. Yeah?
H6, it's will be like Karpov-Kasparov. This squares.
Okay, that's good. It's
whom?
either Karpov or Kasparov. Okay, that's good. No, but still it's not that easy to kill black.
Yeah.
Because you need some time to regroup, and I may also regroup, so...
But I
Rook
don't
C6
like
is a
bishop
concrete way.
b1, I mean...
Bishop b1, a bit slow.
A bit slow.
Okay, he wants to take maybe now queen c2.
Now, okay, okay.
Now rook c8.
Yep.
Okay, nobody will blunder you. And queen d3
And G6.
attacking, g6,
And...
bishop h6, rook f7.
And how...
Okay, but in this way, not that easy to break black. Huh?
Okay, queen e3, yes. Just probably to
No, it's
change.
just a compensation, but it's probably nothing more. Yeah?
Okay, if I take your bishop, okay, I want to jump on g5. I cannot jump on g5. It's my pawn is hanging.
It's hard to say, can you or not, because some bishop d4, you take on 7, bishop e3, take on d8.
Yeah.
Maybe it's at least possible to calculate some, but bishop h6 I can take, yeah? Knight takes c6.
Yeah, and
It's a long line, but black has two bishops, some open position, maybe it's also playable. Well, it's hard to say, but in general we can estimate, okay, white still has compensation, but black is in some position to defend. This we skip or take some look? Because you said that you...
yeah, but I really don't like...
you're probably allergic for this type of chess.
Yeah.
Okay, then just for the audience, okay, quickly, so without any focus on it, just some moves. Okay, rook f2, queen
Dear
d3.
participants, you have to unfocus to watch it.
Yeah, okay, bishop f3, black took quite a tasteful pawn, I would say.
Oi.
Bishop d6, wow.
Oi.
Wow, I want to die standing on my feet. Yeah, okay, bishop d6, knight d6.
And quick, yeah.
Knight f6, so black wants to regroup probably. One, bishop a8. Now should be some knight f7. No, queen c5. Not yet. Rook to d8. Knight to c8, knight to e4. Now who will blunder? The contest who will blunder first or last? Yeah? Rook f7 exists. Yeah? Rook f7 exists.
Exist.
But then queen f1, yeah, probably.
Yes.
And then knight c5.
And
Knight c5, and there are no any cheapers left. Okay, white is just losing the piece. And okay, if knight e7 first, king h8.
And then on f7.
And also
Again.
then still queen f1, yeah.
Yes.
Still the same, yeah. Okay, white is still facing certain problems here. Here.
Yeah.
Again, where?
Yeah.
Skip also, yeah?
Yes, I told that I didn't like it for white, and you have to be careful, and I was right.
Knight
You
e4
see?
was played, and the domination is coming from the black side. Huh? Bishop f6, rook f2, e1.
I would tell to
F7.
my coach that I'm not that bad. I mean, he will ask me how
But he
it
has some
was.
doubts. Either you are good or bad.
No.
Okay, no, this looks horrible.
But
Right?
I will
Some
tell
knight f4
him
is
that
coming.
okay, I'm getting better and better, and yeah, he will ask me how I was commentating with you, and I will tell yes.
Okay, this looks really, really horrible.
Yes, exactly. Oh,
Here,
draw. Oh, not draw.
white draw. White has extra pawn.
Yes.
not yet draw, of course.
Yeah, but not yet. But how to win? Yeah, long time. Yeah, I saw this. Okay. Yep.
We thought it should be equal, but Danya saw it better. Queen e4. Some double attack. And rook f8, because rook d8 is maybe annoying. And he just decided to go for that endgame.
But why not rook f7? Rook f7 is not possible. Okay. Oi. I had to suffer this for a long time, but
It's bloody hard to win for white, rook b4,
Yeah.
and then
maybe not rook b4. Maybe he calculates rook f3.
rook e3 now, yeah?
Yeah, three.
Maybe. Maybe rook e3 also exists. b4.
Danya is so focused. They both were so focused.
Far from easy, yeah. The black can invade, I mean, the black can also invade, so white should not
I
forget
listened
about this.
his interview about previous, not this round, but from yesterday, the last from yesterday, and Eteria asked about the game and then about the match against Hans. And it was about he fell asleep or not, New York, it was.
Okay, but he can say that he forgot if he's asleep or not. It was a
Yeah,
long time ago.
yeah.
He said, okay, but I don't remember.
Yeah, and also about if he believes Hans a cheater or not, and to prove that Hans needs to prove. And Danya was complaining about why he needs to do everything about this match. But okay, you blame a person, yes, that he's a cheater, so that's why you have to prepare everything. In my opinion.
Okay.
Dirty story.
Arseny against Alexander, still not so many actions, quite a quiet game.
6 minutes.
6 minutes, that's
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
but still not so many actions. Here we see lots of, especially like when rooks are doubled on the close file, but well prepared for any opening of play.
Yeah.
So any releasing of tension can immediately burst both rooks like this. And
But okay, I want to play f4 probably. No? No, I don't want.
in general, that looks nice for white.
Yeah, but you have this bishop e6, so I'm not sure.
And also, I think on the short time, just Raonak is much more dangerous. I think Ilya needs some time. I think he's sort of the player who better plays given time. And and Raonak, I think he's very, very fast with all this play with all these cheapers, and because the game is moving towards this endless time trouble, then it's more tough for our player. And Alexander, basically, black is having normal, reasonable position. Maybe rook can be on b5, but 4 minutes on the clock.
Even more than Alexander Grishuk has. Wow.
Yeah, but e5, d5, black can go not to give some squares. It seems absolutely playable for black. Just a bit. Strange that instead of 30 minutes, he has basically 5 yam. Okay, here as we predicted, this rook d1, rook f1, this high style appeared, and but now some g3, maybe check and knight f2 can happen, then some e4, maybe if knight f5, then I don't know if we're not risking not to get this pawn back. Okay, white needs to do some calculations. No, but actually maybe just trying to see. Because if we go straight this, No, maybe he. Oh no, this is not. I thought it was this. This. If you take, okay, because I'm not forced to take here. I can basically take whatever I want. Okay, maybe
Yeah,
take
yeah,
this
yeah.
one. So I'm not basically risking here. And because 95 is maybe also okay, but G3 is.
More solid.
Maybe then E4 can go, and then check here. Maybe.
And what?
No,
It's
but I can go knight G5 even not to allow this check. Yeah? And also, if I take here, I will protect the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, G3 was also some option, so knight E5 happened. Probably some rook 8 maybe, and white needs to see.
at least he grabbed some.
Approximately equal as being. Here the players agreed to draw. So Artem Moskov versus Maxim Matlakov. This
A worse. Not. Yeah, a worse.
knight is on B3. Idling on B3, yeah? Okay, black is obviously doing fine.
My coach would ask, why?
Why
Why
what?
is this knight on B3 what he's doing?
Here you see H5, H4, and rook comes to H5. A modern chess.
Rook B5 it should be.
This.
This. Oh, okay.
So white got rid of this strange knight on B3.
Yeah.
A good news. And seeking for some counterplay, black opted for H5.
Okay, rook B1 and rook B5.
H4. No, queen of4.
Okay. Okay, I force you to change.
A typical Vladislav, yeah? So let's play some endgame. Let's avoid some potential danger.
Yeah.
No, hard to say, maybe. And if I go some moves like this, does it exist?
I also can play like knight if 95. Can I play 95?
Like this?
Yeah, because if you take
I have too many pawns to take.
by queen on H4, G5 are coming.
5.
Yeah.
And I'm locking some squares, huh?
Yeah. So, but okay, you can take on D4. Yeah, does it work? No. So it's
Who
okay
knows?
for, yeah.
Who knows? Maybe still you can try some G5.
G5, Queen D2, and then
Queen D2 is okay. Yeah, a bit asking for too much, yeah? I don't know if rook E5 works. It needs to be checked. Taking is also possible if black can play against this pawn. I don't know, maybe some.
But E3 is also.
Let's say if we take some G5. No, G5 is.
G5 and F4. I change and F4, and that's good for me.
It's not there. If rook F5 looks artificial.
E3.
That's just in general looks a bit artificial. I don't know what the rook is exactly doing here. But G5 is. I don't know. Is it possible to play like this or not? Because white also has this move here.
Yeah.
Because, okay, bishop c6 now is a threat. And if you take, then I may lose this pawn, some other pawns. Okay, that looks pretty dangerous. Okay, if rook e5 works, I would prefer to keep, of course, queens. Because I think if white succeeds in exchanging queens, then white just enjoys it.
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
very, very pleasant. The endgame is here still. Okay, white is probably marching all the way to c5 somewhere there. This still looks extremely bad. our fellow friend, he's surprisingly alive or not? So with an extra queen, does he still alive? F5,
Oi.
rook h3, and that's how it goes. Take,
But still,
bishop d8, d3. Why
not
he
to
doesn't
jump,
want
not to jump on
this?
knight e7. But even if I take on b4 and you jump on e7, okay, if I play knight d6, it's very bad probably. But who knows?
Rook d4 style Irish move. He wants now rook
Yeah,
rook
yeah.
before rook b7 and the box is there, yeah. And the box is there. But now bishop e3 maybe kills, no?
G5, G5, G3, okay.
Yes, because or maybe just maybe g3 just in the most simple fashion to go g3 and just to take the piece. Yeah?
Yeah.
Knight d5, gh, rook e8. Okay, black can try to generate some play, but in the long run should be lost. Yeah, just even maybe
I mean.
You mean Amin? You mean Amin? Yes.
Yeah.
Amin. You mean? Yeah. G3 play, so maybe black is only hope to get knight to d5, rook to 8, and then to generate the plates. Let's say some knight d5. Okay, after g3. Okay, imagine we go knight d5. Suppose we take rook e8. And can white win it in a comfortable way? Or we have to win it in
Uncomfortable way.
uncomfortable way? Because uncomfortable we don't like, of course. Because I thought bishop d2, bishop b4, but then I saw rook f4. All of a sudden. And starts to feel really uncomfortable. So can we do something in a...
But bishop d2, and then when you take, okay, rook d3. Rook d3. Or, yeah, rook d3, that I'm avoiding. Pushing b3. And
Just to stop the pawn, and maybe
Yeah.
rook somewhere, or rook b3, or rook f3, or maybe just to eat some pawns.
Yeah, okay, rook a5, but I'm not sure if I just try to eat. f7, g5, 6.
Well, with precise plays, it should be winning, of course, yeah.
He played like you suggested to play, and what? Rook a4.
He took on b4.
Yeah. Not. Not like me. He took on before. Yeah.
Okay, he still may go some knight e8, knight g7, knight h5, and huge chances that it can be winning, but it's maybe not the most precise way. But it looks like he simply blundered this rook f4, yeah?
Yeah.
Because he thought that the game is over, yeah? The most important moment, once you think that you're doing the last move, check every possible dangerous answer.
With plenty of time, you have to check double 3 times more.
Yeah, and now, I mean, you saw he's like, oh,
Yeah.
he stands up, okay, he's ordered a coffee, okay, coffee, okay. Now, rook d5 is not an option.
Yaroslav is laughing.
He's laughing. Yeah, okay, he just probably blundered it. Okay, knight 8, knight g7, knight h5, still Yaro play. It's still huge chances. You'll be pawn up, and the pass pawn can don't let this guy run too fast from you.
Let him suffer again.
Did you get something?
Yeah.
White's draw? What is so drawish here?
Because
Rook e7
he played rook e7, and then instead of king d1, as we wanted to play, probably. Or I
don't know how we wanted to play here.
Yeah, but we wanted to play rook.
Lots of checks, and it's time to agree the draw, yeah? Wow, okay. It's time to agree the draw. What to say? Okay, Here
Oi.
Vadim is still with an
Okay.
extra pawn. Okay, still something he needs to do because okay, white has some active pieces and everything, but overall, of course, this outside extra pawn should be a decisive factor.
Okay. Oi, oi, oi.
What do we have? We have opposite colored bishop position, 2 pawns up white, but we have a good bishop for black on d5. It's working nicely on both sides. Okay, a technical part of the game.
If I take on... I want to take on a6 and then to push a4.
So to take like this, now it's black to move. Just
Yeah.
this.
And a4.
If queen takes, then to go a4.
Yeah. Because there is a check on f8 and...
But if take, some maybe some Luft, not Luft, lift, maybe some lift comes. Okay, but it's obviously very, very unpleasant. 2 pawns down and no real so far counter against the white's king.
This is what's
This is still
good
a
for,
pleasant
for Nikita.
position for Nikita. Black is defending. Here, white is still suffering, but at least got a couple of active pieces to
And
compensate.
less than 1 minute.
For white, less
Yeah.
than 1 minute. Oh, that's not that stuff.
Suffering.
And also the pawn on d5 is probably can be simply taken. And it's an open question. What does he want for such a material deficit? Sergei Labanov. We saw that he had some good position. Now it's probably slightly,
Worse.
maybe slightly, but especially with queens on board. Yeah, he has to be careful. Jamsaran Tsidipov. Yeah, he plays his bishop e2, the move of the round. After playing the move of the round, he achieved this sort of play.
That it's dangerous.
This f4, g6. Nevertheless, f5. You can't stop me. Take, check, king h1, and
Almost dead. You cannot hold this.
yeah,
You cannot hold this for black.
rook s6, queen h5, rook g6, rook f1, queen d3, queen f3, and okay, so Simeon succeeded is not to receive a mate, but just the endgame is completely hopeless, like losing pawns and no real compensation. Arsene, really, just 15 moves? No, it's not possible. No, I think
Okay.
I think it's just stuck somewhere because okay, we saw only one move here. No, it's not possible. Here also it's completely stuck and frozen. And obviously they're playing for much more. So basically, if all the moves are stuck, we basically cannot believe in what we're seeing because it says that, let's say here says it's just a draw after g6.
Okay.
Like a position looks equal, but they might be as well playing. Here also there are no any updates.
Okay.
Here there are some updates. Some knight g5, some combinations. Pavel Pankratov is reported to make a draw. This position is maybe kind of suggested, but hard to say. Rulik is crushing through. Yes, maybe knight e6 is coming. Vladimir Zakhartsov won against Lavrov Maxim. Some draws. Samosenko Maxim beat Bazeev German, or at least it says so. We cannot trust that much. In the youth derby, it's a miniature.
Oh.
In the youth derby, it's a miniature because what? Somebody forgot the theory? Or
This we saw.
d5, take, rook 1, g5, f6, Bishop f4, rook e8, take, and
Already strange.
just a pawn down. Still, it's a quite a long way for white to convert. Probably no reason to go down so quick. Okay, another pawn gone. That's a bit strange decision. Bishop d5,
Rook
knight
e1.
e1.
Rook e1. You cannot play rook. No, you can play rook e1. No,
Yes.
you
Here
queen g6.
rook e1. Yes, rook e1 is possible. Yeah, queen g6 probably.
Yeah.
Okay, knight e1 is a
I
solid.
wanted to play with comfort.
Queen e3, some discomfort, h3, and here queen g3,
Why not to? Not to
knight e3,
Okay.
and here around here it says that white won. Okay, so he
Enough is enough.
2 pawns down. Maybe he decided to economize himself, not to continue this. Okay, it's a possible way of accepting things. Let's see how Raman is doing. Has all the chances to win, but he needs to be careful. Not so many material left. Actually, it's a bit unpleasant. It's b4, cb rook b2, and there is this discovery check is kind of unpleasant. But if he takes take, there are not so many pawns. Yeah? Black has reasonable chances to hold here. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. Okay, Jan is reported to agree the draw. That looks fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Hans. Back to Hans because there are lots of actions here. And maybe we can focus on that game. Obviously, it's one of the most interesting game of that round. So we stopped at this moment, and g6 he played. It was my first intention to go g6, but I said it's a bit slow.
Yeah.
And queen d7. Take. Knight d6. Bishop b6, bishop d5, bishop b4. That's actually a present position. And the players still have some times actually. Yeah, so 30 minutes for Hans and 16 for. If you can see the clocks, is it true or?
Yeah, it's true.
Yes, it's true. Yeah. So okay, so then they both have time. They both have time, and what we have here. Okay, the lazy move is sort of bishop e4, trying to make some bishop g6. Okay, black has some. No, knight e7, I check and I take on b7. That's probably
But
bad.
you don't have much pieces. You have to be careful.
I do. Okay, but anyway, my bishop is under attack.
Maybe you have to just
Okay,
repeat.
queen f5, we can.
Queen f5 and repeat.
I have to repeat. Why? Really?
Yeah, I will guess because okay, it's bishop hanging, rook hanging. You have to do something with bishop d5 because okay, if queen d5 and yeah, Dennis will break your leg with this.
And Dennis knows. Okay, still bishop f4. I don't see a big harm with that move. Okay, how you play after bishop f4? You take on e1 or not?
Let me think. e1 and you want to play bishop
I don't know,
g6.
maybe just to take on e1. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe first to grab this to avoid any jumps. And actually, I want to go d5, my next move. d5 and then e6 check, and to open this diagonal. If you go knight e7, I check and take on b7, and I will, and I'll be happy. So you cannot do this. Okay, you have knight b4 jump. That's true. And after knight b4, if I. But still, I can give check and take on b7. Still, it's the same idea. At least I'll be pawn up, and your king is not really safe. And because I want to combine this bishop d6 with d5 to have both of it, have both of it on action. Can Hans calculate something like bishop b3 and bishop e1 d5? Something sparkling like this. Because with bishop on b3, I defend my rook on d1, and then I can go d5 and trying just to destroy. Destroyment. ED is possible. Maybe it's possible actually. Yes. E6, queen e6, queen g7, king e8, and no mate. Yeah? My bishop is not joining the attack. Queen b7, no, but that's nobody knows what's gonna happen.
Oh.
So queen e5, bishop e4, bishop b3. Do we missing some other moves? Because it seems white does not have such a huge choice. Because queen d5, okay, that's a big idea for black. Hans needs to know.
Bishop b3, bishop e4, and my queen e5.
But queen e5, you sure that it will be repetition? If I go king e7,
g5.
king e8, can I be a bad boy? No? Okay, it's doubtful. Okay, I know that's a doubtful play, but okay, actually Hans made a move. Can you see on the board? Which I think he moved the bishop probably, no? Yeah, bishop before he went. Bishop before. Bishop before is quite geometrically looks pretty logical.
Okay.
And probably black has to take, otherwise even some rook e3 and okay with rook with two rooks on the board is tough to play. And the big question, does we see something after bishop e1? I mean, apart from rook takes e1. White can consider d5 also. Still trying to open by any cost. By any ghost. d5 does it dangerous if I go knight e7. But then maybe d takes, queen h5. We have some check.
I'm just listening. You have your crazy ideas, so I'm just following.
You're following and you're
with my open eyes.
Or queen.
Yes.
No, queen f4, king h5. Okay, strange stuff. But even g6 I cannot refute. Because queen h7, king 8, check queen g8. Okay, that's a bit too far. Okay, let's quickly see the other positions, because here also can be something complicated. Overall, black stands relatively solid. Don't forget that black is pawn up. And this pressure on this central pawn is really, really annoying.
Yes, bishop b1. I didn't like. Okay.
Yeah, in general, black should win. Okay, extra pawn and completely weak. Okay, with the pawn on g2 and pawn on h3, it's still maybe some fight. Because this combination of queen and knight can actually put a lot of tactical problems. But with that type of king, we think that it should be over. Here, okay, black is pawn up. And basically doing well, but Ricci needs to be careful with tactics, because we already seen that in that tournament with tactics he was not always, let's say, lucky. Okay, e3 is a huge idea basically, because white would be overloaded defending the knight, the pawn, the check, some forks. This rook is also hanging positions, so tough event. Okay, here we still more or less on the same. Just white activated, maybe king c2, there is some check, and they can move back and forwards. And still Daniel tries to find a way. Draw.
Just draw.
Just draw. Yeah.
Okay. Can we trust?
Of course, we should always trust. At least that's what I'm doing every time. I'm sitting and trusting. But this position looks okay, pretty
Yeah.
equal. If nobody
Okay.
wants to take any actions.
Yeah,
then-
yeah, okay.
Okay.
And for sure, Nesterov wouldn't try to play against Grishuk.
Okay, not to take at least too much risk here. Okay, these two rooks are back to the action, and Ilya plays on the almost on his last minutes. Pretty tough.
Yeah.
Pretty tough for him. Here, all
Okay.
the
1 minute.
all the game ahead looks like maybe white is slightly better. Knight is better
Especially
than the
with 1 minute.
knight on
for
c4,
black.
better than the knight on d7. For the rest, it's quite playable, but the time factor can be absolutely decisive. 20 minutes against 1 minute, and position can be complicated. Here, actually, it says that
Lost.
white lost.
Did I tell you? Did I tell you that it was more solid to play g3? You see?
Just
I know how it can finish.
rook e8,
Bam bam, and that's
bam bam, and rook c6.
And,
Where is your bam bam? And now g3 rook c1.
yes.
G3 rook c1. That's a cheapo. Okay.
You see?
And f3 to prevent the cheapo, and the rook c8. And he says that you cannot prevent my cheapo. Still rook c1. And
In two moves.
wow. And wow, it's a big victory for Alexei Gaganov. He recovered from his loss against Hans Niemann, and he beat one more strong player. He already won against Evgeny Nair, and now the other strong grandmaster, he also beat him with the black pieces. A big achievement. Now he is on 4 out of 5. Here we saw that's a draw. Shima, the famous Shima, is all pawns are taking all the squares out from the white pieces. I'm doing so great. Okay. Vladislav is okay. He achieved in
Yes.
trading queens. So for him, he's happy. He's happy. We are happy. Everyone is happy. Maybe except his opponent. Here,
Oh.
King c5, resonation,
as you
and
told, yeah.
huge applause coming from above. Great technical job, but opening-wise, it was a moment when white position felt a bit shaky.
Yeah.
Taba is
Suffer.
still suffering, but few material left. Okay, this is an endless box. An endless box, but
Maybe I can. How I can?
we need to get to somewhere our king, but it's not easy to understand where. Where and how. But
Somehow.
that's somehow we know, but
Okay. I will check you.
okay.
I put on d4, yeah, to centralize, just to check on h7, back on g5, and eat all your pawns. Great idea?
So h7, take on f7, I take on h7, take g4, then take this and play 2 against
Yeah.
1, yeah? Okay, a possible plan. And basically we can maybe first
Not f4, f3. I want to cut your knight. You
cut
see?
my knight.
Yes. If you play knight d1, I will play f3.
Can I go this? Still bad?
Good question. Good question. Question. Okay. What I need to play? Maybe not centralized.
No?
I don't know.
Decentralize it. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, let's say we go king. I think he played some move.
Yeah, it's the same what we calculate. Yeah, and it's over. it's draw.
It's draw, so one more lucky escape to Mr.
Okay, yeah. Knight f2 and yeah. But what we have to play instead of centralize? Such lucky, I mean. Yeah.
Maybe King e4 then, not to get to some tempest.
Yeah, probably in my idea. Or
Some f4 maybe to strengthen that pawn, then try to use your idea and to get these two best pawns maybe. Okay,
in 20. Oh, okay, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I saw 20. No. Go back, please.
Classic, go back.
Go back, and I will say, yeah, 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and you cannot. You just play immediately. You had the answer, and now you start to think. It's my method, by the way. Yeah, that's why I'm so strict about it, because it's my method, and yeah.
Okay, but why now? I mean, I think he has to take on f2, otherwise he's probably just a dead lost.
Now he's trying to do something, and it's nothing to do, probably.
F2 pawn was an important pawn.
Yeah.
91.
He played king a3, check on d1. Yeah. Queen d2, and what?
No idea. I think he just banging moves.
Queen b2. Knight b2. Ah, okay. He wants to jump d7, b6. Ah. d7. Okay, he jumped on b2, and now I want to jump probably d7, b6, and try to eat you. But I'm not sure. Probably it doesn't work because yeah, I'm going to eat.
But then I will go, okay, king h7.
Yeah, f6.
King c2. I take. You take. I go f6.
Yeah.
No, f6 I can go.
No.
And this?
No, you cannot go. I take on d7. Probably knight a6 you had to play, no?
Knight e4.
Yeah.
Where?
Okay.
This. Okay, this. This.
Knight king h7, and then knight a4.
Here knight e4, but what does it change? Okay, I take. Still I can get my knight to d7 basically. What does it change?
Nothing.
It's nothing. Okay, but why then he played this king knight b2? Maybe if he go knight f2, maybe
Yeah.
it was better then.
Yeah, he got this position. Now he's smiling. Smiling, and yeah, now
Maybe
he's smiling.
king e2, then maybe knight h3, knight g5. I can get
Yeah,
this.
that's
Or
that
not.
knight b2. It was mistake. The greatest mistake of this
No,
round.
but still it is some play here. Knight h3.
And
I don't know what
Queen
is the
e3?
end.
Queen f3.
F3 probably because still this knight is cannot join. Yeah.
Yeah, but how to
How to finish this knight?
yeah.
Somehow. The famous, no, but this I can go here and he's trapped. Here I go here.
Oh, I think all position was trapped. Both smiling. You see? Both smiling, but why?
Because it's time to smile.
Okay, he took h6. Okay, and what? He smiles, but why not to take on b2, and then knight d7, and it's winning position, no? Why to smile? Okay, I have this idea like f6 and
Yes, f6, king f7, e5, and king e6. Yeah?
yeah.
Okay, let's see. Okay, you take. Okay, let's go back here. So this, take.
Take
Okay, white's supposed to take. Anyway, black goes f6.
f6.
There is no any other move. You take king g6 probably.
Okay,
Okay,
d7.
knight g7 is the only move. Now let's say e5.
But I'm winning. Okay, king c3.
King c3, king f7.
Okay, king d3, and I'm winning. Now he realized that he's losing. Okay, and e5 and
Unfortunately, yeah.
yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, and maybe here one, yeah.
Yeah, if you play like this, yeah, sure. Who smiled?
Yes.
The last.
Yes. The last smile belonged to Yaroslav here. Okay.
Yeah.
A very funny endgame.
Now I
But you see so
mean,
many emotions.
stop to smile. Now he understands, and now Yaroslav is laughing.
Yeah, chess is a tough game. Okay, back to Hans. Back d5. Of course, Hansi is here. I was trying to calculate d5 97, but failed.
You're still crazy. You're same crazy level like Hans. I mean, yeah. You also
It's a big
suggest.
it's a big compliment to Hans, I guess. Nobody as crazy as me, so
Okay.
but yeah, it's certain. Let's say it's certain grados of craziness. We have it.
But I also think
I
I'm
guess,
crazy.
But
Yeah.
the most gifted in that area actually is you. Of course. So don't pretend to be so innocent. So no. Your games are absolutely,
yes.
absolutely unique, and
Yeah.
nobody can play.
And
such a chess as
even
you.
my thoughts are same. Like all thoughts that I'm trying to make in my life, they're crazy sometimes, time to time. Okay, not to time. A lot of time.
A lot of time.
A lot of time.
A lot of time. Okay.
Yeah. And when my brother moved to my flat to help me with my health and so on, yeah, he was shocked as how it can be.
Be what?
Okay, I wasn't normal like when I was kid. I mean, but yeah.
King
And,
Jade actually played.
And yeah, he was so shocked how I became even more crazy than he knows.
So he was still believing that you crazy over the board, but normal at life.
Yeah.
Okay. And he understood that maybe it's somehow connected. Yeah?
And when I started to bring every day a lot of thoughts, one better than another one, and my mom told that okay, you have to, you just to calm, and keep in belief that okay, at the end of the day, probably she will have only one idea instead of thousands these crazy ideas. Yeah, and I still remember this his emotions.
But what goes on with time? You see the clock because it says that both of them are short of
3
time.
and 10.
So Hans has
Hans 3. Oh, okay, 4.
4 minutes for Hans.
minutes.
No, let's take a look here. No, definitely, because it's a very intensive and important moment.
Okay.
King Jade, actually very interesting move by Denis because position was so complicated and he quite quickly went. So he was not trying actually find maybe the best, he just made a practical move. Yeah?
Okay, queen h5 as you wanted, no?
There are many, okay, but then bishop f2 can be some other checks can come.
And you know what I wanted to play? I wanted to take. You will check me on f7. I will take. You take, and I will take dc, and you will take on d1, and I play take
CB.
on cb, and then bishop d4. Yoo-hoo!
Oh, yeah. And then who, yeah.
Who is who?
Then who, yeah, it's tough.
And he played.
Yes, he played Queen
And
H5.
played
Yeah.
Queen H5. You see? Okay, we will. We great couple of commentators, like both are crazy.
Both has zero knowledge about the present theory.
Yes. Oh, no, I have a bit because
A bit,
yes, because my coach repeat me again and again, almost every day.
And if Queen F7 here, is it possible?
F7.
Yeah, Queen F7 if I go here. Do I missing some mate? I might be missing. I just want you to force to do some actions.
Yeah,
You can check and take. That's of course.
can take. Yeah,
It's,
it's better.
That's an easy option, yeah.
Yeah. And like said to us, Dr. Tarash.
One piece bets stands bet, the whole game stands bet.
Yeah.
But nobody knows who is Mr. Tarash.
But you see the knight on a
Okay, 97, the game goes on. Who cares about Mr. Tarash?
GE.
The E, okay, I take. Take, probably.
Oh.
Can I survive or... I don't see some mate even if I take. It's very dangerous, but maybe I can hold it somehow.
Somehow.
G6 is also an interesting one, but still I can put some resistance. Okay, what else from... I think he played Queen F7, yeah?
Yeah, and yeah.
Because that's
check
quite logical.
and king
And Rook E1,
F1.
yes.
Yeah.
So they got the same position. Mm-hmm. 7.
Check and eat.
7. White has to eat. Knight C5. Really?
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Really? It's possible to play this? But if we just take on
Take.
Knight E4 and I just take Queen F4. It's not
Yes.
possible?
It's
Then
possible, and then he tries to tell us that it's okay. I mean, just okay, I
does not look...
survive, like bishop a8, and what?
And opposite colors, and so yeah, but looks very, very dangerous.
Yeah. And you didn't see probably
Bishop
how
G6
Hans looked at tennis at the time, like
Yeah?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's funny. May I tell you because your wife came and she asked, "Can we leave?" And you told, "No, you have to suffer with us."
I think nobody is suffering. If the kid is playing, everyone is enjoying. So
Yeah.
So no sufferings. Why? Okay,
No time to suffer.
Knight C5 it just invites so many different stuff.
Even d6. Even d6?
No, DC, Bishop G6, white has... Okay, at least these two. G6, I don't know, G6, okay. Black takes a B bishop and it's...
And rook take bishop. And I want to play...
Yeah, I know, but still, but my first is, of course, this.
Yeah, just to
take or to go bishop G6. No, this looks very,
okay,
very,
2 minutes,
very, very
2
dangerous.
minutes against 9 minutes.
Maybe he's even surprised because this move is not actually having some direct idea, because knight e4, rook e4 is also activating white's rook. And it's like, yeah, it's like as you said, even d6 it has some has some point. Then it just suddenly, all of a sudden, Hans has all the moves he wished. This, and this.
Yeah, and 1 minute to think, 1.5.
Because then even some bishop c3 can be the move. I don't know, just activate the bishop. I don't know, just if black passes, I can also pass. Okay, it's not maybe the entire pass. Maybe e takes d5 can be an option if e6, knight e6. And okay, at least knight joins the defense, and white needs to be precise in breaking this. Bishop g6. Bishop g6. Bishop g6
And he answered.
played. Okay, but black has probably the only move, queen g8.
Yeah.
And what now? Maybe actually that's not the best by
Yeah,
Hans.
maybe.
Because okay, rook takes d5 is a threat and black consolidates. And if he trades dc, but that's not dangerous. Yeah? Queen where? Queen to
h4.
Queen to h4 he played.
Yeah, h4. He's trying to. The rook will hang on d8.
But what is the threat if black takes?
He took something like
maybe
what?
Rook d5.
Rook d5,
why
yeah.
not?
Yeah.
What Hans is doing? Maybe he has to settle with some perpetual now, some queen f4, queen g5.
But okay, now if you
Or
take
he
by
wants to-
rook, can I take on d5, rook c1, and threatening take on?
No,
no, I cannot.
no, the king will run away. No, rook c1 to go.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the big idea? Not clear. Yeah? Okay, this box, but
I forgot that my bishop not in it. E4, I wanted to take on it.
and now
D5,
bishop
yeah.
c3 I guess he played, yeah.
Yeah, but why not to take on dc? It was a practical.
No, it was
Practical.
quite practical, yeah, and some other moves, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Poor Hans, yeah. He played good game, but now all of a sudden he starts to make some
Again,
mistakes.
this is also just some equal, like rook d5 and what? Yeah.
I think he played bishop c3 here.
Yeah.
C3, so finally activating. But Denis is playing fantastically quick, eh?
Queen, knight e7. Yeah. Knight e7 and knight c2. No.
No, queen f4,
And f4.
knight f5.
Knight f5. And if g6.
g4 probably, knight d3. No, knight d3 there is a check.
If I take and e4. Also good, no?
That sent 0 things in that game. But what's wrong with g4 now?
Knight d3.
Bishop b4 check.
I don't know.
What's wrong?
Nothing wrong.
If you take, I
Okay,
take.
nothing wrong.
Knight e7, I check you back.
Maybe he will try g4, maybe queen h8 works. Who knows?
And you want queen h1?
Yeah, gf, rook d4.
d4, okay.
And it's end, yes.
So this, and Hans, I think he didn't play g4, he played bishop b4, or what does he plays?
Yeah, bishop. I guess,
Four.
yeah, bishop.
So black has either option to run with the king, or your move queen h8, preparing some.
Queen h8, now I will take on f5 and pretend that I'm better. Because you cannot play now rook d4 because your knight is hanging. Yeah, that's why.
It's just also a big question, do I'm threatening something or not after queen h8?
I pretend. We both pretend.
No, but maybe queen h8 with idea king j8 to avoid from checks, and then, okay, then all these jumps are coming, yeah?
Ah, yeah.
So queen
Okay,
h8
okay.
maybe consists
He
idea to
played.
go king
He
j8.
played, but not that. Not how he played. Okay. He played king e7. He
Okay,
took
but
on
on bishop
c5.
but I think
And now
now he blundered maybe.
and he blunder and yeah.
Now rook c5, queen b4.
Yeah. Ah,
Rook
okay.
c1. Okay, he has to go king d7 then.
Now he starts to think. But okay, probably he needs to think before.
No, it was
9 minutes. Okay, 9 minutes.
it was a blunder.
That's a blunder for sure. Yeah. And Hans now are happy, but doesn't show. He's trying to focus on his game. It's good not to smile, nothing to. Just to
Okay, king d7,
King
logical.
d7.
Okay, what to do? Admit your mistake and continue the game. Bishop take f5. Hans is playing fast, so probably he sees how he wants to finish that one.
Okay, if rook c5, okay, check. Queen d4, queen goes to b6, and it's falur.
And if takes this,
e6.
okay, thank you, I take.
Ah, I forgot. Yeah. Okay, not e6.
Take. How we lost at last position. Last position.
No, here.
Yeah, to take maybe e5, yeah? Maybe he blundered this, that e6 is not possible, because queen e5 it's a long way. Queen e6, he probably... If he trades, then okay, then it's...
Okay. Queen f5, you play queen e6, queen f8. You cannot take on e5. You can take on e5 by queen. Okay,
By queen, you sure?
not sure. Because if you take by
By queen f7
rook,
check.
okay, queen g7.
7 check. And okay, I have only one square, king c8 maybe. But that's... Wow. It's really hard to believe that black can play this way.
Okay, if you take by queen on e5, okay, bishop b4, yeah?
b4. Also possible. Yeah. No, in general, this feels absolutely wrong to take it.
My coach tell me all the time that he cannot play such sharp chess, like always afraid. And I don't know how he stands it when I get such position. Yeah, he started to cry or to believe. I don't know.
or maybe to pray.
To pray, yeah, exactly. At least he got used.
Praying is normally helpful. Yeah. If nothing else, then just sit and pray.
Yeah, and he
So
always tells that okay, it's your kind of position. Yeah, because I'm not afraid to play such sharp.
yeah. Meanwhile, the results I can see on the screens. So far, quite predictable. Vladislav Artemiev won. Alexei Gaganov won. Ronak Sadvani won. Rich Rapid also won. Andrei Sipenko also won. So far, all the positions which were estimating quite poorly for one side, so the other side were able to finish them off. And this is still takes our attention. Does Hans will wrap it or not?
Now it's time to think.
No, but amazing is that he played so fast. I mean, D is before, and now just bishop
Yeah.
c5, bishop f5, and all of a sudden he starts to think only here.
It's my method, I told you, just to crush everything and to realize that I'm idiot, and then start to think.
There is also some
My
strange.
father always tells it, okay, now it's time to think. You sure?
It's also a bit strange move queen f7 here. It's a bit strange. I don't know if it's possible to play this way or not.
Okay, bishop e6.
King e6.
Okay, now my idea, queen f8.
No, but my queen is on f7. I played queen f7. If you take bishop e6, king e6,
Okay, check.
check on g4.
Yeah, on g4 and I
Queen f5.
yeah g7
You take on g7. Yeah,
and b7
That's
is
true.
also hanging.
I'm dead. I know. I'm just trying to see can it's possible. Maybe not. Yeah.
What we see on the camera: red faces, red ears,
Radius. Yeah, especially with the radius.
especially.
Five.
Yeah, he took. He took, and my idea will come. I'm trying to tell, especially kids, don't do my mistakes. Try to think, to concentrate, not like play and then to think. I mean, now with age, because I was learning too much. And in speeches that I only have my age, nothing wisdom. Yeah, at least some lessons I got.
I think he played king 8 here. Yeah. King 8 and. And what now? Bishop d6, I guess he played, yeah? Okay, but still there are certain things can happen here. He plays on his last minute, the queens are still on board.
But okay, 1 minute against 3 minutes. So it's camera showing us Dennis. Seems he's not happy about what happened.
That's true.
Yeah.
What to say? Life is hard.
Always. As you told yesterday.
Life is hard, yeah. What to do?
And it will be always hard.
Queen f7, I wonder, can black play? Still, my desire is to trade queens, of course. So queen f7, what does the... Because if you take e6, okay, cool, king 8.
Yeah, queen h3.
Queen h3, great. What's your threat?
E6.
Check on h8.
E6 and try to...
No, I mean,
no,
if rook d2, then queen h8 you have, yeah? And then e6.
No, you will... it doesn't work like before, yeah? If you take by queen...
Yes, take on
just
g7.
in g7, and then you cannot escape from me, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I will take with the check.
Yeah.
It's okay, rook d2. I don't have any other move at my disposal.
Seems not.
Not rook. Where is my rook?
1.5 minutes, again 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, tough. It's tough. Because I'm trying to make some rook d1, queen f3, maybe I did, but okay. I'm not threatening a mate with the queen on
What I
h3.
like that Hans was so focused during all this game. He was working hard.
But anyway, it's surprisingly how fast Denis played a couple of very, very, very important and crucial moves after he was given some chances, especially this king e7. Yes, it was.
We need to criticize him. I mean, just to show.
No, I'm saying it was just strange. I mean, because he had time and he was playing like blitzing.
Yeah, yes, I know this kind of.
It's 1 against 10, and you got some chances. Okay, at least try to focus a bit. But he played it by blitz.
That's
okay.
why I told that we need to criticize it. For kids, it will help.
Okay, here looks pretty sad
As you told, like
for Denis. Okay, let's see how he played.
as you told yesterday, like why your son told why I need to think if Jan doesn't think. Yeah, exactly. Okay, what he did? Rook d4. Rook d4. Okay. Is 6. If I play 6, simply. And you cannot play queen h8.
If
and
v6, rook d6.
Oops, sorry.
No, it's still probably winning. Just you have lots of checks. That's why I'm
Lots of checks, yeah. But I didn't
still
say.
counting. Queen h5 and g6 probably is the only move.
No. Rook c1, probably. Rook c1, and I want to check you. And I want to check on g6, and it's probably over, no?
Might be, yes. Rook c4 can try.
Rook d1.
Looks bad, yeah.
Rook d1. Or even I can take c4, and with my checks, I'm better. Yeah, okay. On bishop c5.
Bishop c5 looks a bit strange, I don't know.
Yeah.
Somehow don't like this move.
Yeah.
Some queen d5 is giving some chances. I mean, why? What if he jumps queen d5?
Check and it's 6.
Okay.
You have to play king.
King c7? King c7, then queen f7. Still, I cannot escape, yeah? No, but just he's giving chances. It's not like some queen d5 now is in the air. So. I don't know, he played this move, bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Let's get to this position on our board. Yes, and he played bishop c5.
And it shows us that, Hans lost some time, but it's not true.
No, of course it's not true. They keep on playing. They keep on playing. Okay, just to understand queen d5.
Check.
And there are no way I can, if I go this way, can I try to escape? Check from here.
d6.
Here. No, then just queen 8. Yeah, not so easy to escape. Not so easy to escape. I think he played g6, yeah? G6. Okay, bishop c5, he just wanted maybe to shut the queen with the6, and that's why he removed it.
Queen f6, yeah.
No, but now it's a game over.
Yeah.
Because now the mate is on e7.
And how he played?
d7. Okay, but now it's 6 even.
Yeah,
okay, but with opponent 6, black can resign already. So.
And he wanted to play rook h7.
Rook h7. No, okay, even f3. Still complete box, huh?
Rook g7, queen.
H8 I can take on g6.
G7.
Queen g7.
G7.
But G7. Even the endgame should be lost probably.
Yeah.
So queen g7 probably the only move, yeah, otherwise rook d1 just
and I can play like queen f6, f4. Also have some threats. Yeah.
The queen f4 is probably just the last move. Yeah? This queen bait just made.
You don't have so much to do. Like what to do.
Bishop c8 maybe. But that looks like it's already some joke, yeah?
Yeah.
But that looks like some joke. But Hans is like anticipating, like you're still alive,
Yeah,
you're
you're still there.
you're still
Yeah.
kicking. You were supposed to be dead already, yeah? Okay, even e7
Finish
wins.
him.
Okay, but that's too much. Okay, no, here clearly Hans is winning.
Yeah.
Okay, and here looks like black is almost, not almost winning, but a big chances. Yeah. Okay, extra pawn, and this
okay.
is potentially
Yeah.
a very weak pawn. They're also playing on seconds, and tough endgame.
Probably rook d7.
Tough endgame.
Rook d7.
And Neil is still massaging more or less in the same way. Not so much things happened. Okay, this is the draw. Evgeny Nair is... Okay, he's completely winning. So if the position is actual and true, Shima is also winning. This knight on b6 is out of play. Okay. Then all the favorites won. Yaroslav Remizov won. This was draws. Zvyagintsev Vadim also won.
Yeah.
This is still the same game, 2 pawns up, but without rooks it's a different story. Nikita looks completely winning.
Great game.
Yes, this
Still alive?
they're still alive and almost there. So we almost forgot about this game. It was like too many pawns down, no play, bad king, everything weak. But Pyotr Karabkov is still there. Still there. And yes, and the other games we're simply not getting moves. So I'm really afraid to go lower.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
it says some games are frozen on 16th move, on 14th move. So some games are reported to be ended in a draw. Okay, Rudik spotted 1. Okay, he was winning. Leia Garifulina reported to 1 on a 70 seconds move. So probably that's true. But okay, still it still should be questioned a bit. Okay, so Hans.
Oi.
Hans is there, yeah?
Yeah.
Queen d6, and it's probably over, yeah? Simply no
Okay, rook
defense.
h1 only, the last move I take. And okay, he resigned.
Yeah, so
Black resigned, so
Black resides. A very, very interesting and sparkling game. Maybe not free from some mistakes. So this, but overall, Hans prevailed, and throughout the game he was probably looking just great, and he will take the solid or not. Let's see. No, not. Yeah, actually, if this game ends in a draw, then the Hans will be a sole leader. If here Black wins, then he's not a sole leader. He'll share, and he'll share. So king goes. Rook stands objectively at the best position. But once it reaches b8, white just goes rook g7 probably. Still not clear how to make significant progress.
But if rook g7, I go to
For my b pawn.
b pawn.
Yes, I want to
then,
take on g6 and go rook s6 and take your a pawn, but I don't need to have my king on first rank, probably. So I need to have it around h2, h3, maybe to hide it from checks.
Oh, 15 seconds. Oh, yeah.
Yes, so that's the main game actually. Still in progress. Both players are leaders with 3.5 out of 4, and obviously Black has all the chances. So again, some rook endgame for Ivan, yeah?
Yeah.
Some rook endgame for Ivan. Another option maybe to first activate the rook and then try to go with the king.
In G1.
I mean, some rook c4 maybe first, and then to go with the king. So if you go for rook after my pawn, I already there. Okay, but you can go rook a6 maybe.
He played king h1, not g1, h1. And it shows that his clock are running, but it's a mistake.
But maybe he didn't press the clock.
No, he pressed.
He pressed.
Ah, it was, how it was? Yeah, this one.
Okay, so
See,
they
he pressed on the, on
corrected.
the video, yes.
Intuitively, it looks very dangerous for him.
Yeah,
Very,
exactly.
very dangerous. Rook c4, I guess he played, yeah? This is the move I suggested.
c4. And how to play? Rook a6.
Yeah, rook e6 is possible, yeah. Just afraid that there are some ideas like g5.
Yeah,
rook e5,
yeah.
g4, and if you take on h5, g3.
Yeah, especially
Then the box king.
when my king
And then,
g1,
then I will
yeah.
simply box your king, yeah.
Ah, maybe okay. Then king h2, yeah, and he
No, but
plays
once I
this.
box you, you'll have this crazy rook, huh? Ah, no, you don't have the crazy rook because you have a square.
Now he played, and now he wants to play rook a6. Okay. Rook g7. He played rook g7. Okay.
No, rook c... but how black played? King c8? No, the king is on d8
c8.
still.
C8.
Ah, he played king c8 and rook g7, yeah?
Yeah, rook g7. Yeah. We can play on our board. Or rook c2 and then.
Then rook a7 back.
Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, probably rook. Okay, rook c6 also doesn't work. Rook g4, and then I back on a7, and how I. Okay, I just wait, right? Wait and wait. Okay. Looks very dangerous still. Yeah.
Well, it's a big question if black can take the pawn on b2 and then bring your king. That's the one idea. And just what else apart from this task he has? Otherwise, since you're just standing and standing, there's no any big progress.
Yeah, exactly.
Because instead of king c8, he could consider some h4 maybe with idea g5 and try to push pawns before making any actions here.
Three
But-
minutes.
He doesn't have so much time left. He needs to go, yeah?
Yeah, he has 30 seconds, and his opponent 4 minutes.
That's
The black doesn't
very,
know what to do.
That's very critical, yeah.
Yeah, very critical. Yeah.
Rook c2, rook b2, that's an obvious. Just apart from this, what else black can do? This,
2.5 minutes. And black still
no,
thinking.
he may consider just to give up on g6 and to go king b7 first to activate the king. Maybe he's considering something like that.
Yeah, rook c2.
That's an open question. Okay, then it comes by force.
Okay.
I don't know if rook g6 is not
rook
possible.
g6 is possible.
B2,
The
rook
only
g6.
rook g6 and
Then king b7 I can also.
in b7 I will check
Right.
you. I will check and check and check, and when you goes to c4, I will go to rook a1, rook
No,
a7. Yeah, but okay,
No, but then it should be winning. With
it
the
should
king
be
b6.
winning because still alive on h5. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that should be winning. No, then,
Okay, he
then
took
took on g6?
on g6. Yes.
Really?
Yeah,
A brave man.
yeah.
That's a brave man.
And
Okay, my guess is king
thinks.
b7. That's my guess.
Okay, rook g. Oh, you see, rook g5,
Okay, king b6.
and I will take on. I cannot
h5 I take on b2, but
yeah,
that
yeah.
should be lost.
Okay. I will check, 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 and if you go by a5, h5 line, so I will take on h5 and then check, and then this. I will hope that this is draw.
No, but yeah, no, this looks lost.
Rook
With king on
f6.
b5, rook g5, I can even consider rook c5.
Why he played rook f6? Why? What happened? He didn't know how to play and played rook f6. What?
Oh, no, why rook f6? What kind of rook
No,
f6?
rook, yeah. And this is draw. No?
I don't see the current.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Rook.
So here, what was the black's move? After king b7, rook g5, he took on b2 or what? Yeah, it
Yeah.
was like this. Just trying to understand how they got there. King b7, rook f6.
Yes, that's I told you why rook f6.
Rook f6 because rook f4 he wants to go. Yeah, okay, I see.
F4, yeah.
Rook b2, rook f4, rook a2, rook this, king c6.
And he still thinks.
Still bad, huh?
Still bad, but so practical.
It's tough, yeah?
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. What to do? Check. Rook c4.
So, rook c4, okay.
Yeah, and
The
that's
king d5.
King d5. If I will try to take on h4, but
Want some rook h4 now?
yeah, but it will be it will be zugzwang because you cannot improve your position by white because otherwise you will get check.
H4.
H4 and b2 and rook b4. It should be
And then king c5.
queen c5. And I
And-
don't see any
There are no any move for white. huh?
any move because okay, my kings goes, yeah. Rook e3.
Rook e3 happened.
Yeah. Okay, I will check and will try to run. But
Now
still.
now it's f5. Actually, it was beautiful. Yeah, b2,
Yeah.
rook b4, king c5, and it's
Yeah.
hard to make a move. Nobody's moving.
And now he took check and he tries to go queen c4. And
So here we thought that b2.
yeah,
was-
b2,
As b2, rook here, king c5. Yeah?
queen c5.
And it's a zugzwang.
Zugzwang. If you go any king, okay.
So
it's-
no king I cannot go.
Yeah.
So if I go with the rook,
Okay,
then,
my
then the
king,
king
yes.
mashing, and still white cannot do
Cannot,
anything
yes.
here. Yes, and it's coming, and the pawn on h5 still alive. Yeah.
Now he understood. Oh, he played. Now blacks understood that it's not so easy, probably. Check, king c3. Yeah. But maybe it's still winning. Yeah, because yeah. If rook f3, and then I will start to check you. Okay, rook f3. I know everything is bad, but still I'm hoping and trying. Okay, because yeah, you will cut
This
with
two
b2. Yeah,
not as active as it's supposed to be. Yeah?
yeah. That's why I suggest.
Just to
Rook
avoid rook
f3.
f3 b2 because white take and can try to put some forces with rook on
Yeah.
f3. Yeah?
And
this-
it is. Yeah, exactly.
This should be avoided.
Yeah, and you probably have to play rook a4 that I cannot activate my g4.
Oh,
The
he's
full
playing so
pawn.
fast, like he knows what is he's doing. And he still has about 4 minutes on the clock, but he plays so quick, huh?
Now he starts to think, and yeah.
What is the most precise way how to play this?
Rook a4.
Rook f4.
Yeah, you have to play
Check.
king. Not check, I thought. I check. Just check.
I don't know, thinking maybe I can check. Okay, king c3, maybe rook f3, king
Okay.
where? King b4, maybe, I don't know. But once you get there, maybe I can start with some g4 in some places. Or if you go this, I will check until you will.
Yeah. Okay. Not so
Maybe
easy.
king b1 is like we're losing tempo, yeah? Then king h3, b2, g4, and this may ends up in a draw. So
Yeah. It's really not so easy now for black.
it looks as that it might be winning, but it requires some precision. And
Practically,
now
it's hard, probably.
he withdraws the rook. Where to? Rook a1.
A1.
Why not? One. Okay, so check is probably there, yeah?
Check. Yeah, probably. Probably check.
King c3 maybe check. He wants to go here maybe and to hide it from here.
Check. Check on f4, and if you hide,
If I hide,
if you hide, probably I will have time to. I don't know what.
you push, or you need some king h3, king f4 to
I'm thinking.
shoulder my
yeah.
king, but then your pawn is not going, and I will be fast in returning.
Yeah. Maybe rook
Let's
f3,
say
and
this.
then
I still hide.
just g4,
4b2.
b2, and I will try to. Okay, rook f2.
You take.
I need to take, and can I?
You need to shoulder me probably.
Yes, shoulder. Yeah, but no time.
But this
okay,
is,
no time. Yeah.
But it's just some too quick, I think.
Yeah.
King c3, king e4, king d4, but your pawn is just on g.
Okay. He played king b4. King b4, not like queen b4.
After rook f3? Yes,
yes.
we were thinking the same. Yeah, king b4, if rook f4, king a3, okay, just to hide there and to pretend that this is white is not fast enough.
Yeah. 20 seconds, yeah. Rook f4, king e3. Yeah.
And he's sitting like, yes, I know my business. Yes. I know
Yeah.
my business, like he said. Yes, I know. Okay, looks like he really knows his business. And what about this endgame? What about this endgame? Daniil is still trying to squeeze a water out of stone, yeah? Does he succeed? He might succeed. Knowing Dania. But surprisingly, he's low on time, actually. Not Sava, who is actually defending, but surprisingly, Daniil is low on time. C2. It's a long time. What goes on here? It is still not clear how white wants to strengthen the position.
b5.
Yes, b5, king d5. That go. Yes, king d5. He went for that time.
If
Okay,
for
but
this, okay, b5.
And it's really a draw.
It's look like a draw, but okay, you have to be very careful. Okay, Zemlyansky lost.
Why that's draw, actually?
Okay, probably g2.
Okay, b5?
b5, rook g2. You have to go d1, e1.
Okay, that's a d1.
e3.
Basically, I want to go to that side. That side of the board. So whenever mate is threatening, I will try to hide. King d3, I don't know, king e1, maybe. I don't know if it's an easy draw or not. So
Easy or not so easy.
okay, b5, I guess he needs to play. Okay, otherwise, king d2 he might consider, but and king b4, king e2, and then try to cut. But this I don't know if it's time or not.
1 minute again. 6 minutes. And you see, I'm still on. Not like yesterday. I practice.
You practice being on, yeah?
Yeah, being on. Especially, you see, I especially speak English and try to think and try to commentate. So it's
Suffocate just to see Shima 1. And basically most of the favorites got the wins. Also, we have this game is still in progress. And it's still goes and goes and goes. Should be 6. And And still all the chances for Dmitry to convert his material advantage. Also here there is still on, but looks quite equal.
I would love if Piotr will win.
A bit hard, but this completely stuck. So
Yeah, stuck.
the
Also stuck.
less about. We have some results, but some
Okay.
of them this. Kirill Shubin is still playing against this guy, but also looks pretty drawish. And so many draws. Some wins. And some of the game were not receiving moves. Okay, so let's go back to some the Neil. So b5.
B5 and
Daniel
then
decided in a favor of also being greedy. King c3.
and I have to run. And you have to show me. Show me something.
Show me something, please. Daniel is repeating moves, probably to gain some time.
King d1.
It's probably the same problem that King d3, King e1, King e3, King f1, Rook b2. And it's not clear how White will make progress. Rook f5. And still maybe no progress for White. So learn the Rook endgame. Yes, if you want to play good on in this modern open tournaments, the advice is coming itself. Yeah, we see every day that very lots of points and lots of important decisions are actually decided by this Rook endgames.
And what I can suggest to our participants, just to read Endgames by Mark Dvoretsky and Panchenko.
And Panchenko.
Yeah, Panchenko. Okay, it was my books when I was kid. Yeah, and I learned a lot from it. My father forced us with brother to read it, and he was right for sure. Yeah, and it helped me a lot. And my coach Ivan, he was so surprised how I can understand in game. But because and with national team we work hard, and these books helped me, and I also had the practice by Invarov explanation, this his special lessons to his pupil, and he's one of the experts in games and theoretical part also. So I'm not that bad in endgames.
Okay, this looks anyway drawish. I think just Rook b2, Rook f5, Rook
Yeah.
b4 even maybe. Just don't see how White can make a progress. G5, King e4 maybe. And then just take the pawn on b5. Just not clear how White can basically make a progress here.
Yeah.
Rook endgames are very tricky, but Sava is actually taking his time, yeah? So he's suddenly stuck. He was playing fast. And Dynanya made all these moves, which are basically almost have no other choice for White, and suddenly he said, aha, King to f1, time to think. Okay, he can check on f2, he can go Rook b2 probably immediately.
But why not to think if you have more time?
Sometimes, no, that's actually true, yeah.
Yeah, but because before we saw a lot of examples how it happened, So
So far we have two sole leaders in the event, Hans Niemann and Aram Hakobian, both players on 4.5 out of 5. Most probably they're going to play each other the next round. And we have, of course, lots of players with 4 out of 5. And tomorrow it will be slightly easier task for all the commentators and players, just one round, followed by another day with 2 rounds. So, and these 2 rounds, I guess, will decide the meta of the tournament, because to play 7th and 8th rounds, which are normally quite decisive in any event, and to have them played just in one day, it will be probably anyway a decisive day. It can be some blunders, it can be some ups and downs, but okay, we'll stay and follow. And for the moment, 4 minutes left for Sava. Rook b2. So b2, and how which tricks the Neil still has left.
Rook f5.
Yes, rook f5. Yeah, I thought rook b4 maybe.
Rook b4, g5, and king e4.
And king e4, trying to attack these 2 pawns.
Yeah, and if rook c5, okay,
King d4.
d4, yeah, exactly.
And take the pawn on b5. That should be
Yeah,
draw, because
should be draw.
with the king on f1, white cannot afford losing any pawn. So white can lose some pawn if they can activate suddenly a king. And if king joins the pawn, then it's some chances. But with that king, hardly so.
Yeah.
Rook b2.
So it's the last game.
It's not actually the last, but it's
Bacharov also.
It's quite important because it's played on one of the top boards. We have also.
Still Bacharov is playing.
Yes, Dmitry is still playing.
Oh.
But the queens are gone.
Somehow.
Queens are gone. Maybe some trade. Can suspect some trade.
Yeah.
Just like this. So he finally traded the queens, and the endless game is on.
But it's still some chances, right?
Yeah, it's some chances for both. Yeah, for white to go wrong, for black to go wrong, for everyone to go wrong.
Everyone.
So he brought the king to close to the center. Okay, he has some f4 option.
Yeah, you see almost all.
But maybe he wants king e1 to go by his king to b4 and to keep pawns. But it's a bit dangerous if black gets some f5 g4. Oh, but maybe he can just take all pawns. Try to be more quick. Other line of playing with f4 and try to get this pawn as far as he could. But I don't know. King to e6, bishop to e6, and still back and try to defend him.
Yeah, okay. 20 seconds.
Just interesting if black goes f5. Can white allow f4 or not? Because after f4, I just want to wait, and once my bishop will come to f1, it's always it's always tricky with my pawn on f4.
But I can play g3. I cannot. Or I can.
G3 is also maybe you will have 4 pawns versus my bishop. I don't know if it's winning or not. But I have some b4 move maybe to keep you there.
Yeah.
So we need to calculate. Maybe it's winning, maybe not. H5. With a cool head, it should be winning, I guess, but it's only with a cool head. So it's a big question: players can can remain in such a state, playing double rounds per day.
Yeah.
And Yekaterina obviously is taking her chances on that side. Otherwise, king d2, king c3, and white just comes and take more pawns.
But you have to be physically sportive. I mean, just to do a lot of sports to be there to play such long games. So and Ekaterina is a sportive girl, as I know. What about old Bacharov?
Don't ask. Better don't ask. So he went, goes king d3. Okay, g4 is probably not a threat. He just goes king e3, and king f4. So maybe he's not afraid, and then he can start pushing the other pawn.
Pushing pawn.
Pushing a pawn. Just push it or leave it.
Yeah.
So she still needs to wait, it looks. So king g6. She's also waiting. Okay.
She's waiting, he's waiting.
Everyone is waiting.
Yeah, and both has almost same time. Not same time, 2 minutes against half minute. Okay. Bishop goes somewhere.
Maybe he wants to put the bishop on d8 to
Yeah, okay.
to control this to control the pawns.
And to sacrifice. If g4, to sacrifice something and just to run by king. She goes to h5.
It's still a question if she puts the pawn on f4, king on f5, and she waits. But then king will march to c5, and maybe black cannot get the bishop easily to f1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the pawn on g4 just doesn't help black, but with f4 and waiting strategy can be maybe little for the practical chance. C7, bishop d5, everybody waits. Okay, let's take a look at the other games. It's the only remaining, or Daniil is still playing. Daniil is actually still playing. Rook g5, but it's probably nothing. They're just repeating moves. Yeah? Rook f5, king g2,
Yeah.
rook g5. It's nothing happening here.
Again.
So, and that seems to be the last game, at least the last where we can objectively see the moves. And okay.
Bishop d5. She waits. If it's time to run.
Okay, king c3, king b4 is tempting, obviously. But then, whenever you go king c3, I guess black wants to go g4. Take everything, king b4, bishop g2, king b5. It should be winning quite easily. Then just 3 pawns will decide.
He already played something. Yeah, he went to c3. Now she needs to g4. G4.
G4, yeah.
Take. G4. Take. You don't even need to.
You don't even take. Yeah, you can go.
don't even,
You can go king b4.
Before, yeah.
No, king
Okay.
b4. Is it possible? Just to be sure, some g3 will not happen.
No, you take on G4.
But
G4.
g3 is maybe not so dangerous, but just to be sure. Okay, so he
That's
took.
why you need to J. Okay, I took everything and I run to B4. And that's all. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, 3 pawns should decide, of course. And the h pawn will not give enough chances, yeah? And these two players, they were on +1 or how much they had both? Just to check. Yes, they both had +1. So actually it's sort of important. And
Okay, Daniel made a draw. It's showing us on camera. The discussion. Okay, the last board, and I'm still on.
okay. Yeah, so and out of group of 3 out of 4. Okay, so Andrei won, Richie won, Ronak won, Evgeny Nairov. So lots of decisive game actually. Alexei Kaganov won.
Yeah.
Shima, big Shima also there. So there will be lots of players with 4 out of 5, around maybe 13, 14, and just 2 players who are topping the field. And one of them is incredible Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann came and he knows what is. Really, the way he plays are quite impressive.
Yeah. Okay, bishop G2. Dmitry took. Yeah. And yeah.
No way black can put some resistance here. He needs to go some king a5 and king a6, king d7, and bring the king back, but white is just pushing pawns.
I can play d5, also closed, yeah.
No, what is that you will not close it if king b5.
She played bishop d5 or
Bishop d5, I don't see the point. Okay, king c5.
king c5 and
Because next move is d5 and
yeah, probably she's trying to play okay bishop g8. So yeah, bishop g8 and d5, d5 and that's all. Okay.
Okay, then she will go king f5. King f5, we push. She goes king e4.
But I need to go to. I don't need to push. Do I need to push? Because if I push, I close my bishop.
King f5, you can go king d4 also, just to stop any knight, to stop any king e4 business. Just go king d4. And then, okay, with
Yeah,
d5,
exactly,
we can
exactly.
simply push. We can go bishop h2 also.
H2,
it's possible.
yeah.
King e4, d6, bishop e6, and then just start pushing pawns. So there are many ways how white can win. So
Yeah, exactly.
just he needs to be cautious, not to blunder, not to give some random chance, which can be easily done playing the 9th hour. So d5. Yeah, king d4 is rather practical move. No need to do some big efforts, just enough to do a small effort. Even though bishop h2 was completely fine. Oh, h3, that's actually great. Yeah, just in case.
Yeah.
In case some d6s happen, I'll be ready to promote.
Yeah. But what to do? Okay. A4 and that's all. Yeah, it's at some point it's time to resign, just to stop suffering. And I made a lot of mistakes like this. I couldn't stop. I was playing, and I didn't save my energy. So
Okay, in the dead loss position, you can just keep on playing it. Basically, you will not lose too much.
too much. Yes, yes.
And Dmitry is playing some bishop d6 moves. I don't know. It's some very subtle play, or maybe some brutal force mechanic, some b4, b5, and just push the pawns.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, you have too many of them.
Because she wanted to play king f6 and
Okay, finally Black resigned. So an important victory for Dmitry. So now he's with +2 and also joining some group of players with some chances. Okay, let's conclude some standings for the moment. After the 5th round, we have 2 sole leaders. It's Hans Niemann and Aram Hakapyan, both on 4.5 out of 5. And we have a huge group of players with 4 out of 5. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Denishvar Bardier. So who else? We have Andrei Yesipenko, Richie Rapat, Ronak Sodvani, Evgeny Nair, Alexei Gaganov, Alexander Shimanov. These all players are with 4 out of 5, trailing just by the half a point, so around 10 players. And okay, of course, a huge group of players with 3.5 out of 5. Probably we cannot name all of them. So for today, it looks like that's it. Tomorrow we have only 1 round, so a little bit easier for everyone. And the round starts at 15 p.m. local Moscow time. And after that, it will be another day with 2 joint rounds. And round 7 and round 8 will be played on 5th of March, I guess. I hope, let's pray that everyone, the commentators, the players will survive it. Yeah, it's really, really tough.
Yeah.
And okay, thanks a lot for Valentina for her comments and for her coming here. I hope you enjoy our live broadcast of today. And okay, have a good evening and see you all tomorrow.
Yeah.